What is up, beautiful people? We are on day 3 of the Magic. I'm wearing my wizard robe. I kind of forgot that I was supposed to be wearing this the entire time, but to make it more in the style of what's going on, I just put it on today because I'm like, wow, it's pretty freaking cold in Denver today. Like we were on a hot streak and now it's kind of cold. So, anyway, we're here now. What's up, Luke? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm just putting in a property into our system.
Nice. Okay. Well, guys, if you haven't been here before, this is the Wholesale Magic Challenge. We're going to just be showing you how we organize our systems, how we do everything. Today, we're going to do a little bit of behind the scenes. I'm going to do way more follow-ups on leads. There's a bunch of offers I'm going to give on, or I'm going to give offers on. So it's going to be good. Yes, it is a sweet hoodie. I can hear Luke through talking. Okay. So yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a good time. So it's going to be good. I'm going to put my headphone to make sure there's no reverb. We're going to make sure that it's working, which will take like 5 seconds. So here we go. Timestamp me. Haha. The one for tonight is going to be different. It's going to be easier, or it's going to be a better or it's going to be a prize everyone can get. Luke, start talking. I want to make sure I can hear you.
Hello. 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 Hello.
We're good. Cool. So yeah, it won't be like yesterday where one person gets the prize. This prize, I think anybody who I see starting now stays all the way till the end, right? So yeah, it's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna start closing some leads and then we'll do some behind the scenes at like 10:30ish. So yeah, let's just do that. Just get into the day. I left my leads so that we could call them today, right? Because I'm just like, let's just leave the leads. I'm not going to keep working past the 6. I want to make sure we could just get through all of them. No, I might start lagging it. Yeah, that's true. What are you drinking today, Luke? You're muted.
This is mango flavored Crystal Light.
What is Crystal Light?
Crystal Light. It's like, I don't know. It's like a powdered flavored water. You know, it's like cheap. I don't even know, like lemonade-ish type stuff.
That's funny. I love that. That's good. So, okay, let's do this. It takes it some time sometimes when it's loading. I realized like when I open 7 tabs, my stream doesn't like it, but let's get into it. Okay, hold on. Let's make the calls. So what am I doing here? Michael, 620 Erie Street. Oh yeah, he just wanted me to submit anyways. I remember. Hello?
This is Michael. Can I help you?
Hey, Michael, this is Jonah. We talked like 2 days ago about 620 Erie Street. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Yeah, so I remember you were saying like, hey, just submit an offer. We just want to get all the offers as possible. we didn't decide the price, sellers did. So I wanted to submit that offer. I think we'd be probably at like 260. So I remember you saying that you were able to write it up for us. We could make that happen. And yeah, just want to do that because I know how you were doing is you're just going to take all the offers and then choose something Saturday, right?
Well, that's not entirely accurate. Showings begin tomorrow, so Saturday and Sunday there's going to be showings. If I can't say that the sellers are going to accept something tomorrow, that they're going to accept something Sunday. I can't make any promises
Right.
there. It depends on what they get and whether it's acceptable to them.
Okay.
Here's what it's going to be: is right now I've got to head out of here. I'm getting ready to leave for an 11 o'clock appointment. If you want, why don't you send me
Everything.
me by email an outline of what you're thinking, and we'll get it over to them because I have a few investors who've already given us some thoughts on things, and so we're sending those over to the seller, and then maybe we can either write it up or not write it up depending on what they decide. This kind of changed in the last day or so.
Okay. Am I in the ballpark of like where other investors are? Like, I just want to make sure I'm not, wasting your time or anything.
We've got one who's come in high, and we've got a bunch who are in the upper twos.
Okay. Gotcha. So it sounds like most people are ahead of me. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I will submit it anyways, just in case,
Okay.
right? Because nobody's done anything in writing yet.
I've got one in writing, and I've got a few kind of just outlines.
Okay.
But they're not. I mean, I don't know that they're going to accept something. And it's not like if we don't get it in this morning, it's going to be gone. We're gonna. We've just reached out to them a few minutes ago and have not heard back from them about when they want to talk.
Okay.
And obviously they want to get showings this weekend so that they can, obviously as a seller, their goal is to maximize what they get.
Yeah, I get it. Do you know of any others, or is it just this one right now?
Just this one. I don't usually have properties like this come up. This just happened to be one that we got.
Okay. All right, Michael. Well, I appreciate you anyways. And yeah, I'll email you the offer and you can tell me whether it's worth writing up or not.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, writing it up's not a problem. I just happen to be, I've got to get out of here shortly, so I can't get it done first thing. So if you send over the outline, then I can get it over to them so they can think about it.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So yeah, this is one of those ones where like it's a long shot anyways, already on the market. I am with the listing agent. So I should have probably asked if those offers are with the listing agent, but it's interesting how everyone is at high twos, right? I might do 270 because I'm curious what high twos means.
Oh boy.
Is it not? So I'll probably submit an offer at 270. I don't know. I'm curious what you think of that, Luke. Oh, and I'm lagging.
Yeah, you're lagging a little bit, Jonah. If you want to, I don't know, close some tabs if you're able. I don't know. But yeah, I'm all on board for you submitting an offer. I'm all about taking the shot.
Yeah, it's just one of those long shot ones.
Yeah, and it's tough too when the agent doesn't give you the time of day, because then it's like that guy who was you could tell he was trying to rush you off the phone. So it's when somebody's doing that, it's harder to present your offer in a favorable light. Yeah, so it's a little bit difficult. Like ideally, you want the agent to be excited about your offer, that sort of stuff. That way you can explain why it's good. But to me, it just sounded like, yeah, send it over. I'll take a look at it. Maybe we'll care. Maybe we won't. So that's a little bit harder.
Yeah. So one of those ones where this is more just to build the relationship, right? Than anything else. So they said they already have one that's in high two, so they might just take something. But I don't know how anyone would make money off more than like 280, and that's like, yeah. So
Yeah, so there's a few, and obviously it was hard on this particular call because the guy was clearly trying to get off the phone. But whenever someone tells me that they have an offer, I always like to try and dig a little bit more into that and just ask things like, "Oh, nice. Are they considering that offer? Did they like that offer? Were there certain terms that they appreciated with it? Like if you try to dig into it a little bit more, and sometimes the agents will give you information, sometimes they won't. Right. But sometimes they'll be like, oh, yeah, the sellers didn't like it because it only had like a 3-day inspection period and they want like a 0-day or they didn't like it because, you know, the guy had a bunch of contingencies or then sometimes that just gives you some feedback that you can try to use to make your offer better. The other thing, too, is and Johnny, you did ask this a little bit, like, oh, am I in the ballpark? Am I in this? And he didn't really give a whole lot of information. But when just in general, if I'm talking to an agent and I'm trying to present an offer, I'll always like asking this clarifying question of like, hey, if we agree on numbers today, is the seller ready to sign a contract today? Just to see kind of like what their mindset is. Like, are they trying to just get a bunch of offers and do some sort of bidding? Are they trying to shop around offers? Or are they actually ready to get something signed? So that's something that I like asking just to see kind of what mindset the seller's in.
makes sense. That's smart, right? And guys, definitely have questions in the chat. Keep asking questions. It's going to make it where you're more likely to get the prize. Several people will get the prize today, but I don't know if I'm going to give it to just everyone. I want you to see questions. I want to see everything like that. Because yeah, I like always getting like some stuff I like getting feedback, and that was some good feedback, you know? So yeah, I liked it. It seemed like just such a long shot that it was more just like, let's submit an offer, get one in, you never know.
Yeah, and that's
he's one of
the
those ones that
when they try to rush you off the phone, sometimes you just have to do something and get your foot in the door so you can try some techniques later.
yeah, exactly. Or just like or just build it for the next one, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
and then also, if you guys put any questions in, even if we don't respond to them immediately, because Jonah obviously wants to get in like a flow state and get his calls and everything, I'll make sure that I'll note them down. That way we can answer them whenever we do like a Q&A portion.
yeah, keep asking questions as I keep going, because I forgot to make my coffee and I'd like to make my coffee at some point. But I'll make a few calls first. So let's do this.
You've reached Jason Kingery. Sorry.
All right, I have a question that I want to throw out to the chat. I would love to hear your guys' response. So there are ebooks, obviously, like people who do different coaching programs and things like that. They'll send out ebooks. Now, one person has an ebook that's Harry Potter themed, and I thought that was hilarious. So I kind of want to make an ebook that's Lord of the Rings themed. I'm just curious if anyone else would find that interesting. Chat, let me know.
Be a great time. Okay, 157 days. He's the listing agent. Let's call him about it. So I don't think we ever talked about that one.
A message and I will return your call.
So I'm not double dialing these people who are saying I'll call you back because they saw my call. right? And they click like the automatic response button. So yeah, like that's an interesting one. See if that goes anywhere. Let's just call him about it. I think this is going to be a wholesale deal. I'm curious if it's his. No, it's got to be. Because that's not his name.
Hathaway Real Estate. Hathaway Real Estate. Please leave.
Oh, this is. I'm just going to try her. I set it for 145. She said she could do it. I'm trying to get a hold of it. She has like an interesting triplex. This is the wrong calendar though. Okay. Let's see who I just clocked to. Just try calling. Yeah. Well, let's talk about it.
Christy Smith with Remax.
Someone was trying to call me back. Let's see if that's true or not. Someone just tried to call me back. Hold on. Okay, never mind. I'm lagging very hard. Hold on a second. I don't know why my internet's been so slow.
Reached Christy Smith with Remax.
Again, quick question for the chat. At some point today, would anybody be interested in like a mini office tour where we just like walk around and show you what Austin's office looks like?
That'd be cool. Okay, I don't know why it's so slow. Okay, this one might be one of those ones that was more exciting. Okay, why?
The Spark Realty team and Remax. The Spark Realty team and Remax Boulder.
All right, what is it? Is it because it's Friday no one wants to answer me? Why is why is today like today's such an interesting day?
Jonah, I think it's because you haven't had your coffee yet. Maybe you just need to go get some
maybe
coffee
that's it.
and then come back. You know, your energy will be
Do
different.
you have
Also,
do we got questions already? I would
We
actually
have-
like to make my
we have
coffee.
2 questions. It's okay.
Keep asking question, guys. It'll take me 5 seconds to do my coffee. I think I want to do that, and I also want to see if I can make my internet a little bit better. I know it's a slower start, but let's just do the 2 questions real quick. Take a long time to answer them, Luke, and I'm going to make my coffee.
Perfect. Yes. And worst case scenario, we'll do story time with Luke. So,
yeah.
All right. Okay. Let's take a look at some of these questions real quick. All right. Q&A. What should my response be if an agent asks me for my information to represent me as a buyer's agent when I didn't ask for representation? Okay, I believe that was Cody who asked that question. Cody, can you give us a little bit more context potentially? Is this an agent who has a listing, or is this just an agent who you were like cold calling and you don't know if they have properties, or like, because depending on the situation, that'll change the response, right? So I guess maybe we can just go through a couple of scenarios and give a couple different ways that you can respond to that, right? So if it's an agent who has the listing agreement already and the agent wants to dual represent and they're kind of pushing to dual represent, there are a lot of times when I would probably just let that happen, because that means the agent is going to be very incentivized to make sure that your offer gets accepted. And they'll be very incentivized to make sure that the deal gets done. Like, so like, for example, if they're dual representing you, and let's say after your 10-day inspection period, you need to go for a price drop or something like that, that agent will still make more money representing the seller and representing you with a price drop than they would finding a new buyer and where they aren't representing the buyer and having the price stay the same. So most agents are going to be incentivized to make sure that that deal gets done with you if they're dual representing both parties, right? So, in that case, if they already have a listing agreement, they're already representing the seller and they want to represent you on top of that, most of the time, I'm just going to let that happen. Now, if an agent does not have a property already and they just want to represent you as a buyer's agent and like set you up on an MLS search or start sending you other people's properties, then at that point, I would try to just clarify a little bit exactly what you're looking for. So like, you may have heard Jonah say this a few times yesterday, like, hey, I'm not looking to be set up on an MLS search, or, hey, do you have a specific property in mind? And then he would like follow up and be like, is it your property? Or do you happen to know that situation very well? Like, do you know that agent? Do you know the property? Because if the answer is no, to like, they don't know that property super well, that agent super well, then he's not as interested in having them represent. And then again, right, if they want you to sign a buyer broker agreement, in most cases, I would try to just sidestep that, but in the future, that might not be possible, in which case you just make sure that the buyer broker agreement is property specific, or the one that Jonah did was basically said that agent can represent him on any off-market properties that agent brings him. So hopefully that helps. If there's a different type of situation where this is coming up, like just put that situation in there, and then we can talk about how we do that. All right, Mark. Q&A. Luke, when you say the escrow goes hard after the inspection, can they literally deposit it when the offer is accepted before the inspection period, or only after a successful inspection? So I guess just to clarify, Mark, when you say they, are you referring to like a potential buyer of ours, like if we're wholesaling it, or are in this case, are we as the is that question about us, like when we're depositing? So if we could just get some clarification on that. Before the inspection period, or only after a successful inspection? Yeah. So Mark, Mark, if you could just clarify that a little bit. And then we'll look at Cody. Yes, they have the listing. I cold called them yesterday from Zillow. Owner accepted my offer verbally about 10 minutes ago. Agent then proceeded to ask for my info. Yeah, so it sounds like the agent just wants to make twice as much money, in which case I would probably just let them. And there are some benefits aside from the agent being very incentivized to take your offer and make sure that deal gets done with you. There are some additional benefits, right? So now if the agent is representing you, they now have a fiduciary duty to you, which means they owe you certain responsibilities. So they'll be responsible for drafting up all the paperwork. If you need to present certain things, they have to go do it because they're now representing you. So there's at that point, they then work for you in a certain way if they're representing you. So there are some benefits to having having the agent represent you. So if they want to dual represent, I would just let it happen for the most part. Yeah, that's true. As Box says, you're not obligated to use a buyer's agent. Yeah, you don't have to, but there are some benefits. That's right. Yeah. So Nicole does say it depends on the state. Some states do not allow for dual representation. That is correct. Some states do not. Like, for example, I know Florida is one of those states that does not allow dual representation. However, they do have a workaround where they basically say that instead of dual representing, they can do what's known as brokering the transaction, which basically means instead of having because it is, you got to think about it like, so for example, in Arizona, you can dual represent. But dual representing, it is like hard, it is kind of hard, right? Which is why some agents, even though they would get twice as much money, they kind of don't want to, because it can put you into some sticky situations, because you technically owe a fiduciary responsibility to two parties with conflicting interests, right? Like the interest of the seller is to get as much money as they can for their property, and the interest of the buyers to try and sell the interest for the buyers to try and get the property to them for as low as possible. So you have one person who wants a higher price, and one person who wants a lower price, and then the agent has a responsibility to both parties. So yeah, so it's kind of, so there is a little bit of conflicting interest, and it can be hard to balance that, right? So what a brokering the transaction does in Florida, for example, is they basically no longer represent either party. They have what's known as basically like a limited liability type stuff. So that then they technically don't owe a fiduciary responsibility to either party, but they can still collect both sides of the commission. So yeah, that there's that. Yeah, so some states don't allow dual representation, but there is like some workarounds. And some agents, because it is kind of like sticky, some agents don't even want to dual represent. But in this case, if the agent wants to, like I say, you just let it happen, because it'll probably end up working out for you. Okay, so here's the situation for Mark. Luke, at this time, check is delivered to my attorney. Do they just put the check in a file folder and it only gets cashed when the inspection is done?
Luke,
And there are no issues with renegotiating. Yes, Jonah.
can I let you keep doing this? Because I don't know why my internet's acting so weird. I kind of want to restart my computer.
Do it.
So I'm just going to be right back.
Yep, sounds good. Okay, so Mark, I guess it depends a little bit what type of check it is. Because is it a personal check or a business check, or is it a cashier's check, right? So when we're doing wholesaling, for example, if someone is bringing a check for earnest money, we say it has to be certified funds. So we say it has to be a cashier's check. And the reason for that is because the checks typically don't get cashed immediately. And so there are some like tricky buyers that what they'll do is they'll try writing a personal check. And by the way, what I'm about to explain to you is like a type of fraud. So like, don't go do this. I'm just telling you that there are people who do it, right? And we've had it happen to us before. And they say they didn't do it intentionally or whatever to like try and, not be committing fraud. But what you can do is in theory, you could write a personal check. Again, I'm not advocating this. I'm just saying people have done this to us in the past, where someone has wrote us a personal check. It gets taken to title. Title does not cash it immediately, right? And so then what happens is then they like cancel that personal check and basically get their earnest money back. And so they're typically like, I can't remember if it's like 5 or 10 days where you can like cancel a personal check or like void it or whatever, but you can't do that with a certified funds. You can't do that with a cashier's check, right? Like cashier's check is basically cash. So if someone is going to give you a like a check, then make sure it's like certified funds, where it's like the equivalent of cash. So I would not do a personal check. Yeah, just to avoid that situation. So to really make sure earnest money is in and goes hard. Joey asked, Jonah, do you call on the weekends? That is a good question for Jonah, because I'm actually not sure what he does. I will tell you, like, for example, because I've worked at a few, like I've worked with a few different wholesalers, and there are some wholesalers who will just be on all the time. Like they will make calls on the weekends. Typically, I'd say most people will take like sort of a rest day, like a Sabbath type thing. Whether that be, I know some people do it on Saturdays, some people do it on Sundays. So there's usually, and I think that's good for like obviously if you have religious reasons and things like that. Like I think it's good for that. But also there's a side benefit of having like a personal day where you can like recharge and do something else. So I do think for most people, if you can take basically some type of like rest day, I think that'll be beneficial to your health. Now that doesn't mean that you if there's if there's a certain type of situation going on where you need to like kind of be on call, so to speak, like don't just ignore it. Like try at the end of the day, we're all here to get deals done, and obviously we want to make sure that you guys are taken care of financially. So don't I would probably recommend not just turning off your phone all day in case, especially if you know a certain type of situation is going on. But if you're asking, like, could you do calls on weekends? Like, absolutely. And we've talked about this, I know for some of our students, but agents, especially if you're doing agent outreach, most agents are used to working non-typical hours, right? Because you got to think about the types of clients that agents are dealing with, and they're like most clients that agents are talking to are people with jobs, like people who are working like 9 to 5, for example. And so that means that the agent, like if the agent wants to show them a house, well, that maybe that agent can't show a house to that client during 9 to 5 because that client's working. So that means the agent has to be available on weekends to do stuff, or after hours or before hours or things like that. So there are definitely it's definitely acceptable to call agents like after 5 o'clock your time. And I in the past, I've talked to agents, at like 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night. Now I wouldn't necessarily recommend cold calling agents at like 9 o'clock at night, but especially if you're like talking, if you want to talk about a certain property or you have a deal in the works, you can definitely make later calls than what we would normally do for potentially something else. And you can definitely call on weekends as well. So and that is the interesting thing about wholesaling as well. Like this is your own personal business, so you can kind of set the hours and you can work as much as you want. And wholesaling is cool because it's one of those things where like if you put more into it, you'll get more out of it. So if you only want to work 40 hours a week, you could set that. I would recommend, especially at the beginning when you're like building up your book of business and you're trying to put all your systems in place and things like that, I would set the expectation and I would try to do more if you can, to build everything up faster and get consistency quicker. So I would recommend doing more hours at first. But the benefit of that too is like if you want to work more and you have time to work more, like you will get back that, right? It's not like, I suppose it's not like a salary type job where it doesn't matter how much you work or not, like you get paid the same. It's like one of those, like if you put more into it, you'll get more out of it, So hopefully that helps, Joey. Jonah and Luke, are you doing the automatic drip of texting on Saturdays and Sundays? I think, yeah. Okay. So for me personally, the reason why I don't do the drip on Saturdays and Sundays. And that's just because for me personally, I can't be as responsive over the weekends because I have other things going on. Like for example, if you guys didn't know this, I coach gymnastics. Our competition season just ended, side thing, but like, so I actually have some coaching that I'm doing for gymnastics on Saturdays. And so it's a little bit more difficult for me to respond to agents and things like that. It's just, if you guys were here for like the first day, Josiah Grimes, who's like a big part of Keegley, we actually did gymnastics together way back when. And so just something that I've enjoyed doing my whole life. And so I've just kind of like on the side still kept coaching, mostly just because I really enjoy the sport and things like that. Again, it's a side topic. But I do that on Saturdays, so I can't be as responsive. And so for me personally, I do it Monday through Friday, just because that's when I can be most responsive. But however, Mark, if you wanted to do your drips on Saturdays as well, you could totally do that, just as long as you're being responsive. And typically you will get the best response rates and you'll have the best rapport building moments if you're responding to people in a timely manner. So if like you send someone a text, which and stuff happens, right? So it's like, don't, like if this happens to you, it's not like the end of the world, but like if you send someone a text and then they respond to you and then you don't respond for 3 days, like let's say you send it on, like a Friday night or something like that, and then you don't get back to it till like Monday morning. It's like not the end of the world, but also it's like rapport breaks a little bit, and it because it took so long for you to get back to them. So I would just say like do your text strips for times that you can be responsive, right? Just to do that. Good questions. Hopefully those explanations made sense. If there was anything in there you're like, what are you talking about? Feel free to do some like clarifying stuff in the comments, so that way we can keep going. But yeah, okay, good stuff. Also, the other thing is, because I know we've mostly just showed the system with things like how it can organize your leads and how you can call from it and things like that. just so you guys know, I think the plan today around 10:30 or so, maybe a little bit later when Jonah's showing some of the behind the scenes stuff. The plan right now is to show you guys a little bit on like how you can import leads, how easy that is, and then also doing some tech stuff. Because I know a lot of you guys, like, especially if you're working like a 9 to 5, it could be hard. Like you might not have time to just sit down and call people for hours a day. So being able to set up like a drip campaign or something like that could be very useful. So we want to make sure that you guys at least see how that would work as well. Because yeah, you can still do deals over text, right? It's not the highest rapport or building communication moment, but it's like better than nothing, right? Like you can still have conversations and stuff and build leads over texting. All right. Super solid stuff. Okay. Great stuff. All right. Any other questions? Anything like that? If not, then we may just do story time with Luke, and then I'll just think of a random story. I guess you guys can let me know. Do we want a random story? Do we want a wholesale related story? Do we want, like, what do we want? I had a guy who filled out my Google ad campaign, went to my CRM. He said, and he wasn't even in pre-foreclosure. What was he doing then, Mark? Did you just want to see if it was real, or did you like talk to him? How did that go? Crazy. All right. Yeah, I know, for reals, right? Dangling the carrot. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes people just do stuff for who knows why. All right. Okay, yeah. So Cody wants to know how many times I had to cancel a contract when I first started due to not knowing how to fully combat. Okay. So I guess let me tell you how I got into wholesaling. Okay. So or like how that wholesale journey started. Okay. So as I mentioned, the guy, one of the owners at Keegley, again, his name is Josiah Grimes. So like I said, we grew up together. Right? I'd known that guy since I don't know, maybe we were like 7 or 8 or something like that, since we were kids, right? Like we did competitive gymnastics together. And he was always very like business minded and things like that. And we were both like pretty broke when we were like 17 or 18. But he was always like thinking of like business, like ideas, right? Like he had he was the type of kid that was like, hey, what do you want to do for fun? He's like, oh, I want to go do like a lemonade stand and try and make money. Or, oh, I want to try and like start this business. Or, oh, we could try making fireworks together or something like that. Like there was one time he like found firework recipes and he was like, hey, let's try making some fireworks. And we were like trying to cook fireworks in my oven. And we like, one of them like exploded and we like almost burned the house down. Okay. But he was always trying to like make business ideas. And so then he came across, and most of them were silly, right? Because we were kids. And then he came across like wholesaling. Okay. And so he found it from a mentor, right? So it's like a lot of these big guys that are like if you think about like some of the big people in business now, like Austin Zabak, for example, Josiah Grant. And I think funny enough, you would have to ask Austin this later, but I think funny enough, Josiah and Austin may have had the same wholesaling mentor. I don't know. Like I think that's the case, but I could be wrong. But yeah, a lot of the big guys that you guys know now had mentors at one point. So if you were one of those people that have invested in mentors or things like that, that's good. It'll help push you to the top. But anyway, so then I noticed that Josiah started like he got into this. We were both broke, but then all of a sudden he was able to like upgrade his car. He started upgrading things on his house. And I was like, wait a second, there might actually be something to this. And then at that point I was like going to college because that was like what you were supposed to do. You're like, go to college, get a job, do this, that, and the other. And then I graduated and Josiah's business was still going on and still doing really well. And he's like, hey, why don't you come try this out and start working for me? So that's how I got into wholesaling, right? So I started working with my friend Josiah. And at the time, they already had like Arizona pretty like down pat. And so they wanted to start like expanding into other markets and like seeing how they would do that. So he's like, hey, you're going to open up like the Miami market. And so the first thing I did is I got licensed in Florida because they wanted everyone to be licensed there. So I got licensed in Florida and I started getting deals in Miami. And I will tell you, Cody, to answer your question, the first 15 deals that I acquired did not sell. So yeah, and that's because we were learning a new market at the time. There's a whole bunch of things we didn't know, right? And I thought I was like a total failure at wholesaling. And then after doing it 15 times, I was basically like, yo, can I try acquiring some deals in Arizona? I just want to know, is it a me thing? You know, is it a market thing? Like, what's going on? And he's like, yeah, why don't you try doing a few in Arizona just to make sure, you know, you know what you're doing or whatever. So I did some in Arizona, and like the first deal I got in Arizona was able to do, right. And that was partially because they knew their numbers better. They knew their buyers better, and stuff like that. So, but to answer your question, it took me 16 contracts, 15 did not close. The 16th one did close. But yeah, so my goal, like, for example, because we have students that we try to help out, my goal is to help you guys not have to do 15 in order to get your 16th one. You know, like I want you guys to have a better conversion rate than me. All right, well, Jonah, I think we're ready to rock and roll.
100%. So my VA is ready. Something I thought we could do today too, part of the day, is to show you guys how many agents my VAs are talking to with Simple Send. He's ready. I'm going to send him the link to this. I was just curious if you're ready for that or if that's a good thing. We can
Let's do it. I was just talking about it a little bit. So,
okay. He's going to join. He's going to come join in. He'll be here in a second. But yeah, he's just going to show you guys how he does it. He's going to use, I think he might even, I could ask him to use the scraper too. I think he already scraped the list, but either way, we'll just like do it right now.
let's do it.
Yeah, but he has a list ready already, so I'm just going to show that off.
Yeah. And
then we'll get
if
back
we're
to
waiting,
closing
at some point, Jonah, it might be fun to talk about the first deal that you did and potentially maybe the worst deal that you did. I don't know. I was like,
oh, we can do that right now. Let's do the worst deal is more. My first deal was pretty bad, and also the worst deal I did was really bad. That was awful. I still don't like Dispo because of that deal. Like,
oh, wow.
basically, like what happened, or I don't like doing showings. So basically, what happened was more or less, my worst deal was it was this deal I had under contract. It was going to be a $75,000 assignment fee. And let me tell you, I had made $10,000 up to this point. So this was going to be life-changing money, right? It was with one of the most premier agents in the Bay Area. Like, to this day, I can't work with him because of this deal. And which kind of sucks. Luckily, some of my act managers can, but I can't. So he basically, I got this deal. It's going to be a $75K fee. I sent it to my buyers. Like, I have like 10 people showing up. It's probably going to sell, right? We're going to get them all in all at once. Show up, everything looks good. And then this guy, the seller, like just starts talking to the agent for a second and just starts cussing him out in front of everyone, right? Like, just goes in being like, what the hell is this? Why is this guy marketing this property on Craigslist? Because I had put the property up on Craigslist because I didn't know any better, right? And so I was like, I thought, oh, I will get more buyers this way. It's whatever, right? What's the odds that someone sees something on Craigslist, right? And so because of that, because of the agent's pissed at me. They won't let anybody inside, right? Which I learned later is illegal. Like, you still have to let me inspect the property. Like, it doesn't matter what I did on Craigslist, right? He had his lawyer there, but I'm broke. I don't really know any better. And I'm just like freaking out, more or less. I got like 10 buyers there. Like, I'm getting chewed out by the agent in front of everybody. It's like a nightmare showing scenario. And I couldn't get anyone in. The seller was like absolutely not doing it. That happened today. I would have been like, look, there's nothing that says in this contract that says I can't put this on Craigslist. You can say it. You know you're in breach of contract by not letting me inspect it, right? I'll take the Craigslist ad down right now. But you need to let me into this property. Like, I get to inspect it. We're in contract. This doesn't mean you can just blatantly break the contract. That's what I would have done today. Gotten the 75K, made it happen. But that was like such a crazy moment, and I just didn't know, because they had a lawyer. He had his lawyer there. I didn't have enough money for a lawyer. I didn't know what was going on or not going on, right? And it just looked bad in front of the buyers. I like canceled the contract when I got home because I was like, I just don't want to get sued. So that was a nightmare scenario. That was the worst deal that's ever happened. Like, that deal to me is worse than deals where I've lost money, because I've done deals where I lose, but I've lost money before. But that deal, like, emotionally still hurts a little bit thinking back to that. I don't like doing shows because of that anymore. But I'll still do it. It's just I get anxiety over that one. So don't put your properties on Craigslist. I'm just going to say that. That's my worst deal. So anywho, and my first deal was just crazy. It went through. It was just like a lot of back and forth, right? That one was really shitty because I had to I was a direct to seller deal, and I had to renegotiate on someone dealing with a really shitty situation, which kind of sucked. I didn't like that. That was really annoying. And also buyers were like, I didn't know how to secure a buyer. So buyers were like coming in saying they buy it and then they back out, but it eventually went through. So I can get more into the first deal story, but that worst deal story, like, that one still haunts me. That one emotionally haunts me. I don't think about it much, but like in terms of showings, I like always just pay someone to do the showings. Because even if someone's yelling at me on the phone, I can deal with that better than like somebody yelling. It was like a cold call where someone's cussing you out, but you couldn't hang up. It was like awful. So that was my worst deal ever.
Nice.
Anywho. So, all right, we got my VA Armando. Everybody say hi to Armando. He's awesome guy, absolutely crushes it in my company. He sets up appointments for me, sets up appointments for everyone else. Everybody welcome Armando. I want to see lots of love in the chat. All that good stuff. And Armando, how you doing, bro?
Pretty well. Thank you for having me. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah. So, Armando, real quick, what I want to do you see the present in the bottom of your screen? Do you see where it has that little present? So share your screen, and when you click share screen, go to entire screen and make sure it's entire screen. And then what I want you to do is just share your screen. You're just going to go through a little tutorial of how you do your job. Basically, I want you to show from the beginning. So like how you find the agents, make like a mini list real quick of like, here's how I find agents' phone numbers. Here's what I'm doing. Just do like 5 contacts or something like that, 5 to 10 or something. Upload the list to Simple Send it out, whatever. You can also start again the one that you were doing today, but I realized it'd be cool to start from the very beginning of your job. And then just show everyone like from the beginning of you getting a lead or getting a phone number all the way to setting up an appointment for me, right? And I want you to show like the power of like what happens, because like you think the system's pretty cool, right? The fact that you can just like automatically it's sending out texts and stuff like that.
Yeah, actually the system is pretty cool. It's very user friendly. It's very easy. Once you do it like a couple of times, you get used to it. It's not rocket science, so it's very simple.
Yeah, I love it. So I want you to just do a little demo, however long that takes you. I'm thinking it'll take like half an hour to an hour, and then I'll let you get back to your normal job. But yeah, I just wanted to like give you guys like an example of like what's possible with the system, you know, and yeah. So, you cut yourself out. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if he accidentally exited or if he lost connection. Let's see. Oh, well, I don't know what happened there. He'll probably come back in a little bit. I think he accidentally clicked leave studio instead of present or something like that. He'll figure it out. I'll get into the first deal story more. I'll message him and be like, hey, you disconnected. So my first deal, though, it was through cold calling, just classic methods, cold calling sellers, all that stuff. Cold called this tax lien list, found this woman who actually needed to sell her condo really quickly. It actually wasn't in bad condition at all. It was in really good condition. Her family was just dealing with like a bunch of issues and she just needed money really quickly, like within 2 weeks, and she needed like a post occupancy and she just needed things to be done better. So I locked it up just slightly too high. I made a very classic blunder at the very beginning. I comped it. It was a condo, and I comped the condo with the building next door, right? Now, guys, normally with single family, if a building is right next door and it's a comp, that's a great comp. Great comp, right? But with different buildings, with different owners and different HOAs, condos will sell for different prices because there's different HOA restrictions, there's different costs to the HOA, right? So you have to comp condos with condos in the same building, right? That's what you have to use as comps. And I didn't know that. I didn't understand comping well enough yet. So comp it with that, try to sell it, have some people interested, but everyone's like, yeah, that doesn't work. Like the condo isn't like where it's supposed to be. Everyone is like just like 10K lower, right? There was one person who was interested at the price, told me she'd deposit EMD, just didn't deposit EMD. I was like, okay, got to make sure they deposit EMD within a day. I'm like, this person's getting nervous. I had to do like 3 different showings. The seller's like, what the hell is going on? Why are you doing 3 showings, right? Why do you have to keep seeing this place? And yeah, like at the very end, I have to renegotiate 10K in order to make any assignment fee whatsoever, which kind of sucked. The woman was like, look, it is what it is. We'll just get it done. And then we got it done, made it happen. And then, yeah, it sold and couldn't. I remember just that feeling of having 10K in my hand and being like, wow, this is life-changing, right? And I like going back to that feeling because now a 10K deal feels like a small base hit. But I like remembering like literally only 4 years ago. Like I have the check up there. Like I kept the check. I cashed the check electronically and then kept the paper check and framed it just to remind myself like literally that was like a life-changing moment. And yeah, but now it's like if I don't get, it's like a 10K check is like a base hit. We're like just keeping the lights on, you know? So it's interesting, right? It's interesting, the perspective. Okay, we got you back, Armando. What
Yes,
did you lose
I'm
internet?
sorry,
What
I
happened?
don't know what happened there.
Okay, no worries. We'll be chilling here. If we have internet issues, it is what it is. But yeah, I want to try it out. So try to do present again, and then let's show them like your day. So like you guys, because guys, this is like the beginning of the process, right? I've been showing you closing deals. I've been showing you guys following up, but now we got to like actually show you how to get the agents in there, where we get agents from. It's like a free way to do it too. So yeah, and Armando, close everything except this. Close Discord, close everything. I disconnect from the Discord room for a little bit because yeah, the streaming takes a lot of internet. And that might have been the issue. So disconnect from everything except this right now.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
So
everything is disconnected right now.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, did you share your entire screen or just this screen? Do you remember?
No, are you able to see the whole? I shared the whole thing.
You are. Okay, good job. So yeah, just show everyone what you do and how you start from the very beginning all the way to getting me an appointment. Because guys, like I know that you guys don't even use VAs for this, for setting appointments or anything like that, or first contacts.
We do have VAs. The only thing we use VAs for is for inputting information, like basically creating deal text, like inputting information of a property into our system, basically.
Yeah, I like having people who do the first text for me, just because it's a warmer lead. It's just chiller, in my opinion. right? And it's cool because Armando is such a beast. He can respond as me for like really basic ones, like, hey, do you have a property? No, not right now. And then he just says, thank you so much. Like, he can do those ones, right? And that makes my day I can just be focusing on closing the deals that matter. So anywho, I like it. But Armando, take it away.
All right. So the first thing I do is first I go to realtors.com. You go where it says find agents or find realtors. So here, for example, right now I'm doing Colorado Springs. So just type that and then search. This is the first step. This is the very first thing that I do. So I get this entire list, and here is a quick trick. It says 186 realtors found, but if I go to more filters and I uncheck photos, I can get a little bit more. Now I have 205. So if you can see here, I have more than 11 pages of agents or realtors. So what I do is I go here and I open a spreadsheet. Blank spreadsheet. And here I go first name, last name, phone number, and source. Here I know I'm doing Colorado Springs. So, and I go one by one. For example, I have Jamie Baker. So I go. Sometimes the websites that we use doesn't let you copy paste, so we have to do it manually. So then I put the phone number and so on. This is the very first step. Once I fill up the list with these 205 realtors, I can use Zillow or I can go to any other website with realtors. So once this is done, I download it as, this is very important, otherwise the system won't take it. I have to download it as CSV. So once that's that's done, let's say I already download the list. I have 205 agents right here. So once I have that already on the spreadsheet, I go to Simple Send, and then I go to Contacts. In this case, I already download the list. So I have a pretty large list that I downloaded last night. So after I go to Contacts, I go here to this little icon with the arrow pointing up, where it says Import Contacts. So I go there, and then I go upload a file. And here's a list that I worked on. Actually, I did this morning. So I go here, open, and then I go next. It's loading. Okay, so once we're on this page, you always have to click here where it says, check this little box where it says don't import data on matched columns, because as you can see, there is things that we don't need. So here's what I was talking about earlier: first name, last name, cell phone. Sometimes we get the email, so we do email and source. Source is the city or the in this case it's I put Colorado because that's the area that I'm working on. So once you have that, you click next. And here you can name it whatever. I always put my name on it, just, or you can name it whatever you want. And here you check this little thing that says create a list of contacts from the import, and then click on advanced. And here, this is very important. Always this thing is gonna say email, so we have to check phone and add new contact records. Never here add new updated existing contact records, otherwise it won't work. Or this one updates to be add new contact records. So once we have that, and then we have phone, and here on tags, I put my name and call agent. This is the reason being is because this is the way how I can identify the contacts that I just upload. So once we have this, I go to submit. And here's a little tip for everyone here. Never close this window, because I noticed that when you click here, where it says click here, if you click on it, it'll take you directly to the to this page, so the smart list page. So if I click on view details, if you see, sometimes it takes it's faster that way. I don't know, it's my perception, but right now it's processing. It might take a couple of minutes because it's a pretty large list. I believe I have like 5,000 agents on it. So we might gonna have to give it a couple of minutes for this one. This takes longer because, again, it's a pretty large list. But once, if you have like, let's say 500 or 1,000 agents, it's usually pretty fast. But since this is a large list, it might take a little bit longer.
Also, we're streaming right now, so it takes a little while, but that's okay either way. Like, it usually does this. Also, refresh your screen and it might be done.
Yeah. The other thing I would say too is, as someone who's used a couple different CRMs, I will say, if you're uploading like a list of like 5,000 people, let's say, to Close, which is like, Close is sort of like the industry standard for CRMs, for wholesaling. If you upload like a list of 5,000 people, that's going to take like 3 hours or 4 hours. I don't know why it takes so long, but it takes it's like a minute a contact. It is so long. So if you upload a list, you better do it at night, like right before you go to bed, so you can just let that run for 12 hours. So you can hopefully use it in the morning, right? And then hopefully there were no like crazy errors or anything that happened along the way. Otherwise, you have to start over, right? Whereas with SimpleSend, I remember the first time I uploaded a list of 30,000 agents, and it took, I think it was like 2 minutes, and I was flabbergasted that it was that quick. So it's like it compared to other CRMs, it goes pretty fast.
I do want to make one correction. SimpleSend is the standard for the industry now. I'm just gonna throw it out there. I don't know. I don't know about Close being it. So throw that out there. But yeah, true. It takes a little while. But if it's taking too long because of the streaming and all of that stuff, Armando, what we can do, yeah, it'll probably happen in like 5 seconds. But if we can do is like, you have another list too in there. Oh, there you go. See?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, it's going.
How many leads are you importing right now? Just out of curiosity.
It's 5,850.
Yeah. If you try to do that on Close, that's like 3 hours minimum, you know, and we did that while the internet is like being a little iffy because of like streaming and all the other stuff, and it was still like I don't know, 3 minutes, like incredible.
Also, Armando lives in El Salvador, you know, so like I don't know, like we're not dealing with like 20,000 megabytes per second internet. We're dealing with, I don't know, how fast is your internet, Armando? Maybe you do have insanely fast internet. I have no idea.
I think I have like 50.
So there you go.
It's
right.
It's fast.
So
it's not that fast.
it's not that fast.
Okay.
So you know, we're doing there. So awesome.
Okay, so
keep going.
all right. So once this is complete, and as he was saying, it's actually pretty fast. It's very user friendly. It's not like rocket science kind of thing. So once it's complete, we go back to a smart list. And this is very important because here we have 24,276 records, but I don't want to select all of that because those are not all of them are mine. So I go to more filters and I go to tag and I put my name and call agent, which is what I selected before, so I can identify what is mine. So I go to apply, and there are the agents. It doesn't show the whole thing because I already worked some of them. So here are the agents. These are all the agents that I just uploaded. We have 258 pages. So once we have that, I go here to check all of them, select all, and then I go to this robot icon. And then I go to OK to proceed. This automatically shows up workflow. So all I have to do is select the one that says agent outreach workflow. Select that. Here I go to add in drip mode. Never do all at once, otherwise the system is going to crash. So we always want to select adding.
No, the system doesn't crash. What happens, Armando, is that just everyone gets texted, and then you have 5,840 agents trying to call you back all at the same time. The system will do it. It's just you're not going to have a good time.
Exactly. Yeah. So here I just name it my name. Start on. I want this to start right now. So I'm going to select today, it's the 19th. I will select 11, let's say 11:16 a.m. Select here. Batch quantity, I want to send 5 texts every 5 minutes. So the system will send 5 texts every 5 minutes. And I want that to run on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So we're going to uncheck Saturday and Sunday. And here, this is the time where we start working. So we start at 10. So I want this to start every morning at 10 a.m. And I want this to stop at 4:30 p.m. So once we have all that in place, I go to add to automation. If you see, I put it to start at 11:16, so it's going to start in 1 minute. If I go back to bolt action, just to make sure everything is gonna be up and running, it's queued, so it's going to start pretty soon. So
Armando, while we're waiting, how did you add the 5,000 agents on the Excel sheet?
What do you mean? How did I add the agents?
I know how you did it. I know why you're confused by that question. Because what this guy thinks is there's a magic way to do it.
Oh, no.
Where if the agent's phone numbers magically appear on the Excel file sheet. But what did you actually do, Armando?
So what I did is I put them manually.
Manually, guys. So we're showing you the free way to do it. Now, there is a way to do it not manually, and it's the scraper that costs $500, right? Or $497 or whatever the hell it is. That's the only way to do it not manually, right? Which is really nice, obviously. But it's very funny how Elroy's like, how did you do that? What magic did you use to make that happen? It's like, guys, it's not magic. It's hard work, dude. We're showing you guys. He manually put in 5,000 agents on the Excel file spreadsheet.
Wait, but Jonah, if I don't want to do that, is there a different way that maybe I could like pay some amount of money to not have to spend all that time? Is that a thing?
There is. And if Sarah, you can put in the link for the scraper, which is simplesend.com/scraper, right? That is the only way I know of to not manually do this, right? In our business, we do both because I want all of the agents, right? The scraper does a lot and it gets it from certain websites, but there are more, like what Armando is doing manually is going directly to each brokerage website, right? He also does realtor.com, but he also goes to every single brokerage website in order to get the realtors, right? So we get everyone that way. But this is the only way to not do it manually, right? So Elroy, to answer your question, it's either you do it manually, which is free, but Armando, how long does it take to do the manual route?
Wow.
How long did it take you to make that 5,000 agents?
I've been working on this list since last week, like every day. I have hours
Every day.
and hours.
How many hours? How many hours do you think?
I will say probably, because while I'm building the list, I'm also working on the CRM, answering messages and all of that. I probably will say I will have like 20 hours on the list.
20 hours, guys. So so let's do some math real quick. How much is your guys' time worth, right? So the scraper is $500, right? So it should do it for you automatically. So hold on, we're gonna share my screen real quick. I'm gonna get off you, Armando, for a second. We're gonna look at my screen. So sorry for the the portal or whatever. Let's just put this in the center. $500 divided by 20. So this is for one list, right? You're basically it's costing you about $25 per hour. You're paying yourself you're saving $25 per hour for one list, right? Now, Armando, how many lists have you made for me since working for me? Probably.
Wow. I have built, I will say,
hundreds
of lists.
So times that by 100, or I'm sorry. So basically the real cost, right, is, how was I doing this math? So he's built hundreds of lists. So 20 times 100, let's just say. He's really spent probably 2,000 hours on this. And that's what you're going to have to do. So you can either spend 2,000 hours on it or buy the scraper. If you're not buying the scraper, you're valuing your time at about 25 cents per hour is really what the math comes down to, right? It's going to take you 2,000 hours to make these lists, or you can spend $500. So what is 2,000 hours worth it to you? Are you okay with paying yourself 25 cents an hour? Ask yourself that question. So I just want to point that out real quick.
That is why I actually think the list, when Jonah told me how much he was charging for the scraper, I was like, holy smokes, that's not enough, right? Like, because basically
we're getting rid of the scraper. I swear to God, I'm getting rid of it. Tyler just needs to get on it. I texted him today. I was like, bro, are you gonna get rid of it before this challenge? Like, we're selling so many of these scraper things that, like, I don't want to sell you guys the scraper anymore. I want to just sell you guys the list that it generates. We'll make way more money that way.
Yeah, because if you go, and someone should go to like drbill.com and let me know how much it costs to buy a list right now, because I do think the last time I bought a list from Dr. Bill was like, see, I'm trying to remember. I know we bought one in Vegas not too long ago, and I think it was 14,000 leads, and I want to say that was $500 or more, right? So it's like sometimes just buying a single list costs more than
it's going away. In fact, I'm going to text Tyler right now and be like, when are we getting rid of this scraper?
Anyways, you guys should buy that scraper real quick. If you guys can, right? Obviously, I don't want to put you guys in a bad financial situation, but it's a pretty handy dandy tool. I'm just saying. Yeah. Anyways, Armando, out of curiosity, did you already start that bulk text messaging? Did you actually send it out? Did you click the full send button?
Yeah, actually, the list that I just uploaded, yeah, it's running right now. It's sending text.
Share your screen again, Armando. Show everyone that real quick.
All right, let's see.
Look, I'm just going to show you guys real quick. I am texting Tyler right now and being like, bro, when are we getting rid of this scraper? Because like he was supposed to do that before this challenge. And yeah, so anywho, I know I'm selling the hell out of it, but like I'm not joking. This isn't like a sales pitch. I was trying to get rid of it. So anywho, whatever. You guys get it though.
All right, so currently, if you see it's processing, it's 0% because the list is pretty large. So if I click here where it says show status, it already sent 10 messages. So if I go to conversations and I want to see those messages, I go to all. And here's one, just for you to see. It says, hey, Catherine, this is Armando. You by chance have any property available? I'm looking to purchase one, and I was hoping I can get agents' help. So what I do, because it makes my life easier.
Armando, hold on a second. Zach, what do you mean? It's already working. What do you mean it's getting fixed? I want to know what you're dealing with, because I already know it's working. We're using it right now. It's not like a thing that doesn't work. So it's not like a software. It's like something. It's like a tool that's already working. So Zach, message me directly. I want to know what you're even talking about, because it's working right now. Armando and I are using it in our business. Luke's using it in his business. Tyler's using it in his business. So I want to know what you're talking about there. So you can either message me or you can keep commenting, but that doesn't make sense to me. So anyway, keep going.
Yeah. So what I do is I have 3 Google Chrome. I have profile 1, 2, and 3. That way, it's easier for me to jump from one to the another, or you can change it from here. Login as. If you see, I can go to profile 2, 3, 4, or 5. But to me, it's just easier just to have 3 open at the same time. So while it's doing that, I already have some messages from this morning. And here, for example, I have this message. Says best of luck, I'm busy right now. So that's pretty much what I do. And once I start getting messages, I start talking to people, trying to get them connected to Jonah. Here, this person is saying, "What are you looking to buy?"
Show how many messages
So
you get like a day, right? It's 12 right now in here. Go to all your profiles and show how many messages you're like dealing with every single day.
Sorry, my
no, go to not all, but like go to all your profiles and then go to unread. Right? We don't need to show them all. That's like everywhere, but I want to see every single profile. And then, yeah, and then go, yep. And then go to unread. How many was it this morning? Because I know you've already been working.
This morning I got like I had a lot of messages. I would say I had like
Like how many?
20 that I reply before I start talking to you, and there is one more right there.
Right. So we had 47 messages before you even started working, guys. Like that's how much the system is able to automatically follow up. Can you also show how many like messages are being sent out every single second? Like, do you know how to do that? I know that's a Melissa thing who deals with the workflows. Do you know where to go for that? I can do it if you don't know.
Well, did it just go from like he had 12 messages and then like we looked somewhere else and came back and now he has 22? Did that just happen?
I don't even know. I wasn't sure. I think we had 22 and now we're 27 as we've
No,
been talking.
the
right?
thing is that no, the reason for that is because I only selected profile one, but now I select all of them, so that's why now
Yeah.
it's more messages.
Right. Yeah. So this is like, I think this is a training on this about setting yourself up with different profiles in your Simple Send. You do that so that you don't get blocked by carriers, right? Armando, I might need to get Melissa on here to actually show the workflows because I know that's not your job as much. You don't know as much about the workflows, or I can do it, but I want to show also the workflows real quick. So because you don't know as much about that, right? That's like not as much a you thing.
Not as much. No, Melissa is
Yeah,
the main brain
yeah.
for that.
So let me show you guys on my screen a little bit about that as well. So we'll open up Simple Send. I just want to show you guys like how we're using AI also. I haven't even been talking about the AI that much, but we're using ChatGPT to randomize messages and stuff like that. So let me just show you. This is like all in your workflows, by the way. So where would it be? Agent. I think it's in, if I remember correctly, it's either, I think it's here. Outreach. I just need a reminder. I don't even know the system anymore. Like this is, I don't do this as much. I think it's this one. So this is already in your system. You don't really want to mess with this, but we have it, guys, where we're literally having ChatGPT randomize your messages so you don't get blocked, right? A lot of other systems that some people might know this whole system is based off of Go High Level. Some people might know that, some people might not. But like we've set it up where you're not getting blocked, right? You guys were asking about what's the first messages we send. It's all of these randomized by ChatGPT constantly, right? We have 5 different messages that are randomly sent out. We have it randomly sent out by, there should be like 5 profiles in here. I'm curious if this workflow Melissa's working on right now, because usually it would be, am I in the right? Nope, that's why. Sorry, I was in the wrong sub account. Hold on a second. Sorry, I was in the wrong place. Hold on. Outreach. Yeah, here we go. So it's being sent from 3 different numbers, 5 different messages, randomly generated by ChatGPT, right? Sent out first day, sent out again, right? Sent out again. And that's how we're reaching out to people. No one else is doing this. There are other CRMs you guys hear about. I guarantee you we use more AI than any other CRM. There's like some really popular ones with some really popular people I love. And so I'm not going to name their names, but like they do not have AI like we have AI. They say they use AI, but we actually use AI for randomizing the messages, right? And then everything else is workflows, but it's so randomized. We've made it so consistent that I don't know if you guys are knowing this, but like in a ton of other businesses, people are constantly getting blocked from text messages. Even like Lead Sherpa and all of those guys, texting is dying as a way to do it because the carriers are starting to lock down, right? This is just something that's going to be consistently in the industry. The only way to beat it is through AI, right? It's soon going to be cold calling is like the only way to do it unless you have a system like Simple Send, because soon carriers will start blocking you, right? It's either going to be you're going to have to manually do it from your phone, you're going to have to cold call, or you're going to use a system like Simple Send. And I don't even know, like I just know this is an issue for a ton of different people, right? Like I have friends who have systems also who sell stuff, and it's just unless you want to set up all that AI, like it's just such a no-brainer to me, right?
Well,
So
and Jonah, the
would
other thing
emphasize
too to
that.
mention is even if you're doing it manually, what like you can't, because I've had this happen with some people too, where they're like, "Oh, hey, I did it manually, but I still got blocked. What happened?" And it was like, "Okay, well, when you did it manually, how often did you change up your template?" And they're like, "What?"
Right.
And they're like, "I just said the same template." It's like, okay, well, that's why, right? So it's like even if you're doing it manually, on top of like typing out all the characters individually, you also then have to make sure that every so often you're changing your message, right? So it's like that's what you'd have to do as well.
Right. And just to show this too, guys, we're following up with, look, 9,950 agents. That's impossible manually, right? That's why I'm like saying, like, yes, you can do it manually, but you're competing against people like me who have a system that's where 9,950 agents are getting contacted every single day, right? Or being outreach to, right? I think currently it's 1,400 that are being outreach to right now. We have 9,950. I could be, if I decided to grow a bigger team, I could be doing 9,000 a day if I felt like it, right? For me right now, it's not necessary because I need more act managers to be able to even handle that many leads. But like that's impossible. How are you going to compete against people like me who are using this system like this, right? I just don't even know, right? I'm going to show you guys this. Sorry. I think it's in here. I don't know where anything is. I have 879 agents that know my name and are getting followed up with every single day, right? Just in Colorado. I have it in a lot in other places, but these people are constantly getting texted every 2 weeks, right? How are you going to stay on top of leads in the same way that I am? I have voice messages going out every 14 days. I have follow-ups going out. I have text follow-ups going out all the time. And even once we get past this, it'll just start from the beginning and they'll be followed up with forever. So that when that deal happens, I get it, right? I'm just saying, like, I just don't understand how you're doing this business. I was talking to a flippin' simple student. He might even be on here. I won't mention him, but he was talking to me about, it's like, yeah, like I don't have the money in order to buy something like Simple Send right now. And I'm like, bro, how do you think about how much money it's costing you not to have Simple Send right now, or not to have at least a system, right? Even if it's not Simple Send, having something like this. I don't know anything like this on the market personally. I think there are some that are somewhat comparable, but they're not even equivalent in the same of using AI and stuff like that. I just don't know how you're going to compete against me. I just don't. How can you compete against that constant follow-ups, constant outreach, a team of people? And you don't even need the team of people. Just having a system that can follow up every single day. And especially if you have a job or something, right? This doing other things, right? And that would make it where, like, if you're doing other things, have a job, then you can come back and then you have all your leads ready for you, right? Instead of like manually having to do the text, you know? So I just don't know. I honestly don't know how people it'll take you like a year to get a single deal, right? I have right now like 3 in escrow just from like 2 weeks of work, maybe a month of work, right? Just from last month's work. So really, I challenge people, if you're like looking at the price tag of either Scraper or Simple Send or any of it, how much money is it costing you to not have a system? Because if you're going to do this business as a business, are you really doing this as a business, or are you just kind of praying you get a deal, right? I just don't know. So it's my little speech, because I just don't understand how you're going to ever beat me or One Roof with their system of constantly following up. If like, you can do it manually, but you have to be really thinking about what is this costing me? How much is it going to cost me not to be using a system? A business is a system in the end. That's all it is. So if I have a better system than you, then I have an insanely better business than you. And that's just what it is in the end. So that's my little speech moment about Simple Send. So anywho, I just don't know what you guys are doing. If you don't have the scraper, I don't know what you guys are doing if you don't have Simple Send, but that's that. I don't know if you guys have anything else there. I don't know if you have anything to add on to that, Luke.
No, we've talked about this before, right? Like when people ask, like, oh, what sort of tools do I need to wholesale? I mean, in theory, you don't really need any tools, right? You need a phone, right? Like that's the most basic thing. But like to Jonah's point, like if you want this to be a business, if you want it to be scalable, really the first thing you need to get is a CRM, right? Like is a system to keep track of things, stay organized, message. And then if you have something that's like powerful enough to do things like bulk text messaging, powerful enough to like automate some of these follow-ups for you, like that just makes it like it's so powerful, right? Like I can't imagine doing wholesaling without a CRM. It's just so helpful, right? Because it allows you to outwork everyone while being like with like you can outwork everyone and sometimes put in less hours and sometimes put in less work, right? Like Jonah's clicking a few buttons and he's doing more text messages than like anyone, but he's like not doing any text messages, so it allows you to outwork people without putting in without putting in all the work. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's very, very helpful.
Yeah. Anywho, Armando, I think you finished your part, right? Like you more or less showed them everything. We didn't show the appointment confirmations, but it's okay. I don't think most people should be doing that anyways. So yeah, we'll like keep it at that. I think your part is good, Armando. You can go back to work. Everyone, give Armando a warm round of applause for coming on here, absolutely crushing it. Thank you for that little demo.
Thank you, guys.
And yeah, I appreciate you, Armando. You're killing it.
All right. Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, bye.
Jonah, if you're good for a second, I want to go grab a drink real fast, if that's cool with you.
Sure, that's fine. I'll do some. We're gonna start getting into like an hour of intro calls or something like that, and then we'll do some follow-ups, and we'll just keep killing it like we were the other days.
Love it. Yeah.
So yeah, let's do it.
All right, sweet. BRB.
All right, guys. Let's go into this. Someone just called me. Hey, Ray, how are you? Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you what we're talking about. So it's just an intro call, right? I'm just introducing myself. I really want to build more relationships with realtors in Colorado. I think you're in Denver, right? Awesome. Yep. So I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, like needs an insane amount of work, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was just curious if you knew of anything like that. Okay. That's okay. That's fine with me. Yeah, like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yeah, because of that, all the NAR stuff. Because of all the NAR stuff, and yeah, I've been paying attention. It makes sense. Yeah, no, that's fair to me. I am. I live in Denver. So here's what I usually do. So typically, so obviously with on markets, right? We do it where if it's your listing, we're super interested, or if you know the listing agent really well and like kind of have the inside scoop, we'll do that as well. Um, it's kind of hard with, especially with a buyer broker agreement, with like you start sending me on markets, and it's like we have a buyer broker agreement where it's wherever, whenever you send me something, and like we have access to the MLS, right? And then off markets, basic and off markets doesn't matter either way. So that's like the first part. Second part is basically if you have something, right? I just need like certain information, right? What's generally the condition? Why are they selling? Um, what price do they want? Address? Is it vacant? Do you have a listing agreement with them or not? And yeah, and just kind of starting there. And then I'd be like, okay, with all that info, I can figure out where I would be at, and then yeah, and then we negotiate with the seller and hopefully get a deal. That's usually how I've done in the past. Hmm. Sure. Awesome. Nice. Sure. Sure. Okay. Auctions, I don't really do, just so you know, just because I'm usually buying with the hard money generally. And I know auctions, well, I do, but at least how I understand auctions, you need to have the cash there that day. Like you have to deposit the cash, right? So generally speaking, I don't do that because of it. Just because for me, I that's like a little bit harder. I like closing in like 14 days, right? Um, I'm just not at the, yeah. So yeah. So yeah, yeah, yeah. So okay, cool. Well, let's do this. I'm gonna send you my business card. Save my info. I'll save yours. Send me the buyer broker agreement where, and have it say where it's just anything you bring me, right? Um, that's totally fine. And then, yeah, like we'll make it happen. Yeah, yeah, it's my LLC. Um, called Safe Roots Ventures. It's on the card. For sure. Awesome, Ray. Well, I'm excited. I can't wait to get one with you, and I appreciate you for calling me back and making it happen. In my career? Yeah, in my career, at least 100, probably 150. I've been doing it for 4 years. So over the 4 years, yeah, I've done. I don't even know. I haven't kept count, but I'm assuming at least 100, probably 150, something like that. Yeah. Hey, never. I'm never gonna say no to money. You know what I mean? So, so, um, cool. I sent you my card. You save my info. Yeah, let's get one, right? Yes. Yep. No, if it's a flip, yeah. If it's a flip, we 100% use you on that side. Like I said, I have different strategies, right? So, for instance, I'm keeping it. Obviously, it kind of is what it is there. But if I'm flipping it, yeah, I would reuse you. Yeah, yeah. It has to say like if I decide to, yeah, like if I close on the property and then uh, you know resell it. Probably should say something like resell it within a year or something like that, or maybe a year or two, just because you know it would be if you're yeah, because like I mean like if I keep it for 30 years, love your Ray, but I don't know if you'll be in the business in 30 years. Yeah, sure, sure. Awesome. Send it to you. I'll talk to you later, Ray. Bye.
Jonah, I don't know if you can hear me, but a heads up, we could not hear the other guy on that side, so we might want
Rats.
to change some settings.
Sorry.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, just double checking. Sorry. Anywho, that was an interesting call. We'll see what he puts in the buyer broker agreement, because he was talking about putting it where like also putting it where I have to use him as the realist, and I'm like, I don't know if that's even possible to put in that buyer broker agreement. And I told him like, look, there are different properties, so it has to be like if I close on it, then resell it in a year. And that technically could probably create some issues if I ever had to double close, which is an issue, but I don't know. I don't know how it would work. I think I just give him, honestly, if I had to double close and I had that agreement with him, I'd just be like, look, here's what I'm doing. I'm not gonna lie, I'm reselling it immediately. I'll give you like an extra, like depending on how much is in there. Let's just come to an agreement. I'm just gonna give you some of my assignment fee on this one or something. I don't know. It just might kind of have to be, because he's kind of like all about the NAR settlement and stuff like that. And these buyer broker agreements are gonna kind of have to be a thing. I would have argued against that more in the past, but I don't know. we're just kind of there right now. Luke, you're gonna hate me, but I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back in like 5 seconds. So quickly go through some questions, and I'll be right back. Sorry, the coffee hit, so now I gotta pee and stuff.
All right, sounds good. All right. Very good, very good. All right, let's go through some of these questions. All right, best method to skip trace. All right, that is actually a good question. So in the past, I used something that was called Skip Vault. I don't even know if that is still around. Right. So I guess it depends on, So in the past, I used something that was called Skip Vault. And they seem to have, at the time at least, they seem to have pretty good like rates on what on the per lead. And typically with skip trace, at least with this one, right, is if for some reason they couldn't get information on the lead, they wouldn't charge you for it. So that is what I used in the past. You can just Google Skip Vault. PropWire has some pretty good skip tracing as well. If you're ever at a point where you are like paying money to subscribe to like the higher modes of like Cartel or something for Investor Lift, they can do skip tracing on some of their stuff as well. So that's a few different options for you. I guess also it depends on kind of like what you're using the skip tracing for, right? Are you using it for, because like, for example, right, like there's no need to ever really skip trace agents, right? So if you're looking for like skip tracing for on the acquisition side, then it's like, okay, are you doing like DTS stuff? Have you done DTS stuff in the past? Because again, right, one of the things that I would personally recommend is like if you're just new to wholesaling in general, I don't know if I would necessarily go the direct to seller route right away for some of the things that we've talked about. Like, you're always grinding for new leads. Even after you close a deal, you have to then go grind for more leads, because then that person's like kind of off your book of business, because they, like, most people don't have more than one like property that they're selling at a time. So it's like that lead's gone for a while. So it kind of depends on what you're doing it for. I suppose like if you're doing it for buyer leads, for example, right? Like if you were like searching like tax records, like where you went to like batch leads or something, like you could do batch leads as well, where like you're checking tax records to see like who's bought with cash in the past, because you can check on some of that on tax records, like if the property was purchased cash. So that's one way that people will get buyer leads, for example, is they'll just check tax records, create a list of like everyone who purchased cash, and then they'll skip trace those and be like, hey, do you happen to be an investor? I'm selling investment properties, that sort of stuff. So that is those are a few different alternatives for you. Hopefully that helps with that question. If not, feel free to throw in some follow-ups there and we will keep discussing it. All right. This is so good. I kind of want to, okay. So Nicole, we will, this is a good question. I suppose I will answer a part of it now, but I'm definitely going to keep this on the question list for when Austin and Jonah are back, just because it's so good. So here's this question. What would yourself now tell yourself when you were first starting? Like, what would you say you wished you had known to make the path smoother? Man, that is a good question. Maybe we just save this one in general for when everyone is here. I will say this though, right? I have had to do a lot of personal growth wholesaling, right? Or just like, this could just be a result of being like an entrepreneur in general. This could just be a result of you kind of like have it, like when you're an entrepreneur, right? You're running your own business. So there's like a lot of personal growth that has to happen, right? And if you guys know who like Jim Rohn is, there's like tons of like interesting YouTube videos and stuff that you could watch on him. He has like very, very good business stuff. But one of the things he says is like, you can earn more because you can become more. Which is like, when I heard that, it really resonated with me. And Austin talks about this a lot, right? Like, it's like, if you are focused on bringing value, then the money will come, right? And as wholesalers, like all wholesaling is like, you're trying to bring value to people, right? So that's what you're doing when you're wholesaling, is you're bringing value to people. And because you're bringing value, you will get paid for that, right? Like, you're providing a service where on the acquisition side, you're helping a distressed seller, a distressed home, like you're helping like move that property for them. Like, that is a service that, even a lot of agents struggle with if they're not using a wholesaler. Not always the easiest to move a distressed property, right? And then on the buy side, when you're talking to buyers, you are bringing them a property that they don't have to go search for themselves. So you are providing a lot of value. And so like the better you become at providing value by like learning and growing and personal development and things like that, like the more money you're going to make. So that is a very good question. We will ask that again once like Jonah and Austin are on at the same time, because I definitely want to hear what they have to say on that. So we'll keep that. But yeah.
Well, I'm here. What question?
Okay, so this is the question. So basically it's like, hey, what if you could go back in time and talk to yourself when you were first starting? Like, what would you tell yourself or convey to yourself to help you when you were first starting?
The main thing I would say is just don't worry about it so much. Like, it's going to be fine. You're going to make a lot of fucking money. There's going to be trials and tribulations, right? For sure. Business is rough. It's hard. It's not easy, right? Everything you see on Instagram, like, oh, I got a 100K deal. Oh, I got 16K. I'm making like 100 grand a month, 50 grand a month, whatever, right? It's just all BS. And I just want, the main thing I would say is, A, don't stress out about it too much. You're on your own path. B, don't listen to the noise around you on social media. Almost everyone is lying or fibbing the numbers somewhat, right? Like Luke knows this. It's just true. We do it because success sells, right? That's the main reason, right? Nobody's numbers are fully accurate. You don't know what's happening in their business behind the scenes. Don't get caught up in that. Just focus on you and what you need to be doing, right? Don't feel bad about what's happening around you, where I should be. Should is the killer of joy, I think, right? You shouldn't be anywhere other than where you are right now, right? So don't get caught up in how well other people are doing. They may not be doing as well as they're saying they're doing, right? In fact, they probably aren't. In fact, they definitely aren't. They might be doing well, but they're very rarely doing exactly as well as they're saying, right? Just almost everybody, if you're making someone says they're making $1.5 million, they're probably making like $1.2 million, just generally, right? Like generally, like everyone exaggerates the numbers a little bit. That's what I would say is don't focus on other people, focus on your own journey. And I still struggle with this, right? To this day, I'm still like comparing myself to other people, my peers. I've been here 4 years. I should be a millionaire by now, right? Like I'm not a millionaire, right? I should do this. I should own this many rentals. All these shoulds that are just like not real. It's not reality. You are wherever the hell you are, right? So
yeah, I like that. I like just in general, right?
It's a long journey.
Comparisons can be detrimental, right? Because either you're comparing yourself to somebody else who has more than you, and then you feel terrible about yourself, right? Or you compare yourself to someone who's way worse than you, and then you've gone the other way, right? Like now I don't know, who knows? You're too prideful or whatever. Yeah, comparisons are rarely beneficial when you're comparing yourself to other people. Yeah, your competition is really just yourself.
Exactly. So, anyways, should we get back to calls?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
All right. Awesome. Where are we? We're at 12. So I'm going to do this. I'm actually, now that I've drank my coffee, I don't even really need food as much right now. But we will also, I know we've been doing kind of Q&As. I've been going like in and out.
Hello, thanks for calling Bill Fung and the Hello, this is Bill.
Hey, Bill, this is Jonah. I'm so sorry for being late, but I'm the real estate investor supposed to be calling you right around now, or a little while ago. But how are you doing today?
Okay, yourself?
Doing good. Yeah, so real estate investor, I buy all over Colorado, um, Denver, Springs, Fort Collins, Pueblo. I think you're in Denver, no?
Correct.
Awesome. So yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was just curious to see if you knew of anything like that right now.
So, what's your what are your ratios and markup? Are you looking for, like a minimum 10% return, or that
On
type of thing?
a flip, yeah, probably. But it really just depends on the deal, right? Like I've done no equity deals and then that I turn that into a buy and hold and it's not even based on 10% returns at that point. So it really depends on every single situation. What I usually tell people is like the main thing that matters to me is how much work does it need and what's the motivation? Why are they selling? What's the reason, right? Because for me personally, I've gotten to the point where it's like if it's a cosmetic fixer, like it just needs some touch ups and they just, there's no motivation there. They want to move. I don't even offer on those anymore because it's like, why would you sell to me? You should put this on the market and get a higher price. So um, it really depends on the scenario.
Okay. So, I didn't quite hear it. Maybe I wasn't listening, but do you do things that require a lot of fix up or some major reconstruction work, or no?
Yep. Yeah, we do. That's my favorite.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. So it sounds like you don't really have a presence. It could be a single family home. Like you said, you've done an Airbnb, those types of things there. So,
Yeah.
price range, I think somewhere you mentioned it, or your associate mentioned
I don't
$2
have,
million or something.
and yeah, I mean, that's what I'm always pre-approved for 2 million with my hard money lender, but I could probably increase it. I do it in California too. So, housing prices there are ridiculously high. So, yeah, like price range isn't the issue. It's usually just those types of stuff. Let me send you my card so you have all
Okay.
my info. Save my info,
Okay.
I'll save yours. And yeah, just whenever like a situation comes up, I would love to be the person who's in your tool belt.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. I'll keep that under my investors and stuff like that in case I get them occasionally. I don't get them that often. Maybe once a year or something, I get something. So
Yeah, I love it.
we'll see. I've
Cool.
never really concentrated on it, but okay, that sounds good.
Well,
All
love
right,
it.
Jonah.
Thank you,
So
Bill.
if I have something, call you directly or email you directly. Is that it?
Yeah, call. I'm best by text.
Okay.
That would be the best. If you email me, also text me. But yeah,
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Appreciate it.
thanks, Bill. Talk to you later.
Okay. Take care, Jonah. Bye.
Bye. I don't know if you have anything for that one or if you want to just keep going.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, let's just keep going. You know how it is. Okay. Hopefully.
Please leave your message for.
So because it's this message, I'm not going to double dial because she might be dealing with some stuff. This is one of those rare times where I'm not going to double dial. I'm just going to be like, and I think this is super key, is like, don't get caught up so much in your business. You remember there's like other things in life, you know? Like, remember these are human beings dealing with stuff. So if like you hear something like that somebody died in their family or like somebody's in the hospital, like don't just talk about business. Be like, hey, are they okay? Are you okay? Be like a good human being at the same time, you know? So I just want to emphasize that real quick.
Range Keller Williams. Team Front Range Keller Williams. Please leave a message and I will call you back as soon as I can. Thanks and make it a great day.
That's an interesting one. She apparently has one right now. So we will see how that goes later.
Jonah, there's a question that we had yesterday that asked about how often you leave voicemails or not. Do you want to walk through your process of why, in a lot of cases, you won't leave a voicemail and just a text?
I never leave a voicemail. It just takes longer. How quickly can I type versus leaving a voicemail? And also, how many, I don't know, how many people, I don't listen to my voicemails anymore. I'm not sure. I feel like modern day, most people are texters. If you do a call and a text, it's just better. It's just easier to listen to. It's quicker. I don't know, leaving a voicemail, like that's an extra 30 seconds on every single call that I miss, right? So if I were doing that, how much extra time am I wasting leaving voicemails for when I can just quickly type up a text? You know?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I don't listen to my voicemails either. So
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Matt, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor who's supposed to be calling you. I'm sorry I'm a little late. I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off. How you doing today?
No worries. I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Yeah. So I work all over Colorado, Denver, Springs, Pueblo, Fort Collins. I think you're in Denver, no?
No, I'm in Colorado Springs.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I love the Springs. So yeah, I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal
Mhm.
is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I just wanted to see if you knew of any right now, kind of like that. One that needs a ton of work
Well, the
or
reason
anything like
I
that.
wanted to chat is because I do have a friend who lives in Denver. Primarily speaking, I like to work with buyers. Like, I used to be a property manager for a decade, so my goal is to
Oh,
get people
nice.
away from their landlords. But
Love it.
with market conditions and whatnot, a lot of people are starting to leave Colorado. I have a friend that lives in Denver that wants to sell their house this summer. His husband is military, so he doesn't want to go to market. He's like, hey, let's just focus on an investor. So that's why I wanted to chat today.
Oh, amazing.
In addition to that, I had a question for you because
Yep.
I kind of have a different way that I handle myself when it comes to my buyers. And I think that could be
Sure.
good for investors that are basically looking to flip homes.
Hmm.
I like to focus on aged listings with my buyers just because a lot of sellers, once they're sitting for like 3-4 weeks, they're itching to make a deal. From my perspective, I think it would be really awesome if you are looking for flips. I can help you find those aged listings, not a problem. And then we can totally approach those sellers and say, hey, you have no offers, blah, 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 try to get a deal going. That's something that you would be
Sure.
receptive to.
So um, typically with the market, I usually like it where it's your listing, right? Um, Typically the reason is because we do have access to the MLS and we have someone in our corner who we've been using to make offers on expired listings for us who like goes directly to the listing agent, but honestly in some ways it hasn't been working out as much. So I might be open to the idea as long as, but here's just would be my requirements and here's how I've worked with him in the past because I've been actually thinking about switching it up and doing something different there.
Hmm.
Um, is it would I just want to make sure that it's not like an MLS search. It'd be like Matt, you like here's how he does it with me. It's like he'd be like, okay, Jonah, called them. Here's the situation. Here's what I came up with. Here's where I think we should be at in terms of flip. Here, like here's where motivation. Here's their price. Here's the condition. I've already talked to the listing agent. They might be willing to take like some wiggle room, go down somewhat, maybe even
Hmm.
100K. That's what I do with him. I was thinking about looking for someone new, so um, I'm gonna leave it open as a door where, like, if you have one and we start working together, it might be possible to replace him there. It's not something I typically do, but
Well, the reason I was thinking of going this route is just because typically speaking, I don't get a lot of sellers. Like,
mhm,
with the way I handle my marketing, I make it very obvious that I am about my buyers.
mhm,
When I was in property management, I used to be corporate level. I used to make six figures, had a free townhome, the whole shebang. These
mhm,
days, my focus is completely different because I don't really agree with a lot of capitalistic views because the world has just become a nightmare over the last 5 years. Like a lot of us are going through things. So that's why my focus has just been fully buyers. So if in the event that I have a listing coming up, I can definitely talk to somebody about it. It's just I don't get a whole lot of sellers. Like if you go through my
okay,
track record for the last 3 years, most of my clients are buyers just because of my focus. That's
sure,
why I've recently been trying to shift focus to helping investors with the same sort of tactics that I use to help buyers. Because candidly speaking, you wouldn't be paying me anyway. It would be the seller paying because of the way that, commission structures work and whatnot, provided that the NAR lawsuit doesn't, turn everything on its head. That's been a kind of a nightmare for agents over the last couple of months. But if things continue as per tradition, then it really doesn't or negatively impact your bottom line because sellers typically pay the buyer's agent.
Yeah. So my answer basically is to the expired listing. Let's test it out, see if we're working well together, and we'll try it out, right? For now, your friend, can I ask some questions about that?
Yeah.
So when was the house last remodeled? What condition is it in?
It was built 9 years ago, so like new-ish construction. It's in Denver. He has an HOA. And know that it does need some repairs. The HOA has complained a little bit about exterior paint just because when they built it, they didn't use the best quality, but it's more like cosmetic stuff.
Okay.
I think if I remember, I'm just trying to remember the quick details off the top of my head. He paid like $272 last time I pulled numbers in RE Colorado for comp. Was roughly around $560 if I remember correctly. So his concern is that, and I am cleared to disclose this, his concern is basically capital gains tax because he'll be making over the threshold. And so he's more wanting to go with an investor just because of that specific aspect.
Okay. So here's the thing. As a normal deal, I highly doubt he would want to sell to a flipper, right? Here's why. If it doesn't need that much work and his main concern is capital gains tax, like for me to flip the property, which I don't even know if that makes sense here, I have to go lower than what it would resale for. If it would resale for 560, probably going to be in high threes, low fours, right? Which is a pretty heavy discount for him just wanting to avoid capital gains tax if that's the only reason he wants to sell off market. But with that being said, do you know what seller financing is? Have you ever heard of that before?
He wouldn't be interested in doing that.
Okay. What makes you say that?
Because he's needing all the equity. Basically, they just got married. His husband's military. They're literally in the middle of changing their lives.
That's the only way I know how to avoid capital gains tax other than just selling it and making less money, right?
Yeah, that's basically what his goal is. He'll stand to make like $296,000. He's not wanting to go over that threshold because his tax implications apparently will be higher than the threshold for that $40,000 difference. So that's why he's like, hey, let's try to approach an investor.
Do you know what price he would need to be at where he's like, yep, this is avoiding the capital gains or whatever? Like, do you have any idea?
We're supposed to be meeting this weekend. Basically, so he lives in Denver. His partner lives down here and is stationed at Fort Carson. They bounce between the two houses. So this weekend, I'm supposed to go up there to help them figure out how to merge two different households together while transitioning over to Virginia. But he definitely knows that he does not want to hit that 250 mark. So,
okay. Well, if we can do this, I mean, what we can do is just be like, okay, you know what you want, right? I mean, he knows what he wants in order to avoid the capital gains tax. I'm pretty sure. It sounds like he has a plan in his head. But let's just have it where it's like, hey, so where do you need to be to avoid the capital gains tax that you don't want to have? I can see if it's close to the price I can do for a flip, right? I could use, what's the address? I don't think you ever gave me the address.
I'm not willing to give that out. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Do you need to sign a listing agreement with him or?
No, I would basically need to make sure that if I'm providing any information to investors that I have signed agreements in place.
Okay, fair enough. What needs to happen? So, because obviously I can't tell where I'd be at either until the address. What needs to happen? Do you need to meet with him or what's the next step there?
Well, no, I need to understand exactly what it is that you're wanting, because you say a 3 or 4 in the front, and in my mind, I'm like, well, if he's knocking $75,000 off the price to help you, that may put him significantly below. So I want to chat with him first, and then I can circle back to you.
Again, if everything might be different, because I mean, this was built in, you said 9 years ago?
Yeah.
Right. So it might, if it's already in the condition of 560 and I literally don't need to touch it, and I'm literally buying it from him and then immediately putting it back on the market, for instance, it still might work at the 75K discount. I just don't know. So I'd have to see it, or I'd have to get at least photos. I'd have to see it, get an address, all that stuff. Could work. Well, let's do this. So I'm going to send you my business card. That's going to have all of my info on it, right? You can send me the buyer broker agreement or whatever for this property that you need in order to get me the address, or if it's meeting with him, whatever you need to do so that you feel comfortable sharing the address with me. I'm available for it. And then when did you say you're going to meet with him?
We're supposed to be meeting this weekend.
Okay. Let's chat Monday. See where he's at.
Feel free to send me a text message.
Yeah, I sent you the text message already with my info on it. Save my phone number. I'm going to save yours. And then either way, whether it works out with this one or not, I think it could if it really barely needs any work. If it's literally like the exterior paint or something, I think I could make something work there. Yeah, so I sent you that business card. Let's chat Monday, see where we're at, because I think I could make something work if it's probably I think it's probably in pretty damn good condition. I don't know. I got to obviously see the comps and stuff, but we could still possibly make something work. So let me know. I'm going to I send you that. Let's talk Monday, and then and let's check in and see if we can make something work. How does that sound?
Alrighty. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Matt.
Have a good day.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Okay. So I did something different there than I normally do. I don't know if Luke noticed that. Typically, I tell agents I don't want to do stuff on the market unless it's their listing. Here's why this time I was like, you know what, let's try it out. It was for two reasons. One is I get agents' phone numbers, like just all the agents, but I don't actually use that as a strategy, the expired listings, right? And I don't want to hire someone to do it right now. Back in the day, and I don't know, I hope this isn't a cancelable thing, but back in the day, I had an agent who was also gay, and he was a killer at closing deals. I don't know why. And that guy has that accent. And there's something about it that worked really well in California. So I want to do it too. I've been thinking about that here. I know Luke is dying. I don't know how unacceptable of an opinion that is. I want to see if I could repeat that success because I got like 6 deals that way. We'll see. But even more importantly, I think it's cool having one agent, if you're not doing the direct to market, not looking yourself on market, to have someone who's doing that, right? So anywho, that's why I switched it up there a little bit. Anyway, I don't know if that's a cancelable opinion, but I think it could make a lot of money.
Well, so anyways, here's something that's interesting, right? Like the other thing too, right, is if that guy had said, hey, because I've had some agents before be like, oh, I'm totally down to just submit a bunch of offers, right? So just like, I'll put you on an MLS search and we'll just like, anytime you see something you like, I'll just submit an offer. It doesn't matter how low it is. We'll just do a bunch of low ball offers, right? But the difference there is he wanted to target specifically properties that were already on market, right? Whereas if that are currently listed for sale, and if this guy is saying like, hey, we can go check out expired listings or other things that actually aren't currently available that need a little bit more legwork to get, like that's like a different ballgame too. So it's like, and then I like the approach of just like, again, this isn't necessarily something we're going to tell every agent. It's like, hey, let's try it out. Sure, we can try it out and let's just see how it goes. Like, do we vibe together? Like, are you getting me deals? Are you doing enough like legwork up front to see if this is actually a property worth doing? You know, so and you kind of set the expectations, right? Where you're like, okay, hey, we can try this out, but you specifically said this would be my requirements, right? So you like set some expectations there, some ground rules there. Like, hey, if we're gonna move forward, this is kind of what it looks it's gonna need to look like, and this is what I'm envisioning. And if you're good with that, well, then we can try something like that.
I'm also pretty curious about this deal because it really only needs exterior paint. It might be a wholesale deal. Like, I'm kind of curious about it. I might wholesale it because if it literally is just painted and put it back on the market, that could be easy. We'll see how the numbers turn out there, but I don't know. Could be good. So anywho, let's keep going. That's not like a very typical call though.
Yeah. The one thing I would add too is because agents will sometimes say this, right? And you guys may have caught that. He's like, yeah, because the seller is going to pay my commission anyway, right? He threw that in there, like, hey, I can be your buyer's agent because the seller's just going to pay me anyways. And so the thing is that Jonah talked about this yesterday. Yeah, I mean, yeah, technically it's structured that like the seller is going to be the one paying that commission. At least that's the case for now, which again, in 6 months, that may not be the case. So like this strategy, like his strategy may that dude may need to totally change his business in 6 months. Right. You guys heard him. He's like, yeah, I just totally work with buyers and the seller pays me anyways. But remember, Jonah was talking about like, hey, if there's another agent involved, that potentially changes my numbers. Cause like now like potentially I had like before, maybe my offer could have been higher if I could have waived that buyer side commission or done some other things. So it's like, it's not like it means nothing for us if there's 2 agents involved, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's a rarer scenario. I don't usually do that. But you know, this time I just kind of wanted to. So yeah. Anyways, so order the DoorDash, starting to get hungry, and then we'll just keep going until it arrives, and then we'll do a little Q&A.
Yeah, and then also I guess while you're ordering DoorDash, one more thing I want to point out then, since you're not making a call. One of the other questions I really liked that Jonah asked was, so the guy mentioned like, okay, yeah, this guy really needs to just net. I think it was like 296 or something like that. It was like some weird number. Like he can't make more than that, or he's going to have to pay $40,000 in capital gains tax, right? So the perfect follow-up question for that is, okay, so what is the sales price then for him to net that amount? So I actually know if it's a deal or not, right? So like that was the perfect question. And it sounded like the agent didn't have an answer for that just yet and needs to talk to him and get back. But you know, depending on what that number is, it might be doable, you know?
Yeah, we'll figure it out. So awesome. Let's do this. Let's keep going.
Message.
Sorry.
Please leave a message.
Also, something I want to mention is that on that last call, just notice how I also, when I was doing that, I was very chill when he was like a little defensive about giving me the address. I'm like, okay, totally get it. Paperwork, yada, yada. Just what do you need to do in order to make that happen? Right? Like what needs to happen in order to make that happen? Right? You know, and just like giving him all the power there to be like, hey, what just needs to happen? Right? Like, what do we need to do? So yeah. Just wanted that little part going. All right, well, let's go back to follow-up calls for a little bit. Okay, I'm curious about Bianca because I think this is a deal and it'll be like a really interesting call. She really wants me to see it beforehand. I want to try to convince her to do it without me seeing it, but we'll see if I'm able to do that. I already called her this morning, so I'm not going to call her again if she hasn't responded. Yeah. So I'm going to keep it in there because I really want to talk to her, but I think there's a 20K deal there, and I think that would be a cool one to lock up, but she hasn't responded to me yet.
Jonah, out of curiosity, when was the last time that lady responded to you?
Who, Bianca? The one I was just talking about? Wait, no, wrong person. 2 days ago.
2 days ago?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I haven't even tried to call her since then, to be honest. I just called her like this morning. So she was waiting on me to be like, can I move forward or not? So
Yeah.
I think it's likely. I think it's highly likely. I would just hope she gives me a call back today because that would be awesome. I think that'll be the deal we lock up live.
Nice.
Because I think it's just already there, you know? So yeah. Because again, guys, we're deal finders, not deal creators, in my opinion. I think it's more often we're deal finders. That's how I view it. Okay, what are we doing here? What's happening here? We talked yesterday.
Yeah, Janae says, no matter how many calls Jonah makes, you don't sound robotic or exhausted, which again, right? Like that is a skill, right? Like Jonah has a script in his mind, right? Like he's probably said this phrase thousands and thousands of times, right? But it's like, you don't want to sound like you're reading off a script. Like you don't want to sound robotic. You want to sound like a person talking to a person.
Yeah, you got to make sure you don't, because that'll happen. They'll be like, it sounds like you're reading off a script, and that's when you're doing it wrong. That'll happen if like you get bored, too bored, you know? Okay, I've got to remind myself. I'm going to save yours. And then, yeah, Lori, let's just try to get a deal in the future. Do you hear about off markets a lot, or is it mostly on markets, or?
Quite honestly, most people market.
I'm trying to remember what I'm doing with this one. I don't remember. Well, this one's already pending. I think we talked about this one. Never mind. I remember this. Yesterday she was like, yeah, it's already sold as soon as she texted me. So I was like, okay, happens. So I don't think there is anything there right now because we just didn't know each other yet. So yeah, that actually isn't a lead. I remember that. All right, this person I'm going to call. And if we don't get it, I'm just going to be like, what did I do to offend you? Because this is also a deal. But then she just started ghosting me. And then I'm going to follow up with her in a week.
So this is Luz Daniels with Keller Williams. So this is Luz Daniels with Keller Williams.
That's the lady that you were worried about is upset at you or something like that?
No. She's not upset at me. She just ghosted me. I've been we talked 10 days ago. It's this awesome deal that at asking price is definitely a deal. And since this, she hasn't answered any of my calls. So this is my text when like you're just ignoring me, right? I did it the next day to check in, then I did next day, and then I was like, just did a text, did a follow up, doubled out today, and then I'm like, okay, I wish I knew what I did to defend you so I could fix it. That tears at heartstrings.
Huh.
If she doesn't respond to that, she doesn't give a flip about me. And then at that point, the deal was basically dead, or at least I just keep her on the follow up until I guess it comes back around. But that's my like, you're just not responding to me for some reason, and I don't know why.
Yeah. Have you tried the Chris Voss text message for when people are ghosting you?
What's that one?
It's the "Are you no longer interested in getting this deal done?"
Yeah, I think I texted that already. Let me see. Nope, I didn't. That's a good one too. I like this one more though. This one I very rarely don't get a response. Usually it's a I'm sorry, it's I've been so busy, and then they ghost me again. That's sometimes happens. But if they don't give a response to that, then they truly forgot everything and have no idea, and they're never going to answer my call. I've never had, if they don't respond to that, then it doesn't happen.
Interesting.
I love that text. It's helped me a lot. Okay, we'll keep going. Yeah. This one, I just want to check.
System 720. System 720.
So this one, they already kind of rejected my offer, so it's just kind of following up and see if they took a different offer that was higher. There's one of those games. This is another person who I've been having trouble getting a hold of. Oh, that's not the right one. I'm gonna see if it's sold. I know this one was on market, but it was his listing. Yeah, or I thought it was. Oh yeah, it is. It's Lonnie's.
Not available. At the tone, please record your message. is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
I'm saying I'm going to submit because like just not getting a hold of him right now. I want to be able to get a hold of him, you know? Just do that. I want to see how long this has been listed. Hasn't been listed that long. So I have a little text that I put in here that kind of like re-explains just in a text form, like if it's on MLS, needs to be your listing and all of the stuff that we're looking for. And then I'm going to cancel it because it's on market, it's commercial, and it was sent by just another agent. It's not what we're looking for, really. Super shake.
Modern, thank you so much for calling. Leave a message and I'll for calling. Leave a message and I'll get back to you as soon as I...
Man, is just no one working on Friday? Everyone's just like, screw it. We have a 3-day weekend this week.
Jonah, if you want, we can try something fun.
Tell me.
All right, so here's a situation. Let me pull up this person. All right, so let me give you the sitch here real fast while I find this phone number. So the situation is, where is this phone number? Goodness gracious. So
to answer your question, Mark, sorry, I want to answer this
okay.
question. Does the
go
scraping tool give us personal numbers of realtors they list, or is it the branch office number? 9 times out of 10, it's the personal number, right? Because what it's doing is it's scraping it from the properties listed on the MLS, and they want people to call them directly, not go to the branch and then them. If it is a branch line number, usually Simple Send filters that out also. So if you're doing it manually on your phone, you're going to get like a text like this is a landline, and the text won't go through. If you're doing it on Simple Send, it'll just automatically filter it out. It filters out landlines if you wanted to.
Beautiful. Okay, so found the phone number. Here's the situation. Okay, so we had an agent that that had a property. This is in Las Vegas. That had a property. It was off market at the time, and the quick situation is she advertised to us that it was 1,800 square feet per tax records. Turns out it's like 1,400-ish square feet, but then there is a garage that was converted, but the conversion was done pretty bad. So it probably has to be converted back to a garage. So I don't know actually if you can really count that square footage as square footage. Then she also said that the roof was in good shape, but it's like not in good shape. And there's one room that has like a bunch of like water damage and stuff in it. So anyways, when we went for a retrade, she was pretty upset. So don't mention us, but like that was the situation. We do have a buyer who's pretty interested in the low 3s. He hasn't seen it yet though. So if you can get this deal locked up, we'll have to see if it's still available. But I think you maybe
What's the
just
address?
let me find it real quick. But I'm almost wondering if you just cold call her and see if she has anything available. And see, this was like 3 days ago, so I'm thinking it's probably still available. But it is 4711 East Flamingo Road in Las Vegas.
What's off market?
It's off market still. Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think maybe you just call her and do your normal spiel,
Okay.
and just
Send
see
me
if
send me her name in the private chat. Send me her name and phone number, and then we can get it done. I'll give her a call and just be like, we just need it in the low threes.
well, ideally, because this guy hasn't seen it yet. We told him it
And in
needs
like
a new
I2s.
roof. But like, there's always the chance that he gets in there and he's like, eh. But so originally we sent it to him at like 312 ish, and he was like, yeah, I think I could do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna send you her thing right now.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Little challenge. Let's see if I can get a hold of her.
And by the way, guys, while I am typing this out to Jonah very slowly, is that really her? Yeah, I guess so. This is yeah. So this is
I
like
have a good number.
What?
I have a good number.
Oh yeah, nice. So this is one of the interesting things about working with other wholesalers too, right? Like a lot of people, like if you you can think of it as like competition or collaboration, but it's like if you have good relationships with other wholesalers, there are things like, for example, you can do this where it's like, hey, we were trying to get this deal, it didn't work for us. They don't like us now for XYZ reason. We just plug in a buddy and say, hey, do you want to try and get it? And then we still like we have someone who's kind of interested, and we still just if you get the deal, we still split the fee. It's like, boom, it gives you another chance to potentially do a deal. Or this has happened to us before too, where a wholesaler will get a deal, they'll bring it to us, we shop it, they have to cancel the deal, and then all of a sudden someone comes out of the woodwork and it's like, oh, I'm interested at this price. And then we go talk to that wholesaler, like, hey, if you give us that person's contact info, we'll see if we can get it under contract now that we know what price we need it for. And then we can try and split the deal that way.
So hold on. Remember that deal I was talking about? The one that I think might turn into something? All right, she's calling
Oh, did this lady just get back to you?
Yeah, she's just calling me right now.
Oh,
so
boom, baby. Yeah, let's do that.
Hello?
Hey, Bianca, how are you?
Hey, not too bad. Just running around.
Yeah, just one of those days.
Every day this week. And the week before that. And the week before that.
Yeah, I mean, it's real estate, you know? You just got to constantly be making it happen, right?
Oh, man.
So, yeah, I mean, I talked to my partner. I think it's a fair price at 1.15. So I wanted to submit the offer. Would it be, do you want me to write it up? Do you want me to send you terms and then you write it up? Or because I think 1.15, I think that's fair. I think the ARV, I think it's like, 1.6 to 1.8. I think it's more likely 1.8. So yeah, I just wanted to write up the offer and get it moving.
Okay.
Does that sound like a plan?
I think that sounds good. Let me talk to my partner and just get everything good with him. And then if I get a final green light from him, then I'll write it up.
Okay.
Because I'll have to talk to him because I know that like this week, like I said, he's been spending some money, and I just want to make sure we're still on the same page about this.
Okay.
But yeah, sounds good. I'll reach out to him, and then if I get that final green light, I'll draft something and send it over your way.
Awesome. Cool. Two things. One is, just so you know, there's only, like, obviously, you know this as a flipper yourself. There's only so many projects you can do at any one time. And I've got two that my partner's looking at today. So ideally, if we're 100% green light, ready to go, we try to get this all done today. Just because I'm reserving it right now, because I kind of forgot you had a partner. To be honest, I kind of forgot you had to check in with them. But let's try, if we are good at the 1.15 still. Let me know ASAP. so that we can like
Sure.
get stuff moving. And then once we
Okay,
do
yeah.
that, give me a call so I can be like, awesome. And then, and then let's write up the offer, get stuff moving, and get it moving forward.
Okay, sounds good. I will. I'll try to get back to you before end of day if I can. I'll give you an update for sure by end of day, but hopefully I'll get you a firm answer.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, the sooner the better.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Bianca.
Okay, bye.
God, she never mentioned a partner before that. That's super annoying. That was a blunder. I thought we were already, I screwed that up. What I should have said was not just, hey, let's do this thing. What I should have said was, hey, I think I can make 1.15 work. Are we good at that number? Like, if I say yes, are we 100% ready to go? I should have said that because I didn't know she just mentioned a partner out of nowhere. That was my bad. I should have done that because I'm worried she's going to come back and be like, no, actually, we need it like 1.2. And I'm going to be like, look. And then I'm going to have to be hard with her and be like, look, 1.15 is right at it's going to make life harder for me. So I screwed that up a little bit. So I'm really hoping she just comes back and is like, yeah, 1.15, let's do it. Right? Because we're right at the edge as it is. So.
Yeah, that was, yep. That's exactly my thought. Although I do like how you went for the prize, like you're reframing the prize, right? Well, then this is, if you want to learn more about frames, this is for all the peeps in the chat. If you want to learn more about frames, there's a book called Pitch Anything. And it talks all about like different types of frames, right? Like, so you have what's known as like a moral frame, you have an authority frame, you have X, Y. So like there's a bunch of different frames, right? And so in negotiations, what typically happens is you are framing and reframing and this and that and the other, right? So what Jonah was doing is called a prize frame, right? So towards the beginning of the call, right, she probably felt like, okay, she was the prize, right? This guy is after what I have to offer, so I am the prize. And so then what Jonah does is he goes to reframe that by saying, hey, just so you know, we have 2 other properties that we're looking at. This property isn't really the prize. Me as the buyer, I am the prize. So you have to try and chase me now, right? So that's what. Yeah. So that. Well, that's just what is happening there, right? So it's like if you haven't read Pitch Anything, a very fun book. It talks a lot about frames, and there are certain frames that work better in certain situations, right? Like so, for example, Jonah was actually just talking about this, right? So if she comes back and decides like, hey, actually, I need to be at 1.2. Right there are a couple different frames that Jonah could potentially use, right? Like one, it would be an analytical frame which is what he was just talking about. It's like, hey, well, based off the numbers and this and this and this and this and this, that like this is why that won't work, right? So that's like an analytical frame. So then another potential route, depending on what the conversations were before that, is you could also use a moral frame. Moral frames it depends on the person you're talking to, right? But if the person you're talking to views themselves as like as a person of integrity, then moral frames tend to be pretty strong, right? And sometimes it's hard to tell what type of person you're talking to, right? There's this analogy that they use that talks about what someone's motivations are. They use this in the CIA. The acronym is called like RICE, which is like it's like rewards, integrity, what was the coercion and ego, where like the 3 like major motivations that people tend to have, right? But so if someone has a major motivation that's like based off of like their integrity, then moral frames work particularly well, which is where it's like, hey, you gave me your word that this and this was going to happen. We have to stick to our word. That would be an example of like a moral frame, for example. So that was just an example of like frames and how Jonah actually used a frame, like he reframed the situation to try and make himself the prize.
Yeah, I love it. I wasn't doing that much consciously. I was just laughing. What I was laughing at, by the way, was just the idea of like, what if I literally just had like, just FYI, I'm the prize. Like, just so you know, like I'm not. If this isn't I need you to know that like this property isn't the prize. I'm the prize. So I was just laughing at that. That's why I was laughing in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if she comes back to me, I don't know. Like in my head, what I would do sales wise is be like, look, and maybe I am doing one of the frames. You can tell me. I'd be like, look, like I can't do that. I didn't know you. I kind of forgot you might have mentioned you had a partner. I thought we would be good at 1.15 since I got back to you in like a day or two. I can't do that. Like 1.15, I think you like priced it right at the freaking edge. I need it there. To make this happen, I need it there. I already know it won't happen unless we get it there. I need, like, if I need you to talk to your partner to make this happen. Let's like make this happen together, because I think it would be good. It's just like we got to get there, right? And then we're working, and then in my head, what I'm doing there is I'm like convincing her to join my team, right? As much as I can. She's a seller though, so it's a little harder. We'll see what happens. I hope it's, yeah, not crazy amount different, but we shall see. So,
and real quick, just to, so the RICE stands for reward, ideology, coercion, and ego. So, but yeah, part of ideology is how they view themselves with their integrity. That ideology, though. There you go. So,
okay, getting another call. Let's see. This will be an interesting. This is on an escrow. Let's see what's happening here.
Call from Aaron Malichko. Press any key to connect.
Hello.
Hey, Jonah, this is Aaron Malichko. How are you?
Hey, Aaron. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I met with Sam a couple days ago and haven't heard anything back, and I thought you vaporized.
Oh no. We're moving forward. Sorry, I've been super busy, but no, we're moving forward. EMD's in. Yeah, we're good to go.
Okay, she hadn't sent me an earnest money receipt, so I didn't know that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have my TC's number? I thought my TC would just send that to you. She might have gotten busy. I'm sorry about that. Let me connect my TC to you. She'll get the earnest money report in. But yeah, we deposited yesterday.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to make sure. I'm kind of in the truck right now, so I can't really. I only had a second before I got to do something, but as long as I know we're moving forward, and if you can just have her send me the earnest money receipt, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm gonna connect you to right now. She'll send you a text with it or an email or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, bye. That was the $7,500 deal. So I want to make sure he knew when we're moving forward on it.
Boom, baby.
So yeah, boom, baby. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was such an easy one. I could like tell that story too. Like it was just like most of my deals. I don't know about you, Luke. I'd say maybe like 50% of my deals are just like the price works. Let's just do it. I feel like what really is this business is you just find that deal or find those deals and then just give them what they want. And then it's just bada bing, bada boom. I feel like 50% is that. And then 50% I have to negotiate. I don't know. I don't know how you feel about that, but like, I feel like a lot of times I'm not even negotiating. It's just like, boom, 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 here to buyer, done. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that is. I'd say that is one of the benefits of again working with agents, as opposed to working with direct to seller or working with other wholesalers. Is like in my mind, you get kind of the benefits of both, right? Whereas if you're working with another wholesaler, there's like another, assuming that person knows what they're doing, like a professional in there, so you're not having to necessarily hold the seller's hand, but you don't have as much control of the deal because you're not the one with the contract. Whereas if you're going direct to seller, you have more control over the deal in the sense that you have the contract, but then you have to be there for the seller. It's like a different experience. There's no buffer between you and them. So it's like there's a lot more hand holding that has to go on. It can be a lot more of an emotional experience. But like working with agents, there's like another professional in there. So there's like a buffer between you and the seller, but also you're the one with the contract. So you have a lot more control over it. So it's like, in my experience, the agent ones do tend to go smoother, especially once you like learn your areas.
So my DoorDash is here. I'm going to get it. We'll do a Q&A. do what we've been doing every day, and I'm gonna go get that real quick.
All right, fantastic. Yes, Jesse, Rally L. That's me, Jesse. And then Jesse, for setting up CRM stuff, what I would definitely recommend is on. Here, let me just look at Flip and Simple real fast, or Simple Send. My bad. For Simple Send, if you look on the side of it, there should be a thing that says live Q&A call, just like in that corner there. And so what you're able to do is you are able to set up a live call with Tyler, and he can help walk you through like setting it up and everything like that. So I would definitely do that one. So that way you're good. Yeah, and then like I said, the deal I did was just like that. They wanted 375, gave them 375, and that's the other thing too, right? If you're doing this method where you are calling agents, building up relationships, and getting a deal beforehand, there are times where you can just give them the number that they want, right? And sometimes sometimes it's more difficult to give them the number that they want once they list it, because then again, right, like let's say they want it 375 and then they go list it at 375, right? Like maybe before it was on market, you could have given them 375, but now if you give them 375 and you shop it out above that, now all of a sudden it's way harder to sell. But if you get it off market at 375 and it's off market, well, then all of a sudden there's like no anchor there for them or anything like that. So don't worry, Jesse, you're not a CRM dummy. Every CRM, there's like a little bit of a learning curve there. But yeah, we'll make sure that you get that set up. No worries. All right, let's do some Q&A stuff real quick. All right, so we got this question here. Do you set expectations on agent commission amount for off-market deals ahead of time for all properties, or is it just the standard 3%? I would say if you end up being the one paying the agent commission, you are definitely going to want to talk about what that commission is going to be up front, right? So and again, remember the way that it's set up right now is even if the deal is off market, like let's do a scenario that like you would definitely run up into, right? So like if you're doing this method that Jonah's talking about, where you're calling agents up front and you're just building relationships with them, eventually what will happen is one of those agents is going to come to you and say, hey, I just want to let you know, I have this deal that it's like it's either like a friend or a family member or someone in their sphere of influence or someone they were prospecting, and they are distressed or the property's distressed or both, and they need to sell quick. And so like, hey, we need a cash offer. It's not something we can take to market. And so in that scenario, the agent is already representing the seller, right? And so what that means is that agent went and got a listing agreement with that seller, and the commission is going to be negotiated on that listing agreement. And so basically they'll say like, and the way that the listing agreements are as of right now, and again, with the NAR lawsuit, this could change in the next few months. But the way that it's set up right now in the majority of cases is like, hey, this is the agent talking to the seller, like, hey, I'm going to, do this, that, and the other to like get your house sold. And I need this amount of commission. Typically they say somewhere between like 4 and 6%. I'd say like 6% is pretty standard in like Arizona, but in some other places it may be like 5% or something like that. But they say like, for example, like, hey, it's 6%. And then just so you know, 3% of that is going to be for me. And then 3% of that is going to be for the buyer's agent. And so that's kind of how it's set up right now. So basically what that means is if an agent brings you an off-market property, if they already have a listing agreement in place, then they will already be making an assignment, or they'll already be making a commission from that listing agreement. So you won't necessarily have to pay them a commission because they're already taken care of by the seller. Now, if an agent comes to you and is like, hey, the seller is not paying my commission on this, I need you to pay me my commission, then you're going to want to do some additional digging to see why that is, right? Because typically what that tells me is if they're not making commission, that means they don't have a listing agreement with the seller. And that could be a couple different things. That could be like, for example, it could be like the example that Jonah gave the other day where the sellers just don't want to pay agent commissions. And so they don't have a listing agent at all. And so the sellers are just like representing themselves or going unrepresented. And then that agent would be like, hey, they don't have an agent, but so like there is no listing agreement. I'm not going to get paid, but there's no other agent involved. So I need you to cover my assignment. Or what that could mean is that the list, like they want to send you someone else's listing, like it could be another agent's listing, and there's no co-brokerage fee in that or something like that, and so you have to cover that. And in which case, you're going to want to have like some sort of conversation with them and see how much it is that they want to get paid. So yeah, I would. So hopefully that answers that question. If an agent tells you that they need you to cover their fee, I would definitely do some additional digging to just try and really make sure you understand what the situation is. And then, yeah, you totally remember agent commissions are negotiable. So you can totally negotiate that commission and see what it is that they want to make and go from there. Right. So yeah, hopefully that helps. Is there a difference between a buyer rep agreement and a broker agreement? So I guess, let me see if I can find who asked that question. Because what I would love to know, if this is your question, definitely throw in where you're at, because depending on your area, they may have different names for different things, right? The same thing. So like, for example, like a purchase and sale agreement, which is like basically the underlying just the purchase and sale agreement itself. There's like a bunch of different names for that one thing, right? So like your underlying, it's also called like your underlying contract, your purchase and sale agreement. Depending on which state you're in, that could be called something. Like in Arizona, the contract between the seller and the buyer, right? Like with the standard like real estate contract is called an AAR contract. If you're in Texas, that's called a TREC form. But those are all the same. Those are all different names for the same thing. They're all the same thing. It's like that A to B contract, right? So like depending on where you're at, they might call a buyer broker agreement, like a BBA. They might call that a broker agreement or a buyer rep agreement. So those could just be two different names for the same thing in your area. I'm not sure. So if you put what area you're in, then that'll definitely help. Yeah, so I would just need a little bit more information on that just to confirm, because there also might be a separate agreement that's also just called a broker agreement or a brokerage agreement or something like that. Again, going back to the advice that Jonah gave yesterday, he's like, definitely whenever you're going to sign something, just definitely make sure that you read it over. The nice thing about many of the contracts or paperwork that we deal with in wholesaling is like not that long. Basically, the longest contract that you'll have is going to be your A to B contract, right? Your contract between the seller and the buyer. That's typically going to be the longest piece of paperwork that you'll have to deal with, and that'll also, again, depending on what state you're in, that'll vary in length. So, like in Arizona, for example, I think the contract right now is about 11 pages. I'd have to go double check that. They've added more pages as the years have gone on. When I first got into real estate, I think it was only 8 pages. Yeah, so as like the years gone on, like some things may have gotten added and stuff like that. In like Utah, for example, that same agreement is like way longer. It's like 40 pages. It's like pretty long. But like the rest of the contracts are actually pretty short and not too hard to read. Like typically an assignment contract, for example, is just like 2 pages. A buyer broker agreement is like typically, again, pretty short. Like depending on the agent that draws it up in the area you're in, they may have like slightly different verbiage or slightly different lengths, but again, they're pretty short, right? So I guess the real answer then is the difference between a buyer rep agreement and a broker agreement. Those could just be 2 different names for the same thing. But I would just say, if someone hands you a document, just make sure that you're reading it so that you know exactly what it says, right? And then obviously the general gist of what a buyer broker agreement is just like an agent trying to secure that they're going to get a commission and that you're not going to like cut them out. And I guess to try and put that into context. So there are people who do this, right? I've heard of people doing this where they're like, so let's say, I'll use me as an example of the bad guy here. So like, let's say, for example, that I am looking for a house and my brother is a real estate agent, right? But like, let's say he's busy or I don't want to bother him or anything like that. So I just go find a random real estate agent on realtor.com and I explain to them like, oh, hey, I'm a buyer. I'm looking for a house. And let's say they don't do any sort of agreement with me. In theory, what I could do is I could say, hey, take me around to a bunch of places, help me find all the houses that I want. And so they like spend 2 weeks like combing through houses. They do showings with me. They do all this stuff. And then I actually go use my brother to buy the property. And then my brother gets the commission, even though he didn't do any work. So those types of situations do happen. And so like sometimes if an agent sometimes an agent has actually had that happen to them in the past. And so like, hey, if I'm going to do a bunch of work with you and we're going to do showings and things like that, I need you to sign a document saying that like, I am going to represent you and I'm going to be getting a commission. So that way, if you buy a house, I get a commission. So that's the general idea of why a buyer broker agreement exists in the first place, to kind of like cover that agent. But then, so that's what a buyer broker agreement does. But now as a wholesaler, if I sign a buyer broker agreement and I say like, hey, I'm going to pay that agent a commission for the next like 3 months. Well, then in theory, like any house I transact on, I might have to like during that 3-month period, I might owe that agent a commission. So you got to be like that. So that's why you got to read it and actually know what it says. And that's why we tell people like, hey, if you are going to get a buyer broker agreement, make sure it's like property specific. So that way it doesn't stop you from doing other transactions. So yeah, hopefully that answers the question there on, is there a difference between a buyer rep agreement and a buyer broker agreement? All right, well, gentlemen, we got a few other questions here. Do you need a large team to make 50,000 plus a month consistently?
You don't need anybody. My first year, I made $0. My second year, I made 500,000 in revenue, and it was me and one VA. So do the math on that. I guess that's 44K-ish a month.
That's still pretty good.
You don't need a big team to do this, right?
Yeah. Love it.
Honestly, I'm not going to lie. That year, in terms of the money to me, is still the most profitable year I've ever had. Was when it was just me and a VA. Now, I had to do a lot more freaking work than I do now, right? But in terms of pure dollar amounts that goes to me or went to me that year, that still is my most profitable year. Not by revenue, but by pure profit that gets put in my pocket at the end of the day. Because I had literally no overhead. Probably was spending $2,000 to $3,000 a month max on like everything, my entire life plus that. So yeah. So that's like 37K in profit every month.
Yeah, that is a good point, right? Like there's a difference between profit and revenue, right? So it depends on what your goal is, right? Like if your goal is to be able to like just travel and work when you want and do what you want and things like that, like potentially having a big team might not be the move for you, right? Like if you want to have like the bigger your team is, probably the less freedom you're going to have overall, right? And obviously the more overhead, because you'll get to a certain point if you have a big team, well then you might have to invest in an office, and like commercial space is sometimes pretty expensive. So
let me tell you guys something.
What?
Let me tell you guys something.
Yeah.
If you want to just be able to do whatever you want all the time, do not make a big team. There is no way you will be able to do whatever you want all the time with a big team. Not a single person with a big team can do whatever they want all the time. Austin doesn't do what he wants all the time, right? Nobody does, because they have to be growing the team constantly and putting work into them and inspiring them and all that. The reason why you want a big team is because you want to be creating an insane amount of value for other people. You want to get rich, that's part of it, but also it's because you want to be making it where you're doing awesome things in the world. You're like, be able to give as much as you want to charity, able to do whatever you want, right? But if you think time freedom, really, if you have a big team, is it? Until you sell that business, that's not going to happen. Now, while wholesaling, honestly, I think a lot of people, how they should do wholesaling is get one VA, work 4 days a week, work like 10 hours a day, 4 days a week, and you could make $300,000 a year, right? Easily, in my opinion. To you, right? Directly to you, not minus costs and all that. I think that's very easily possible. If your ambitions is just to make like 250K, 300K a year and just work 4 days a week really hard, wholesaling will do that for you, right? And you only need one other team member. It's really all about what type of life you want, right? I think most people should do that. I think people should build teams. I think people are, unless you like actually have a drive to help out the entire world and like humanity. That's my personal opinion.
Love it. Love it. Yeah. And to put that in perspective, right? Like, Jonah, actually, do you know what your average clip size is?
Like on a deal?
Uh-huh.
It's market dependent. But California, 40K. Colorado, 15 to 20.
Okay. Yeah.
Florida, like 5, 10.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's fine. So if we're doing like an average, right? Because you're going to do some in each market probably, right? And let's even be like a little bit conservative and say like maybe it's 10, right? Which sounds like it's pretty doable based on the stuff that you guys are doing. But let's say your average clip size is around $10,000. Then if you want to make $50,000 in a month, that's 5 deals, which might sound crazy, but it is very doable, especially if you have a system in place like Simple Send. And then if you get to a point where like Jonah's saying, you have someone who's doing some additional work for you, like a VA, like maybe they're the ones structuring some deals, maybe they're the ones like doing those initial outreach messages for you, right? Like very, very doable. Like there are tons of people that are just solo that do anywhere between like 3 to 5 deals a month on the regular, right? And that's us saying that they're all like on the smaller end, right? If you're like a lot of you guys will get to the point where you guys are consistently doing deals that are like 15, 20K, maybe even more, right? So we're assuming, only 10K a deal, but it's like you can definitely make more than that. So there will probably be some months where it's like you hit that with a single deal. All right. Do you guys just wholesale, or do you invest in real estate in other ways to generate more income, i.e. buy and holds, fix and flips, etc.?
I buy creative deals. My entire portfolio is sub 2s. I keep the seller financing in sub 2s. Cash, I wholesale almost all of those. I'll do like a flip a year if it's like a really good deal. So like 90% of my business is wholesale. Probably 5% is fix and flipping. 5% is buy and hold.
Love it. Yeah, and if you guys are students of Austin Zabak, then you'll know that he does some additional things as well. I know he owns a couple of rentals. I also know that he does actually right now. Him and his partners are doing a substantial amount of fix and flip. Substantial being somewhere between like 6 and 10 at a time, which is that's like more than most fix and flippers are. So so they're doing that, and they have like a whole crew that they're working with and doing all those. So he's doing those as well. And then with me and my family, we have some like family rentals that I'll help manage and do stuff with. So there's like some things there. I will tell you though, since we're talking about rentals, and this is just actually something I was recently dealing with some renters. A lot of people like the idea of getting rentals because they think it's going to be. We often refer to rentals as like passive income, which like it's kind of passive income, but the other thing is like it's not really passive income in the sense that you aren't doing nothing, right? Like there are times where we will get like texts late at night or random times because renters need XYZ, or like if renters move out, then typically like sometimes I'll be doing showings for new renters, or we're doing contracts for them, or sometimes we're like scheduling things like landscaping or who knows what, right? For like fixing things up or this, that, and the other. So it's like, it's not like at least with the amount of rentals that my family has, it's not like a full-time job, but it's like sometimes it is like kind of annoying and aggravating and things like, it's not like you just forget about it. Like there's always it seems like there's always something to do with it, So it's like so if your idea is like, I want to get rentals because then I could just have passive income and I just don't have to do anything ever. It's like, it doesn't necessarily work like that. I don't know, Joni, if you actually have sub 2 stuff.
It doesn't work like that at all. Just no. You think you cash flow 300 a month? That's not true. If you own a rental for a long time, you won't start making money until like 7 years in when your cash flow is like $700 a month or $800 a month. You make most of your money on a rental at the sale after 30 years from the appreciation. I own 2 or 3 rentals. None of them, they all cash flow None of them make me money after property management fees, repairs, vacancies. None of them make me money on cash flow. Anyone who says they're living off cash flow, I'm like, you are either buying these cash or are a liar. I don't believe you at all. You have to have like significantly have like a good amount of cash flow for you to be living off of it. I just don't believe people. Rentals are long-term wealth plays, not live off them plays. If you want to live off your money, I recommend lending. Now, don't lend like an idiot, but I would highly recommend lending is how you make money off of your money, and if you want to live off of it. I do a bit of lending too, and that's the money I live off of, not my rentals. My rentals is my retirement. Is how I think about it, or my long-term wealth play.
Yeah, love it. Love it. And then Jonah, something, I guess Jesse said he was trying to connect with Tyler on the schedule live call to help with some CRM stuff. I guess he's having some issues there. Also, the other thing too, Jesse, is I would recommend is there is like, there's like a whole like course inside Simple Send.
There's also support. There's also like an entire support
and stuff like that. But there's like a whole course inside Simple Send to explain how to use it. So I would make sure that you're checking those out too. And I would obviously try to schedule with Tyler one more time.
He has an Instagram. Like, go hit him up on Instagram. His name's Tyler Wanaka. If you say you're having trouble, he can figure it out for you.
Yeah. Hit that guy up. But yeah, with any CRM, there's going to be like, I remember too, right? And this was back in the Keegley days. So when I first started, we were doing everything on cell phones. And then they eventually were like, hey, we're no longer going to do like cell phones anymore. They would like buy it. Like I'm pretty sure they still have like a bag of like just random cell phones that they bought way back when. They're just like sitting in a corner somewhere. But yeah, at the time they just had, it was like a work phone that they bought for you. And then you just have to carry that phone around all the time, right? That was your work phone, right? And it was filled with like, I don't know, 3,000 contacts or whatever. And you just like worked off that kind of. And then eventually they're like, hey, we're going to do this like CRM thing. And at the time it was very annoying because I had to like get all my contacts over there and some of my conversations got lost. I think whenever you're moving information from one place or another, it's like a huge hassle and things are going to slip through the cracks. And then you have to learn like a new system on top of that. And I was like, this is terrible. And then I learned about like bulk texting and sequences and email messaging. And I was like, this is incredible, because it ended up being like a huge title. It took me like maybe like a month or two to see the value in the CRM because I was just annoyed that I had to like learn all these new systems. And then like once you get it, you're like, oh wow, this is like the best thing. So there's a little bit of that. Jonah, this is for you. We're waiting for you to get back to ask this one. This is from Nicole. She would love to see how you're kind of looping in the Dispo team or your Dispo hub about properties. Like how are you communicating with them? Do you send them, if you want to break down, like, are you sometimes sending them deals before getting them under contract to see what they're paying, like what they think the buy numbers would be? Like, what is that whole process like?
Well, what happened? What's happening? Hold on, let me close some tabs. Hold on. Am I there? Can you guys see me?
Yes.
Okay, just double checking. This is my current system, right? My business, how I do it, I hate doing Dispo. I like being AC. That's my specialty. So I linked up with a Dispo.
Real quick, Jonah, real quick. So for all you guys who are listening, the fact that Jonah just says he hates doing Dispo, if any of you guys are in Jonah's markets and you have buyers, like you should be like, oh, boom, I need to connect with this guy and see if I can JV some of his deals because he doesn't like talking to buyers. I have buyers. Maybe we can do deals, right? Like that. I just want to throw that out there.
So the issue with that is what I did, and this is what I recommend to people who like doing AC, is I have a Dispo who I was like, look, you know this market even better than I do. You know Colorado like the back of your hand. Let's do this. I'm going to give you my deals exclusively if we do a 75-25 split. So you're going to help me just make sure I'm getting my offers right. You get my deals exclusively, and then that'll be the split. I highly recommend that if you have one really good Dispo as an AC guy. I just don't have to worry about that part at all, right? even if I like gave it to a bunch of dispos, I'd still have to manage the dispos. I don't know who's working on it, or if they're not. Dispos, like, they'll work your deal, but they're not. It's hard to tell whether they're gonna like really work it. If you give something exclusively, they very much work it, right? So I highly recommend that if you like doing the acquisition side. And dispo people should find people like that. But to show I'm going to show you guys.
And then, Jonah, are you doing that in all 3 of your markets?
No, not all 3. So in Florida, I do that as well. In California, I have such a good buyers list and such a good connections that I don't need to. I just send it to like my 30 or 40 VIPs. And if it doesn't sell there, it very rarely sells to anybody else anyways. So here's how I do it though. So I invited my dispo into my Discord. My Discord is my virtual office, right? You could
Right, Raggy. Okay, real quick. Can you guys still hear me, or is that just a Jonah thing? If somebody wants to post that in the chat real quick.
we could do it, Eric. Everything up.
So Joe, okay. Well, great. Okay. Nicole, that was a good clarifying question. I'm fairly certain he means that he's getting 75% and they are getting 25%. I'm not 100% sure about that, but so we'll wait for Jonah to get back on, and then we could ask him that clarifying question.
Sorry, did we lose all of that?
Yes.
How much of that did you see?
Yeah. Yep. You were like, here, I'm going to show you, and then you basically disappeared.
Okay, let's try this again. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. So Discord, you guys see this? Tell me I didn't just. Why is it doing that?
Oh man,
God damn it! I keep coming back and it doesn't. It doesn't like having Discord. It's really screwing me up right now.
That's funny.
I literally have nothing else open. Can you see it?
Yes. Are you still there?
Okay. We're in Discord. This.
All right, I guess we'll not. Sorry, Nicole, you just weren't meant to know Jonah's secrets. Tried our darndest. All right, you'll never know how to communicate with the dispo side.
No, it's happening. Gosh darn it! Why am I having so many problems right now? This is so annoying.
Jonah, do you want to give us a quick lowdown of what you do, just try to like walk us through it without showing us? I suppose I don't know.
That sucks, but okay. This is really dumb. Like, I'm really annoyed that it just keeps doing that. I don't know what's up with me today. I want to show it. I'm gonna come back in here. I'm just gonna leave and then come back, and then we're gonna do it real quick. And then if it doesn't work, then I'll just explain it. Give me 5 seconds. You muted yourself, by the way. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, yeah, I guess we'll just try that. Nicole, just so I don't forget, I'm going to put your question in the question doc. Your Discord said it's Friday. It doesn't feel like working. All right.
Nobody feels like it's working, I feel like. All right, let's see if this works.
All right.
If this doesn't work, I'm just gonna hold on. How's it looking? Am I still here?
So far, it's looking.
Okay. Here is everything. If it has all, I put the property in here into a thread, which is in Discord. You can make threads here. You just put the address, everything that's needed for the property. And then he gives me his number. So that's how I do it personally. Am I still here?
Yes, you are still here.
because I've explained it 3 times technically.
The third time's the charm. That was probably the best one. Nicole, did you have any follow-up questions about? Oh, there was one follow-up question actually that I know she put. So when you said 75-25, you're the one making the 75%, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Due to the exclusivity.
Yeah.
All right. So,
and that's aggressive. I was able to negotiate that because I have such a good relationship with him, and he's just makes so much money for me that he knows like I'm good. You probably won't get that good of a deal immediately, but you might have to do like 60-40 or 70-30 or something like that and keep negotiating, right? I think the first day he wanted to negotiate with me a little bit on smaller deals. I don't know if you remember that, Luke, but he was like, he called me and he was like,
that's right, I do remember.
He was like, on really small deals, I think we got to talk about this, like where I have a minimum threshold. I'm like, all right, for sure. When we get a small deal, we'll talk about it, right?
Sure.
But, and I get that too, but yeah. So anyways. So.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I
I'm 75.
just had somebody walk by. Yeah. I think that's great. Yeah. And to Jonah's point, so the more value you are bringing someone, Nicole, like the better rates you will be able to give yourself, if that makes sense. Same thing, by the way, if you guys are thinking about like hiring people, like for example, like Austin has a whole acquisitions team, and the percentages that he gives his acquisitions team are not the same percentages that I would probably recommend somebody first starting off. Right. And the reason for that is because Austin already has like a system in place. He already has like a solid dispo team. He has like, so if somebody comes in, like it's more of like a plug and play system. And so it makes sense that they might be getting a smaller percentage per deal because they have the ability to do more deals. But if you're bringing on someone and you're like newer and you don't necessarily have a dispo system in place, or you don't necessarily have all the processes and everything to help someone do high volume, well, then you might need to start off giving them a higher percentage. So it makes sense that same thing on the dispo side, right? Like, so for your first couple of deals, before the value has been given, you may need to do like a higher percentage split. But then after you're like, hey, I'm bringing you so many deals a month, or we've made this amount, like for me to keep giving you exclusivity, like the numbers would need to be something like this. So that's definitely something that you could play around with. But yeah, so to Jonah's point, you probably aren't going to start off with a 75-25.
Yeah, most dispos it's probably going to be 60-40, maybe 70-30 if you're lucky. But yeah.
All right. Solid stuff. When you JV, how much do you mark up when adding your fee? Or I guess maybe we just talk about how much are you marking up on your deals in general. I guess we asked this a little bit about
It depends how much I think I can.
Yeah.
As much as I can. There's no set amount. It just depends on how much room there is in the deal.
Yeah, that's like basically
typically 5 to 10K though. Typically, like I don't usually go crazy above if like I don't have it exclusively, right? Because in my opinion, as dispo, the key is to just sell it quickly. If you're non-exclusive, your value is you sell my deal so quickly that I can't even find a buyer as quick. So it's all about speed. So you might sometimes go a little lower just to sell it even quicker than what you normally would if you were exclusive.
Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, if you're JVing with somebody and they're not giving you exclusive right to shop the property, then you probably want to just get that deal moved as fast as possible, right? It's like step one is make money, like get a clip, right? Step 2 is increase clip size, right? So yeah. Some people try to jump straight to step 2 and they've never done step 1 yet. So it's like, so this question, after year 2, what was your first big purchase? Now, I guess we could do
what was my big purchase, like personally?
Yeah. So Cody, do you want to explain if that was like, what was your first big purchase, like company wise, or was that just like after you had disposable income? What did you splurge on? I don't know if you want to do some additional clarification on that.
I'll answer the question on both sides though. I moved out of my parents' basement. I actually rented out a place. I ate out and didn't feel bad about it anymore. I didn't buy that much.
Came from the Peace Corps where he made no money.
I made $0, right? What I did to start my business, little story time about me. went to the Peace Corps, got a $10,000 credit card that was 0% interest the first year, and started my business with that 0% interest money, right? So paid off the credit card before the 0% interest ate out a little more. I'm not a huge big spender. I don't have fancy stuff. I still rent. I probably could buy a house, but I just don't want to because I'm happier. I'm happy with my 800 square foot apartment. My car is fancy now after 3 years, but the reason for that wasn't even that I really wanted a fancy car. It was that all that car stuff was happening. If you guys remember back when COVID was happening, like the car, it was impossible to get a car. And there were only two options for me. One was either buy a $5,000 clunker car or buy like a 50 to 60K car. And so I had the money and I'm like, I have money. Fuck having a 5K car at this point. I'm going to get this is going to be the one nice thing that I ever own. Not ever, but like as of right now, really want to own. And so I right now have a pretty nice car, which is fun. I'm not going to lie. But why I like it so much is it actually makes me happy. Driving that thing, I become happier because it's like, wow, this thing is very fun to drive, you know? So, because in my entire life, I own like cars that cost less than 10K. And so that one thing is like the only fancy thing I own. If you went to my apartment, everything else is very minimalist. I have a nice computer. It's like $1,500 that I need, right? I don't even have a microwave just because I just don't need it, right? That's
you
just
don't
my
have
lifestyle.
a microwave? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, because I just don't need it. I just that's my point, and I just don't want to. I just have no. It's not about things for me. It's about probably the right answer is experiences. Like I love going places. I buy a lot of experiences, right? I'm not a huge materialist. I don't like things. I get money so I just don't have the stress of needing money more than anything else. And to be able to help out the world is my view on it.
Love it. Yeah. I guess, Cody, to answer your question, I spend most of my money on like family stuff, like married, kids, house, like that. That's what I spend most of my money on. I will splurge sometimes and buy swords because I'm a weirdo, I guess.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah. So I do have a bunch of swords. If you guys see Brendan's calls on like the teachable stuff, he has like a sword in his back room that I brought in and just thought it was funny. So I just put it in his office and I wanted to see how long it would take for him to notice that it was there. So some of those made it into the videos and that sword's still in his office. He's noticed it now, but he just thinks it's funny and keeps it there. So yeah. And then I decided to pay an illustrator to help me make a children's book also about swords. So that's what I spend my money on. To answer, I guess this is Giovanni asked this question twice, so I guess we should answer it. It says, what sets Austin's program apart? Now, I guess we could add some clarification there. So Austin is a partner with Jonah in SimpleSend. So if you're specifically referring to like the SimpleSend CRM, hopefully that has been demonstrated over the course of the 3 days. Like for example, the follow-up automations and like the way that it integrates like some of the AI to randomize messages for you to help make sure that you don't get blocked. That is like a really big game changer. If you want something that's like more specific, like he actually has like whole he has like a whole department that's all about like getting people into the course. So we could get you connected. I think this is probably like the best way to do it is we could get you connected with one of those guys. If you like DM one of us or send me an email.
So I also want to answer this question. So I'm 95% sure he's talking about Flip and Simple. I think he's talking about your guys' mentorship program. I'll say this because I've been part of a bunch of different mentorship programs. What sets apart any mentorship program is the leader in the end, right? And I think Austin is an amazing leader. He has an amazing team. He is doing an insane amount of deals, right? So you're just learning from the most professional in the game, right? that's in the end what sets anyone apart. So you will not go wrong with Flip and Simple. Like, I've seen some of their stuff. I'm a part of it. I don't own any part of Flip and Simple, but I have seen a lot of their Zooms and seen a lot of their content. It's amazing stuff. I highly, highly recommend it if you're actually trying to learn how to do this business.
Boom, baby. Well, there we go. That's if it gets Jonah's stamp of approval, that's pretty good. I didn't want to come across as too biased, but yeah, that's a great. There's nothing else that I can add onto that. If you want to get more information, we can get you in contact with someone from the team, so that way they can give you like more in depth about how you'll be helped. It is somewhat selective, where it's not. Funny enough, it's not like everyone who just wants to pay for it can get in. So it's like, in that sense, it's like it's a little bit smaller. It's a little bit. I guess like there's a little bit more one-on-one stuff that can happen. Like Austin is available for like coaching and things like that. There's multiple coaches. For example, I'm one of them that tries to help out as much as I can, but there's like multiple coaches available. So yeah, there's some good stuff there. And I think
just throwing that little comment in there also.
Yeah,
it's a great time. All right, do we want to keep going?
I think that's all the questions that we have for right now.
All right, let's keep hitting it then. We'll do a few intro calls for like 45 minutes, and then we're going to go back to closing some deals.
And if you want to try calling that Vegas person at some point, Jonah, let me know.
Oh, let's just do that now. I forgot about that.
I have to resend you the stuff in the private chat just because you logged off and logged back on. So let me see if you have it, I can resend it.
Oh yeah, I do need you to resend it. Send me everything: address, name, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I just sent the name and the number again. Did that come through for you?
Yeah, I see it. Send me the address too.
Yeah, and then remember the address is off market, so you probably just want to keep it as like an intro call, seeing if they have anything available. And she might just tell you about this deal that she has.
Yeah, for sure.
I think ideally, I think in a perfect world, we'd want to get this for like $290, but we could probably come up a little bit.
Okay.
We could probably come up to, if we had to, we could try 300, but then it gets tight.
I guess I could just call her. I don't even need to remember the address. Let's do it. Oh. Hello. Hey, Natasha. My name is Jonah Korchin. I am a real estate investor in the Vegas area. I'm looking to work with more realtors to represent me on some properties, and I found your number on Realtor.com, and yeah, I just wanted to give you a call, start building a relationship, and make some deals happen. I have the right number, right? This is Natasha, realtor in Vegas. Awesome, cool. So yeah, real estate investor, work in most of Nevada, but I love Vegas especially. I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, an insane amount of work, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was just curious to know if you knew of any like that right now.
Yeah. Do you have a pen?
I do.
Okay. 4711.
Okay.
East Flamingo.
Okay.
It's zoned residential currently, but it can be switched to commercial.
Okay.
It'll cost about $2,000 to do that. It's 1,800 square feet.
Okay.
Property has not been lived in for a multitude of years and was just used to store stuff. The owner of the property passed away and the children inherited it. All of the paperwork is ready to go, so no probate court, no issues.
Okay. Awesome.
I need 310 to make this deal happen.
Okay. Gotcha. So let me ask some questions real quick. What's like the condition inside the property?
Outdated.
Outdated.
Pretty much, yeah, outdated, pretty much original. There was a 2-car garage that was converted.
Okay.
On the tax records, it shows no garage and 1,800 square feet.
Okay.
That could easily be converted back.
Okay.
And in this neighborhood, it looks like if you had a garage, it's much, much more expensive.
Okay. Interesting.
But if you were to switch it over to commercial, maybe that wouldn't be the smartest thing in the world.
Okay.
Hold on one second.
No worries.
Sorry, I need an Apple Pay for Starbucks.
You're good. Hey, we always got to be getting our coffee. Don't worry about
I
it.
gotta get my coffees.
Definitely. So, okay. So you said it's 1,800 square feet. Do you know if that's including the garage conversion or not?
You know, the thing that I don't know is that it doesn't show that there was ever a change. Like when you look at the tax records, it doesn't look like there was a change in the square footage ever.
Okay.
So I don't know. I assume yes, but I don't.
Okay. So you assume it is part of it.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. And then you said outdated. Like what like?
I'll send you videos and pictures.
Oh, awesome. That's perfect. Yeah, that'd be super helpful. And okay, so you also told me that like you need 310 to make this happen. What is that like the seller just needs that, or what do you exactly mean?
That's how much the seller needs to make the deal happen.
Yeah, there's no wiggle room. That's like it's 310 or nothing.
It's like 310 or nothing. I mean, give me whatever you want. I'll take it to them, but they have just about turned down everything because somebody promises to pay that much for the property in 3 weeks.
Gotcha.
So I'm just trying to sell it before that person actually has their money, because as of right now, that person doesn't have money in hand. I don't know where this person's getting the money.
Okay.
But
wait,
they don't have it in their hand.
Who is this?
The buyer, their buyer. It's their personal buyer that's left out of my contract with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So sorry, are you saying there's a buyer already in contract, or they were in contract?
No, neither. There's a buyer that has a verbal offer on the property that is getting the money together. Now, they want to sell, but they don't have a rush. So I'm just trying to get them that same offer, but with me, so that I can make my money, obviously.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Basically, that other offer probably is like not.
It's like somebody that they know. I don't know.
Gotcha.
Like, I don't know, like how close they are with this person, but somebody that they know that offered this and was like, I need a few weeks to get this all together.
Gotcha.
So I'm saying, you don't know what's gonna happen with that guy. Maybe he will get 3
Maybe he will. Maybe he won't.
Maybe he won't. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Is it vacant right now?
It is vacant. Yes.
Okay. Awesome. And then, do you have a listing agreement with them or no?
I do.
Okay, nice. Okay.
It's like an exclusive office listing, though. It's not for us.
I love it. Cool. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. Right, I'm gonna send you my email. I'm gonna text you that right after we get off this call, so that I can get those photos and videos. Is there anything big like the roof or HVAC or foundation issues or anything else?
So
according to them now?
They said the last time that they turned on the air conditioning was last year because no one's living there. They just have it full of stuff and I guess do yard sales out of there.
Okay. Okay.
So they said they turned it on. Everything was fine last year. The day that I went over there, it was raining, so they didn't turn it on because it was still kind of cold that day.
Okay.
But there is a yellow spot on the roof where the air conditioning is. I mean, not on the roof, on the ceiling in one of the bedrooms. And above that would be the air conditioning.
Sorry.
Now, I was there on a rainy day. I didn't see any water or anything bubbling. And if any, I would probably guess it's a stain from the air conditioning, if anything, or an old stain from the air conditioning. It looks pretty old, but I don't know.
So when you say a yellow spot, you literally mean there's just a yellow spot on the ceiling?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And there's in the other bedroom there, and you're gonna see this in the pictures. I got it all on picture.
Awesome.
You'll see it. There is like I don't even know what to say. There's no water damage there. It's just like if somebody had walked into the attic and stepped on like the roof and cracked it. Like
okay. Gotcha.
But I'll send you a picture. It looks like an easy fix because it doesn't look like there's any water. There's no yellow staining or anything that indicates that if there's a water leak there. There's no bubbling or anything like that. So that is a little confused.
Okay. All right.
Of what that is. Yeah.
Let's do this. I'm going to email you, or I'm going to text you my email. Send me photos, send me videos. I'll try to get back to you later today. Let's just submit an offer anyways. I mean, I might be able to do 310. Like, let me just see. I got to see the photos, obviously. But yeah, let's try to submit an offer today. Yeah, anything like that. I'm just curious, what's access to the property if I wanted to see it?
Appointment. I don't have a key, so I have to make an appointment with them. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, Natasha. No, I'm not local, to be honest.
No, okay.
But I have people, I have boots on the ground. So, cool. Well, Natasha, I really appreciate you. Do you know of any others or just this one right now?
Right now, just this one.
Okay. Awesome. Well, I really appreciate you. Let's try to get this one, and yeah, let's see if we can make something happen.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. Thanks, Natasha. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Pretty solid.
Yeah. I think based on the condition, I think they're asking too much. And I don't even know if that other offer is real or if that other offer has seen the condition, you know?
Yeah.
I'd see if we can, because it is vacant, I see if there's some way we can get a key. We could potentially even send a guy or two over to give us a number beforehand just to know 100%. Because the guy we have is interested but hasn't seen it yet. Like hasn't been inside it. And the pictures we had didn't show some of the stuff that she was talking about.
We have photos and videos. Yeah, we can make it work. Yeah, no, I'd love to make it work, make some money happen. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty damn close.
It is pretty close.
What does the buyer want that you have?
So he would be in like the 313 range ish is what he said. We could potentially get him up a little bit.
Well, if worst comes to worst, we just have an insanely small fee.
Right.
So, yeah, potentially get her there up. I might get her down. You know, I might be like 300. Let's make this happen. That's so close that it probably is a deal. So, yeah, I'll get photos and videos, and yeah, we'll make that happen. That'll be a deal, right? So that was fun. That was a cool little cold call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, baby.
So this is what happens
I'm gonna join Armando on the team. Start setting up appointments.
That's funny. I'm so sorry about this. This is what happens when I drink coffee. Is I just need to pee all the time. Give me 5 seconds. I'll be right back.
Boo, baby. No worries. Okay, I guess Giovanni, since if you'd like, we can go into the program in more detail since there's still some comments about it, which by the way, I'm not upset or angry about. Like, I love the fact that you're interested and you want to learn more about it. So, so I guess let me just give you, I guess, some of my experiences with it. And then if you want to talk to a representative just to learn like a little bit more, because honestly, there's like a whole spiel that they will like give people. So basically the way it works is like, if you want to work with somebody or you want to like join the program, there's like a rep that you would talk to. And basically what they do is they will spend like somewhere between like 20 minutes and an hour just learning about you, your situation, what your goals are, what your problems are. And then they'll see if they think that you're actually a good fit for the program and or not, right? Because like, honestly, we know that this type of program isn't for anyone, isn't for everyone. And we don't necessarily want to shoehorn somebody in that isn't going to be a good fit and is just like gonna be upset about it, you know? Like our goal is not necessarily to take people's money. It's to really to add value to people and to help them, right? And so that's what it is. So so there is like a whole process, like a vetting process that goes through where you're vetting us as much as we're vetting you, right? So there's that. And then on top of that, right? Like I would say like what again, like Jonah was saying, one of the big differences is going to come down to who the leadership is and who's guiding it, right? So you get to learn directly from Austin. I know, like, for example, if you go to sub 2, actually Jonah would be perfect for this. Jonah, like if somebody at sub 2 wanted to talk to Pace, for example, like how possible is that? If someone's just like, yeah, I want to talk to Pace, like is that doable?
Only during a Q&A. You have to go on a Q&A, right? So, I mean, sub 2 is getting to the point where there are just so many people. I would never talk bad about sub 2. I learned so much from Pace.
Right.
I love him as a mentor. It is harder than it used to be just because it's bigger than it used to be.
Right.
But he does a decently good job as if you show up to the Q&A, you can get at least a question in there answered. And then if you start showing a go-giver attitude, he lets you on more and more and more. So it depends on if you start giving back to the community is kind of how he does it and start doing stuff like that.
Yeah, love it. So that is awesome, by the way. So so I guess I would say like the other thing is like the program, the Flippin' Simple program is, again, like it's not one that we just let everybody into because like the culture matters. Like there have been some people who are like, yo, I have the money and I want to join, and where they were like, Austin, some of the other guys were like, this is not the right person, right? Like it wasn't about the money. It was about maintaining a healthy culture and, you know, making sure that these people are going to get value from it, and really making sure that they're being taken care of. In fact, we've even had some people be willing to pay more for us to like train their teams and things like that. And it was like, that's not necessarily what the program's about. So again, right. Like it's like they want to make sure that everyone there is receiving value, getting value. There at this point, you know, there's multiple coaches. You can get one-on-one time if you need it type stuff. I don't know. There's just, I think, yeah. And if it sounds like something you're interested in, then we can definitely hook you up with someone who'll go into like more depth about like what it is, pros and cons, if it's actually going to be a fit for you. Yeah, honestly, I'm part of it. And I love being part of it. It's, you know, it's the favorite part of my day is interacting with the Flippin' Simple family, you know? So anyways, Jonah's back, and Jonah, this is a perfect time for, I think, me to go use the restroom. So
real quick before you go, so she's sending me these videos. Do you want me to send them to you? Do you already have photos and videos?
Actually, if you could send them just to see if there's something different that we don't have, like, let me send you, I'm going to put it in the private chat.
Yeah, because you guys just tell me what to do. I mean, like I can be, if you want to do it where like we do an appointment and we get like a number, obviously that is easy peasy lemon squeezy for me, right? Yeah. Or if you want me to try to negotiate 290, I can. It's just, I'll let you guys direct me on it since it's technically your guys' lead.
But what we'll do is if you want to shoot over all those stuff, I'll just see if there's anything additional that we don't have. I'll make sure that the buyer has that, and I'll confirm. I'll see if he's good to go at like 320 or something like that. And then I'll get back, and then we can go from there. And if he needs to see it, then we can work.
You want me to just send it to your phone, or?
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. You have my phone number. Yes, yeah. Just shoot it over there.
Okay, yeah. Cause she texted it over. She didn't end up emailing it. I think it's because I forgot to give her my email because I was doing that stuff. She's like, if this is okay, just sent it all to you. So,
perfect.
Yeah, because I mean that one we could probably lock up live. That's a good deal lead.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Okay,
I'll let you go to the bathroom and I'll start making some calls. All right, guys, what's cracking? Let me come here. Let's do some stuff. Okay, let's do this.
Hello?
Hey, Jackie, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor supposed to be calling you right now. How you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Yeah, so I do real estate all over Colorado, Denver Springs. I think you're in the Springs, right?
I'm actually in Summit County. My
Okay.
area comes from Colorado Springs, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, like, do you go? Your area is Summit, but do you at least go to Denver, or do you go like kind of everywhere?
Yeah, so Summit County, I mean, Park County, Lake County, Grand County, the Denver area too, depending
Okay.
on what it is.
Okay.
Kind
I
of
like
around, all around.
I do a lot of the metro areas. I sometimes go into the mountains, not always, but like I still think we can work together. But yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was just curious to see if you knew of any like that right now.
I don't have any sellers that are in that position right now. I just know of like a few places that are on the market that are in distress that obviously are investment potential buying. But as far as the like distressed or foreclosures, not a ton of them, come to the market, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah.
And it's very rare that I have somebody with
Okay.
something like that's not already has a buyer or something.
Okay, well, let's do this. I'm gonna send you my contact card. Save my info. I'll save yours, and yeah, let's just whenever something comes up, let's try to get a deal.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thanks, Jackie.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Call. Leave your name and number, and I'll get back to you. You call. Leave your name and number, and I'll get back to you.
Jonah, I don't know if you can hear me, but real quick, did you send the videos and the pictures to a different Luke? Just because I do not see them.
Yep. Hold on. Yeah, I sent it to the wrong Luke. He was funny too because he was like, "Did you send this to the right person?"
That's funny.
Okay, hold on. Sorry. Here we go. All right, that should get to you. That's funny. All right, let's keep going. Did someone delete this one? I don't know what happened there. That's a little weird.
With home at 5280 real estate. Hello?
Hey, Rachel, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor supposed to be calling you right around now. How you doing today?
Fine, how are you?
I'm good. Yeah, so I do business all over Colorado. You're in Denver, no?
Yes.
Awesome, cool. I love Denver. So yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I love doing more than anything else is solving sellers' problems. That's my favorite part about real estate. That's what I love doing. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, order scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was just curious to see if you knew of anything like that right now.
I don't right now, but I will keep you in mind if something does come up.
Awesome. I'm going to send you my business card, save my info, I'll save yours. And yeah, Rachel, let's get a deal.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, Luke, just let me know if those are the videos. Let me know how you want to play it and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I'm making a Dropbox link for it right now. I'm just going to shoot it over to him to make sure that he and it's so funny. I just messaged him, and because I told him that the deal was gone, and he was like, "Oh man, if anything happens, let me know." And so I just texted him, and I was like, "Hey, heads up, I might be able to pull that deal back for you." And so then he just called me. I was like, "Yeah, hold on, I'm just shooting over a Dropbox link for you right now, just to make sure you know everything." So
nice. Yeah, let me know where he's at, what I need to do to make it happen, all that good stuff.
Yep, I will keep you posted.
Trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please. Trying to reach is not available.
Unfortunately, I missed that one.
Also, Jonah, the other thing, because you were talking about potentially different types of challenges that we could do, I think it'd be fun to do a challenge where, we're all in different locations, like ridiculous locations, right? Like one of us is at like the pyramids, one of us is at like the Great Wall of China, just like different. Yes, where we're just like in the crazy different locations, and we're just at these locations trying to see like who can get a deal at this location, or who can.
Wait, like you mean literally go to the pyramids in Egypt?
Yes. No, I mean it's like around the world in 7 deals or something like that, right?
Oh
like
my
so it's like
God,
you
that'd
lock
be
up a deal in a crazy
wild.
place, and then you go to there. It's like who can lock up a deal at the 7 wonders of the world or something like that. I don't know.
That'd be hilarious, but also very logistically challenging. Like how like I'm gonna be in Giza being like, I don't have any fucking cell service. What am I supposed to do?
Hotspot, my guy. Well, that's the thing. Never mind. We won't get to it. I don't want to derail this conversation too much, but
oh, that's funny. I mean, that'd be wild. That would be a
go with
fun time.
Starlink. the Starlink works like in the Arctic, you know.
I mean, yeah, you got to hook up with Elon like that.
Yeah, anyone can get Starlink. Never mind. I don't want to derail this too far. But
That's so funny. All right, let's keep going. I love that though. Okay, well, I'm just not gonna worry about that if he's on the do not call list, which is hilarious. I've called thousands of realtors. Maybe 2 have ever told me they're on the do not call list because they're realtors, right? Um, Realtors usually aren't on those lists because they have to be taking calls from business, right? So I don't know what's up with that realtor, but that's really funny. But I'm not gonna risk it for on that one. I'm just gonna delete it. Put him on DNC.
Gabriel of the Gabriel team here at eXp Realty. This is Jamal Gabriel of the Gabriel team here at eXp Realty. So sorry that we missed your phone call, but please leave a detailed message and we will get back.
Hello, this is Steve.
Hey Steve, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor who's supposed to be calling you right around now. How you doing today?
I'm doing well, Jonah. How are you?
Doing good. Yeah. So I work all over Colorado. I work in Denver, the Springs, Pueblo, Fort Collins. I think you're in the Springs, no?
Yes, I am in the Springs.
Awesome. So yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, order scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was just curious to see if you knew of any like that right now.
I don't have any at the moment. I generally do run across a couple per year, that need
Nice.
whatever for whatever reason they need help getting out of it. So yeah, but at the moment I don't have anything.
Okay. No worries. Let me send you my business card. Save my info. I'll save yours. And
Okay.
Steve, I really appreciate you and let's get a deal.
Okay, that sounds good, Jonah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
All right, have a good weekend.
You too. Bye. We'll keep hitting it. We'll keep going. We'll do like a couple more intro calls till you 40-ish, and then we'll switch back to leads. Hopefully your guy just wants the Nevada one, because I mean, if I can just make 310 happen, that'd be an easy peasy lemon squeezy one.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, I'm
that'd be good.
making sure
I'll throw myself out there. If you guys ever have something like that again, I'm always down to just call a realtor out of nowhere and just be like the secondary guy. If like there's something screwing up with the deal and you need to get it under contract again,
yeah,
let me know.
Boom, baby, will do.
Yeah. Where was I? Just did Steve.
Hathaway Home Services, Colorado Real Estate. For a Hathaway Home Services, Colorado Real Estate. For a
No, wait, I'm an idiot.
This is Connie Libar. Please leave a message and I will get back with you. House. This is Connie Libar. Please leave a message and I will.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Jennifer, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor who's late on calling you. How are you doing today?
I'm great. How about you?
Doing good. Yeah, so I do real estate all over Colorado, Denver, Springs, Pueblo, Fort Collins. I think you're in Denver. Am I right about that, or
Mm.
different area?
Yeah, I'm in Denver, but I'm in the area where I like to farm is Golden, Colorado.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that I love Golden. So yeah, I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was just curious to see if you knew of anything like that right now.
Um, excuse me. Well, I've been wanting to get in foreclosures. I've just been trying to find, like somebody to show me the ropes and how it works. And I know there's this one gentleman in my office who has done it, but he's always so busy and never really could sit down or, like he hasn't done one in a while for me to shadow him. But I always get reports of a list of the different counties here in Colorado. And, I
Awesome.
can just go in and look. So I have access. There's like 3 or 4 title reps that send me that report.
Awesome. Well, I'd love to show you the ropes. I've done a ton of pre-foreclosures and done a ton of stuff like that. So yeah, just let's work together on some. Are there any that you've called recently, or is this just starting, or?
No, I mean, I've been getting the list probably for a year, and just because I really don't know what I'm doing, I really haven't like tapped into it to try it on my own, just because I want to be the person that knows what I'm doing when I approach the person that is going through foreclosure. I don't want to seem
Yeah.
like I'm just there to try to sell their house because they're in foreclosure. I mean, if they are willing to, they have the funds to save it, I would love to do that too.
Yeah.
But
let's do this. Well, the best way to start, like I'll help out. I'm gonna send you a text. This is something that you could have in your back pocket. If you start calling those foreclosures, just be like, hey, I'm a real estate agent. I have a network of real estate investors who can help out with pre-foreclosures and stuff like that. You should just make the connection and just see if they're interested in selling their house at all, even whether it's pre-foreclosure or not. And then be like, yeah, like I'm a realtor. I can either list it. I have investors who buy it. Like, what would you want to do ideally? Like, how would you want to work together? And then if you just do that, if you cold call them or somehow contact them, then we can make something happen and I'll be able to buy it. I'll be able to help any part of the foreclosure whatsoever. All I would need you to do is just make the human connection and we could work together. How does that sound?
that sounds great. I do have an agent in the office who is selling a trust. They're in Thornton though. It's not my listing.
Okay.
She usually does fix and flips, but it's a 3-in-1. It's a ranch with a crawl space.
Is it off market, on market?
No, it's gonna be off market.
Okay. Awesome.
So she says that she's only able to let people know. So I'm just letting you know that it is off market deal.
Awesome.
So if you're good with that, I mean, once
I'm very
she
good with
lists, I think, once she goes ahead and it goes live, that she's going to do a broker's open house.
Well, let's see if we can get it before it goes on the market, right? That would be better for me, obviously. And you'll represent me. So what price does she want for it? Or do they want for it?
I think she is going to list it at 310. That's what she told me the other day.
Okay.
So
do you know if
it's
it's
no
vacant?
garage, no, it's not vacant. She's still working with the people. Before she goes live, I asked her if she can do a private showing for me.
Awesome. And she said yes.
Hello?
Hey, hello, can you hear me?
Oh, now I can.
Yeah, and then she said yes to that.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh,
Can you
for
listen
some
me?
reason we keep going on and off.
Well, hopefully I'll like get closer. Can you hear me pretty good now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, awesome. So when have you seen the inside at all? Are there any photos or anything?
No, I have not. So she's going to be gone next week, so I wouldn't be able to see it. So it's going to be the following week. So
Okay.
I'm
What
hoping to see it the day before she goes and does the broker listing.
say it again? What's the reason the seller is selling?
It's a trust,
Just
so it's been in the
inherited.
family for a while.
Okay.
And
Gotcha.
the only updated thing that they've done to the house is added new windows, and it made no sense to me why they did. I guess that whole area upgraded their windows because something to do with DIA, and I'm like, that makes no sense. They're not even remotely close to DIA. DIA is our airport.
Okay.
I didn't know if you knew that.
Yeah, that was helpful.
Yeah.
Help me out.
And so the only, they basically just lived in it and upgraded their windows, but no garage, no carport.
Okay. What's the address?
Let me get the paper. It is 2120 Oak Place, Thornton, Colorado,
Did you
80229.
say Fountain, Colorado?
No,
Thornton. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's right by Skyview High School, if that helps.
Okay. Cool. Cool. Okay. Well, let's do this. I'm going to send you my info. I'll run comps on that one and see if I'm close to 310, and just see where I'm at. And then, and then I'll get back to you. If at any point you're able to get photos or something like that beforehand, I'd still love to submit an offer and try to make it happen. And yeah, Jennifer, let's see if it's not this one, we'll get the next one. And yeah, I really look forward to making a long relationship and a lot of money with you.
Sounds great, because this would definitely help me out.
Let's do it.
And you just say you work off. I'll get paid. Give a commission referral. Is that how that works?
Yeah, I mean, if they don't have a listing agreement, I'll pay your commission.
And that's what I was about to say. I was going to tell you this last tidbit, not so I'm trying to be secretive or anything, but the sellers are not giving a commission.
Okay, would I have to pay both sides?
They want the buyer to pay title, and no buyer agent comp.
Okay, but I pay yours though? But do I have to pay the seller's side commission too?
No, just the buyer's agent. So I'm just trying to be transparent as much as possible.
Than what I could, obviously, right? That's all it means in the end. So yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Okay, let me comp it out. I'll figure out if I can make something work out of it. And Jennifer, I really appreciate you.
No problem. I appreciate you.
All right. Thanks,
You know.
Jennifer.
Thank
I will
you.
Talk to you later.
Oh, sounds great. Thank you, Jonah. Have a great weekend.
You too, bye. Okay, that was a good one. What do you think, Luke? Should we comment on that a little bit?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm totally down. So one of the things, maybe actually, Jonah, if you want to elaborate a little bit for some of our friends in the chat, do you want to go over just a tiny bit, like what your process looks like because this agent specifically said she was interested in foreclosures. Do you want to talk about your interest in foreclosures versus pre-foreclosures, or is there a difference for you, or are you fine with both of those or anything like that?
In my head, I meant pre-foreclosures. If it's already foreclosed on, I don't want to do it. But usually people just, when they say foreclosures, they mean pre-foreclosures. Very rarely is it bank-owned properties. Because like a foreclosed on property means the bank owns it. Usually that's referred to as an REO, right? So when people are saying foreclosures, they're almost always mean pre-foreclosures. It's very rare that they say foreclosures and then they give me an REO, right? So in my head, I'm taking that as just a pre-foreclosure.
Yeah, love it. Yeah, so for you guys, if you wanted to be extra careful, you can always just confirm that the bank doesn't already own it. Now, for you, Jonah, in particular, you said you don't want to do it if the bank already owns it. Is there any particular reason for you?
I think banks generally just don't like assignments, and I'm more worried about what a bank will do. I've heard horror stories where people have been sued by banks for assigning properties, and they have the money to do that type of stuff. Depends on the state. Maybe some banks don't care, but it's just like not worth the headache to me of trying to deal with a bank that's pissed and has a ton of money. Those guys have money to deal with stuff. So I don't know. Do you guys do REOs? I've just never done one before.
No, we almost never do REOs, and there's a couple of reasons for that. One of them is because it also seems like banks don't really want investors to make money.
This isn't for you.
No, yeah.
Sorry, that wasn't for you. That was on camera.
No, you're good. You're good. So, but yeah, it seems like banks want to be selling, like they want to keep most of the profit if possible. So they know that if they sell to an investor is going to make money on that deal, and they typically don't like that. So they're always trying to sell to end buyers, it seems. And so a lot of times, this is not always the case, but a lot of times if you buy a property from a bank, there will be like some amount of like HUD restrictions or like deed restrictions on there that basically say you have to hold the property for a certain period, or that you can't do assignments, or if you're going to in some cases, they even say like to discourage fix and flippers from buying the properties. Like, hey, if you're going to buy the property, you have to hold this property for a certain period of time. And then two, if you're going to sell the property, you cannot sell the property above a certain amount. So it's just a lot of like red tape and hassle stuff when you're dealing with banks. So yeah, it's like in some cases it's worth confirming, like, hey, I don't like if the bank already owns it, it's like a lot of times it's like, all right, good. Like it's a whole different process when you're dealing with the bank. But yeah, pre-foreclosures before it's gone to the bank, those are motivated sellers that we can definitely help out with. And if the agent is getting a list of basically motivated sellers that agent is willing to call and do like talk to and put up with the hassle. Because if you guys have ever tried this, if you guys try talking to pre-foreclosure lists, typically those are like not the most fun people to talk to, because a lot of people get those lists. So those people get a lot of calls and they're already in a stressful situation. And so typically those people are quite angry. So if somebody else wants to do the sifting for you and find the people who are actually motivated to sell and are willing to sell, then great, right? Like that's a lot easier for you. Now, John, I know we've talked about this situation a couple of times, but for some of those people that potentially were in here like yesterday or the previous days or missed part of it, this person is saying that they need you to cover their commission. Now, do you want to talk about how you're going to factor that in, or like how you're going to deal with that if you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm literally just going to get my offer price and minus 3%. It's pretty simple. That's all I'm going to do. Like whatever I was going to offer, I'm going to minus 3% of that, and then offer that, so I can get exactly what I need it to be at. It's really just simple math. doesn't change anything for me other than I just got to remember to do that.
Love it. Anything else you wanted to talk about on that call? But those are just some things I was like, hey, I want to make sure people understand this in case they were lost a little bit.
That was it. That was basically it. We'll do 2 more intros and then I'm going to go back to follow-ups. So it'll be a good time.
System 719960. System 719960.
Jenna, real quick, I'm gonna momentarily leave because I have to talk to the Dispo team about a property real fast, but I will be right back.
Okay.
Realtor with the Savvy Group at Kentwood Cherry Creek. I am unable to answer my phone right now. Please leave me a detailed message and I'll get back to you just as soon as I can. Thanks so much and have a great day. Bye. Realtor with the Savvy Group at Kentwood Cherry Creek. I am unable.
All right. Okay. I'm going to keep doing this until he's back, and then we'll go. I want the follow-ups to be with him.
Hi, you've reached Merritt Bird with the agency. Please leave me a message and I'll get back. Hi, you've reached Merritt Bird with the agency. Please leave me a message and I'll get back to you.
Yeah, and we're not getting many because I'm like not calling at the times I'm supposed to be calling, so it's probably throwing it off a lot. which I totally understand. This happens if you're doing a challenge, Can't, because I was supposed to call her like an hour ago.
Available? Please leave me a message and I will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna do one more of these and we'll do follow-ups. I also need to. This is literally. I should not have drank coffee. This was a terrible idea, guys. I turned into an old lady bladder. Plus, I realized that I drank a whole thing of this sparkling water right now. So like my bladder is not able to handle alive. I shouldn't have done that. So that's what we're dealing with. We're like on the countdown for whenever Luke comes back. So yeah, I'm hoping he comes back soon. Cause I need to go to the bathroom. But he'll be back.
Hey, what's
hey,
up?
are you listening? Are you hearing it?
Obviously.
Did you hear what I was saying?
Yes, I did hear what you were saying.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give it back to you real quick, and then we're gonna do follow up. Sorry, I keep like it's like I just drank way too much sparkling water, and so I'll be right back.
All right. Well, I guess while Jonah's gone, let me explain to you guys what the heck I'm doing over here. So, we had another wholesaler come to us and basically say, "Hey, I have this property, and I'm down to JV it. Do you want to shop it out?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" And he was like, "Hey, sweet. The price is $230." And I was like, "Great." So we just added on a quick 5 because it was non-exclusive. We start shopping it out. We got a couple of buyers pretty quick that were interested at the $230. So I call them back. I'm like, "Yo, we're pretty much ready to go. Can we get this thing done?" And he goes, "Hey, well, to be honest with you, I actually have this property locked up at $260." And I was like, "What?" So if any of you guys are in that situation, like if you have a property under contract at like $260, don't tell people to shop it out at $235 or $230, right? So then I was like, "Okay, well, can we get a price drop? Like, what are we doing? Like, what? Yeah." And so he's like, "Yeah, let me work on a price drop and this and that and the other." So that was like Wednesday, basically. And so he just let me know, like, "Hey, the price drop is looking good. Is your guy still 100% good to go?" So I'm just trying to get in contact with our dispo person and see. So I just texting our dispo rep Lily. She was the one who got the buyer. Can your guy deposit $5K EMD? Make sure it's hard. The first thing and close 510. All right. So now we're just going to wait. And here's the thing, right? So it's a shame that he got this done basically at 1:50 Arizona time on a Friday, because the wire cutoff is in 10 minutes, right? For you guys, the wire cutoff is like the wire cutoff is based on like East Coast time. So when it hits 5 o'clock East Coast time, like the wires don't work anymore because reasons and set up like that, right? So basically what that means is we only have 10 minutes to get this guy to initiate earnest money. And I don't love selling deals on a Friday like afternoon, because then we don't get earnest money right away. And it's, in my experience, like buyer's remorse happens the most often, or deals fall out the most often if someone has like a prolonged period to not deposit earnest money. And that happens that happens sometimes on Friday afternoons, right? So now if we're going to get this guy out of contract today, basically, is the super plan. We get him a contract today, but then he'll have until Monday to deposit earnest money. So then he can just sit there and think for like 2 days, like, oh, is this really the purchase that I want to be making? Which we'll see. So what I also want to do is I want to confirm with the supplier, like, hey, is your IP at least until Monday? So that way, worst case scenario, if our buyer gets to Monday and then decides, I have cold feet, I don't want to deposit earnest money, we want to make sure that our supplier isn't hard on his earnest money, if that makes sense. So that's the next thing that I'm confirming, is I just want to make sure that his EMD is going to be refundable, or his inspection period, it lasts until Monday. All right. And now when I'm vetting deals from suppliers, I have to make sure that I specifically ask, like, okay, so I'm good to shop it at this price. And if we get someone ready to go at this price, we're 100% good to go. Like, you're not going to come back and tell me that you actually have this 30K higher. So yes. All right. So that's what we're working on. Now let's see. Do we have, let me take a look at this chat, because I was walking around the office for a little bit, and maybe we just do like a midday office tour. I don't know. I think maybe Austin wanted to be here for this office tour, so we could talk about it a little bit, but I know he's working on a few different things. So let me take a look at this chat real quick. Also, can I have a clue as to what is going on right now? Man, it's either you know or you don't know. What if clips person? Mark's response is bomb. Q&A, do you offer close to list price on MLS deals? The answer is it depends, right? Like, you're going to have to do the same process that you would do when you underwrite any deal. Like, you're going to have to check and see, because some people, and we talked about this a little bit, some people will intentionally list their property very low to try and create a bidding war. And it's like, if you can snatch it up at that price, it's going to be a deal. So that, like, the first thing you have to do in general is you have to underwrite the deal, and you have to confirm, like, okay, at the list price, is it a deal or is it not? And if they underprice their property, then yeah, you might be able to offer pretty close to list price. You might be able to offer list price. In some cases, you might have to offer over list price. And Austin talked about this yesterday. It's going to depend on the market, right? If you're wholesaling for 10 years, in that 10-year period, you're going to go through different market shifts. And like, the way that you act in a buyer's market is going to be different than the way that you act in a seller's market. The key to remember is that you can actually wholesale in both, because wholesalers, we are both buying and selling properties. So to some extent, it doesn't matter too much which market you're in. It's just, you're going to have to adjust your numbers a little bit depending on the market. But yeah, you're going to underwrite the deal, and then you're going to see, did they overprice the house, and in fact you have to be way under list, or did they price it pretty good and maybe you just have to be like a tiny bit under list but pretty close, or did they like way underprice the house, in which case maybe you're over list. Just depends. The thing is, and we talked about this yesterday, we talked about the idea of anchors, right? So like, for example, let's say they way underpriced their house. Okay, so let's say they listed it for $240 and there's some bidding going on, and it turns out you get the property locked up at like $250. But at a deal, like, let's say if this property was off market, you were like confident, like, hey, we could sell this thing at $270. But now if you try to push it out at $270, the first thing that's going to happen is the buyers are going to Google the property, and they're going to see that it's listed at $240, and that $240 number is going to anchor them. And so now they're going to be like, oh man, if I had gotten this, and maybe there never would have been a chance that they could have gotten it on market because of how much competition it was. But then there's going to be some people that see it's on market, and instead of trying to buy it through you at $270, they're going to try putting in a backup offer at like $255 or something like that, and just seeing if they can get the deal themselves, because it would be cheaper for them that way. So that's like one of the one of the things you just have to know about when you get properties that are on market is like sometimes those situations happen, and even if it's a good deal above the market value, like some buyers will still get anchored by the market price. So yeah, okay, Jonah, welcome back. Do you call on weekends? Absolutely, why not? Okay, continue, Jonah.
Yeah, why not? So we got an interesting thing happening here. So this was a classic mistake. I don't know if you guys remember this one, right? The lady who told me 1.15, and then all of a sudden she talks to her partner and it's 1.22. So I'm gonna give her a call to try to make this work, because I think our sales price would be like 1.17 or something like that. So I'm just gonna go back to her and just be like, look, I can't make that work. If we can do 1.15, we can make a deal happen, but like 1.22, like I was already factoring in that some of the work was done, right? So yeah, I'm gonna like talk to her.
Hello.
Hey, Bianca.
Hey, how's it going? So I sent you a
Still-
message. I spoke to the partner, and basically they were like, you know what? A lot of the work has been done. We're so close to making money. It would have to be more expensive.
So yeah, like I saw your message. 1.15 was literally like the exact price where I talked with my partner based on the work that you had already told me being done, right? I get that there's been some work done, but like for us to make it work, I think it would literally have to be that 1.15, right? So yeah, like I mean, how close are you guys to being done with the project already?
I mean, there's still more to do, but it's
Right.
not that, like, what we planned for the project, we're not that far off. I mean, we haven't touched the back unit, so there's the back unit, right? So there's going to be some cosmetic work. There's the bathrooms in the back unit. And the kitchen in the back unit. And I would probably update the carpet. So the back unit really hasn't touched. That's the portion of the project that still
Right.
needs to be updated.
And
But
that's
the
like
front unit
1,500 square feet, right?
That's about 1,500, correct? But
Right.
the front unit is pretty close to being done.
Right.
It's going to be done in the next, I don't know, week or two.
Right.
So the
I
front
gotcha.
unit is pretty close. And the back unit is currently tenant occupied. So we're not like,
Right.
we don't, we could do it sooner, but we are not super rushed because there is people there, like paying rent and stuff like that. And so we're not in like a crazy rush about that. Yeah, so that's kind of where it's at now. We're pretty close to being
I
done
didn't
with what
actually. I might have missed that too. I don't feel like I knew that the back unit had a tenant in it. Let me ask about that real quick. So what how much rent are they paying in the back unit?
Currently, I think they're paying $2,500 plus, whatever the utilities are and other costs. There might even be an additional small fixed fee for like, the shared utility parts like washing, usually water and trash and sewer is kind of like a bulk cost add-on. But the base rate of the rent is $2,500.
Okay.
The rent hasn't been updated in 2 years. So like our original plan was probably to terminate the lease and then update it and then either probably put a new tenant or just tell them they need to pay more.
Right.
Because it's extremely
Right.
nice. I mean, I just rented another unit that's half the size for more.
Right. The back unit, are they month to month?
I think it ends in May or June. I think it's the first week of June or something like that. So basically, the idea was spend another week or two,
Bianca?
Yeah, can you hear me? Sorry.
Sorry,
Did
say
it
that
cut out?
again. You did. Say that all again.
So the changeover, I believe, is in June, And so our plan was, since we're at the end of April right now, you know, basically finish out the front unit into the first week of May, and then, or something like that, you know, get it, you know, probably finish, it might take a week or two or whatever it is, right? Get that done with, get it rented up, then just move to the back, get the back done. We haven't painted the exterior, but that was part of our plan, was to just, you know, put a fresh coat of paint up. So probably finish the front unit, paint it, get it released, and then, you know, at that point, it would probably coincide pretty closely. Might not be the exact date, maybe a week or two, you know, of waiting time, and then move into the back unit.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I didn't write that down in my notes, so I don't know if this one's going to work out in the end, just to be honest, especially with a raised
No, fair
price and
enough.
then also that. I'll talk to my partner about like even like how that changes it, I think, in his head, because it's not a likely risk and it's not like crazy hard to get tenants out in Colorado, but just in case they start acting crazy, right? It's always an extra risk compared to it being vacant. Although it is cool that you're getting $2,500 a month. That definitely helps when you're dealing with stuff, right? But yeah, that's 70K is a lot.
Totally understand.
Oh.
Yeah, and you know, I get it. If it doesn't work, totally, you know, totally understand. I mean, yeah, unfortunately, I think if we, like, unfortunately, probably if we had started this like before anything was done, it would have been more obvious. But it gets tougher as, you know, you get deeper in.
Question
the
for
finish
you.
line feels closer.
Question for you. Just curious, because I think we talked about this at the very first time I talked to you, but because I don't think this is going to work out where I would flip it. But I'm curious if you guys are interested, because I do own a wholesaling company. This is kind of like usually the situations where I would be like, hey, like, what if we did your price 1.22? If you were interested in that, we could try to wholesale it for you. We'd do like 5 deals a month just on the wholesaling side. I don't know if that would intrigue you guys at all. Could just be a pretty small inspection, like 5 to 7 days. Up to you guys. I thought I'd just throw it out there since I don't think it was going to work on the flipping side, but it's a possibility if I was allowed to do that.
Let me think about it. I mean, like, you know, to a certain degree, it's all the same, right? The thing is, I don't know if I would want it like marketed. So if there's like somebody who says, hey, you know, obviously you're still, we probably wouldn't want to pay additional costs on it. So you'd have to bake in whatever you want to resell it at, right?
Yeah,
On
we
top
just had
of whatever
something.
we're getting.
Yeah, I got you. I understand.
So if you had somebody who said, like, you know, like I said, this isn't something I want on like social media or things like that, right? Like, I don't want
No,
this going to
so
New Western.
it won't go
But
to
if
it
you
won't
have,
go to New Western. I'll tell you our process if you want. So we have like maybe 300 buyers on a private list. We verified them. We've made sure that they've all flipped before in the past. It's not New Western. I've literally gotten them off of tax records. Doesn't go on social media or anything. Literally, it's sent to only those people.
and then what would
So
be the close time? Just curious.
I
Because
what
the
I
issue we're going
typically
to have is that if it's for some, you know, some people might not close, and the issue
well, no,
we're going to
here's what
have
we'll
is
do.
that,
Here's what
yeah.
we'll do. What I would do is, like, we do it where I put the inspection period, let's say 7 days, probably, right? So within 7 days, we know. You just keep working on it. Like, on your guys' part, it would just be like you'd continue as is for those 7 days. I mean, I don't think like an insane amount will happen in those 7 days, right? So within 7 days, we'd know, right? And then at that point, there'd be EMG in, and then it would be typically I do like a 21-day close, but like if someone is interested, I usually know within pretty quickly, and yeah, they can usually close quicker. So yeah, I mean that's probably what we'd have to do the
And how much hard
1.22.
earnest money would be up? Just curious.
How much do you want? Usually we charge 1%, but it's a bigger project.
Yeah, I mean, it'll probably have to be at least 1% because basically, right, we're going to have, because the issue will be is that if we sit on this for 20 days, right, we're going to want to work, or we're going to want to stop officially because we have workers who
Yeah.
we're going to have to cut loose, and we can't cut them loose and then bring them back again.
Yeah, no. So what we do is we'd
yeah.
continue on through the inspection period just to make sure. We'd have a buyer. What I would do is we'd remove contingencies as soon as we have someone we'd assign it to. And then at that point it's sold, right? We'd be like non-contingent at that point. It would be 1%, you get 1% if they don't close. So if worst came to worst and they didn't close, you would get what's 1% of 1.22? Like 12K,
12,000.
right?
I mean, that's just basically our holding cost, right? We've got hard money on this. That's
Right.
That's the other reason why we need more money is really because we have hard money on this. So our closing costs were super high.
What if it's 20K?
So yeah, possibly. I mean, I think, like I said, the bigger risk will be how much money we for other aspects to this project that some things do cost money, like you throw in counters, you throw in all these things, they start to add up pretty quickly. So it'd be pretty easy to spend another 10K in a week or more. So the only question would be kind of accounting for the fact that there would be or maybe you try to sell it a little bit more expensive and then we just bake in whatever's going to happen over the next 7 days or something like that. Let me I'll go back and talk to my partner about this and see what they say.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I think they're just as much on the fence as you are, frankly. Because
They're
they're
what?
like, oh, we're so close to making, probably a lot more money. There's risk and there's time and there's, whether there's effort more than anything, right, that goes into all of this. But they're also like, hey, we're already kind of like at the we're at the 40% effort mark, so
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll let them know. I'll give them that as an option. I mean, look, I appreciate your transparency. I don't have anything against wholesaling by any means.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm just letting you know, I just know at 1.22, it's just not going to work as a flip for us, even with all the work we've done.
Totally.
So
Oh, no, I
like
totally get that. Sure.
so I just think it's I think you would get you guys what you guys want. Like,
Well, and I think the number 1.22 was just kind of like if it was easy, fast, and was done, that would make sense. But when it starts to add complexity, it starts to make less sense because we think we're going to make, as you said, the exit price we think is going to be considerably higher. So it's like, to the degree where it starts to get more complicated, it's like, well, at that point, maybe just get, go for the exit price that we think we can get, and even if it takes another 3 months, rather than wait a month to sell it. If it takes us 30 days to sell it, or 20 days.
Talk to your partner. Talk to
Yeah.
your partner. Don't increase the price on me, because at 1.22, I guarantee you, like I already know I'm not even sure if that's going to work as a wholesale. I just threw it out as an idea. I'm going to talk to my partner and he might say absolutely not anyways. So I have no idea if that's even going to work as a wholesale, to be honest.
Yeah.
But
Well, so like, we don't have to force this. I mean, I think don't push it too much. I think it might just not be the right fit, is my guess.
Yeah.
But I'll talk to my partner, see what he says. I'm guessing probably it sounds like it doesn't make sense for you guys, and it's probably just too much complexity for our side as well, given the situation. But I'll let him know, and we can both kind of touch base and see.
Okay. Let me know 1.15 if we're doing it, and then 1.22 if it's wholesale, and just let me know.
Okay, sounds good. I'll keep you updated.
Okay, bye.
Okay, thanks.
So I love that call for like several different reasons. There was a battle of framing there, right? And in the end, she's not that motivated, and she kind of just threw out 1.15, right? There was never a deal there in the first place. I don't think they would have done 1.15 ever. She just kind of threw that out as a possible number, right? And so is what it is. That was just my idea. I like being transparent with people, where it's like, like, but I don't know. I don't know what you thought of that, Luke.
To add on to that, so this is actually something that I've had success with, and I don't know if I've actually seen too many other people do it. There's not actually a whole lot of people in Austin's office that do this either, where you are willing to come up on price by pitching the wholesale, right? So like I actually kind of like that method, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, right? But it's like, and it works exactly like how you just did it. Like, hey, so at this price, I would be a buyer for it. But we have this other option. If you need to make more money, I can help you make more money by wholesaling, right? And then you're positioning wholesaling as a solution to their problem, right? Their problem being, hey, we don't have enough money, and the solution to that is, hey, we can wholesale your deal and potentially get you more money. So, and that frees you up in a couple different ways, because then right off the bat, they know that you're wholesaling and you're going under contract with them with the understanding that it is a wholesale deal. And when you go under contract with an agent or a seller, and they know that you're wholesaling and they understand the process a little bit, it can free you up a little bit. And then when you go, if you need to go for something like a price drop in the future, for me, it's a lot less stressful, because they know it's like, hey, it's not me asking for the price drop necessarily. It's this buyer who needs it at this different price, right? So it's like, I don't know, it's just like a different positioning. And so I kind of like that. And I think that's something that you guys should try occasionally, is like, if they're not willing to budge on their number, then you can actually come up and be like, okay, well, yeah, we can try it at your number, but just so you know that we're going to be doing this wholesale method, which could be the perfect solution to your problem. And I just need X amount of time. And to me, it sounded like to her, because she keeps saying like, oh, well, if you do this wholesale method, well, then it's going to add on a whole bunch of time and this and that and the other. I don't know if she really understood very well that it's like, no, lady, if you want, in 5 days, you will in 5 days, you'll know 100% if this is moving forward or not. And within that 5-day period, either it's not happening or we'll have a buyer deposit hard earnest money and it's going through. So I don't know if she understood that completely, because to me, it sounded like she got hung up on the 21 days for the close, right? But I don't think she understood that you would know for sure in let's say a 5-day inspection period, you'll know for sure in 5 days if the deal's going through or not. And so it's not necessarily that they have to wait for 21 days to get an answer. They're really just waiting for the inspection period. So yeah. To answer Cody's question, well, if Jonah is an investor and won't take out 1.2, how does so basically Cody's asking, wait a second, if you don't think it's a deal at 1.5, why would increasing the price make it more likely to sell as a wholesale deal while you're still making money?
It won't. But at that point, it's like, because it was lost, basically. I could feel that it was lost, right? She's not going to sell for 1.15. I can just tell her business, they're not going to come back down, right? We'd be somewhere in the middle, something like that. So the only way to possibly save it is do that and then be like, hey, 1.15, we're done right now. How do you feel about that? Right? If somebody comes back and it's 1.17 or something like that, right? But this is a way where we can still make money and it still happens in a way that works, right? So basically, it's just a way to make it where maybe we can actually still make something of this, right? We were just having a battle of the frame right there, though. And she's not motivated enough, probably.
Yeah. And the other thing too, Cody, right, is remember that different investors are going to have different costs associated with what they're doing. For example, when Austin does a flip, it's going to cost him something different than when I don't know, some random mom or pop shop does a flip, right? Because Austin is doing, 5 at a time. And then there's also some guys that do more than what Austin is doing. There's some guys who will do, 10 to 20 flips at a time, right? And they have an even more ramped up scale where they're, buying on they're buying on bulk, more stuff on bulk. So it's even cheaper for them to do certain flips, right? So it's don't assume that the cost for every investor is going to be the same. So you do have to learn. And again, right, just like with everything we've talked about, there's a balance, because you don't want to just lock up deals for way too high and be like, yeah, I'm going to find that one investor that's willing to make no money, right? Because that's not always going to happen. But there, you want to be careful about projecting your own pocketbook onto somebody else, because they're if, for example, Thomas, there are some Thomas Martinez, one of Austin's partners, right? He does flips. There are some deals that he will not flip himself. right? Like, because he does flips, but he would look at that and be like, yeah, for me, that's not a deal. But then he will go wholesale it and somebody else will buy it because for them it is a deal, right? And it could just be because they really like that area, or they or like, you know, that's those style of houses they've done before and they know how to do them really well, or like they get really good deals on materials for those things. I don't know. It could be a whole plethora of different reasons, right? So it is still possible that like Jonah's seeing it. He's like, yeah, for me, it wouldn't be a deal, but we could increase the price and just give it a shot, right? Increasing the price allows them to potentially make more money, right? And allows us to take the shot. We can at least just take the shot and see if there's somebody else out there where it does make sense for.
Right. Better than like just making no money.
Right.
You know? So we'll see. My partner might literally hate that because I didn't even know there was a tenant in the back. That makes life harder. But also if it's like they know we're wholesaling it, there's a certain point where it's like, even my partner would be like, fuck it, let's just shoot for it. You know, let's just try to make 25K and see what happens. You know? So, anywho, let's keep going through. We will keep moving. I'll swing the text her and be like, can I get photos of the work you've done? Okay.
I'll call you back as soon as possible. I'll call you back as soon as possible. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So this one I'm just supposed to comp. So do a quick comp. I need to know about the basement. I need the basement before I can comp it.
You need the what before you can comp it?
I need the if it has a basement or not.
Okay. Open. There's where the washer and dryer were. And so
Hold on. What is this? Oh, this was a guy from yesterday.
That Vegas buyer is asking who title is, so I'll keep you posted.
Let's do it. This one, did I give this to him? I hope I did. Damn it. He didn't see this because this is another investor. I feel like this would be the move. 390 to 400. He wanted 420. I think ARP is 600. So this guy, I need a buy number from my dispo, so I can't really give an offer. It's the one thing. This could be a deal too if he's willing to go down a little bit, like go down like 30K, 30 or 40K. Right? We can see what he paid for it actually. He closed on it yesterday, theoretically. I don't know if that shows up immediately, but we're gonna soon see what he paid for it. Turn comps on this place. We're talking to Jennifer earlier today. E1,000 square feet. 375. This seems like a good comp. Okay.
Hello?
Hey, Jimmick, this is Jonah. How are you doing today?
I'm good, buddy. What's up?
Yeah, I just want to talk about the 4 units that you sent me. Are those separate houses or are they all one quadruplex?
Are we talking about the?
South Parker, 1306 South Parker. It seems like
Oh
maybe
yeah,
they're
yeah, yeah.
condos.
Okay. Got you. So those are all condos. 2 of them are uninhabitable.
Jesus.
I think, or I'm not sure, but I think. Let me see. I have to I have to look at them again because it's been a while.
Okay.
Oh, so okay. Let me look at the listings because I work with so many people, so it's like let me see.
Is this one on
I
market?
know. 2 of them are on the market. 2 of them are not.
Okay, is it all the same seller?
Yeah, all the same seller. Yeah.
Okay. Are you in contact? Are you the listing agent?
No, I'm not. But I know the listing agent.
Okay.
So the one at 270, he's willing to let it go for I think 125. It's currently on the market for 158. I mean that's off the market. It's off market.
Okay.
Let me see. 1306. I'll tell you each one of them individually. 1306. And they bring in a total of $4,000 in rent.
Are they all rented out?
I know 2 of them are. Okay, so 164. So 164, he wants 150 for it. And I know the estimate is like 175. 162. Let's look at that one. 162. It kind of caught me off guard, buddy. How's your day?
I've been good. Sorry. I get it. I
No.
feel it. I appreciate it though. I appreciate you sending me stuff, and yeah, I get it. It's just been a day working, all that good stuff.
You're an investor though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or wholesaler?
I do both, but I do fix and flips, buy and holds, and wholesaling.
Oh, that's cool. Are you here in
Yeah.
Colorado?
Yeah, I live in Denver.
Oh, me too. Aurora.
Nice. Capitol Hill.
Oh, Cap Hill. Cool, man. I don't know. I'm not able to pull up 1304. 160. 162. Let me see if I could do. I want to look at on the MLS with on the real list.
Okay. Let's do this.
Hold on.
Well, here's.
Oh, sorry.
Here's what I would
Go
need. I would need like generally condition on each unit, how much in rent each unit is bringing, and what type of lease each tenant is on. You know why they're selling?
Month-to-month basis. So he is selling all 4 of them at the same time, and he's asking for $500K. 404, and he said they're bringing in $4K a month in rent.
Yeah,
between the
but
four.
2 of them are uninhabitable. They're that bad.
You know what? Let me see. I have to double check that one for you, brother. I know he's got like 2 more properties that were uninhabitable. The one was like 75,000, one was 80,000. So I want to give you the.
Okay.
I know.
Why is he selling these?
Oh, because he's had them for a long time, and I think this is like one of his lower inventory, lower price inventory. He's trying to offload. He sent me a lot of places, man. And he's also that one, the Denver, the unit 210. He said the deal fell through, even though it still says pending.
Okay. Find out all the things that I texted you. Also find out, like, yeah, just like, why is he selling? Is it retirement? Like, what is it? Like, why is he offloading properties? I text you everything I would need for each one. Get me all of that, and then yeah, and then then maybe we can make something happen. How does that sound?
Well, it sounds amazing, my guy. I mean,
Awesome.
I never. Plus, I think if I bring you to the table, he's willing to pay me 3.2 commission on each deal.
Awesome. Let's make you some money,
Or-
and let's make me some
Yeah.
money too.
And I think overall he wants 500K for all 4, but he wants like individual contracts for each one of them. You know?
Yeah, that's fine. Can we? So when would you next be able to talk to him?
Oh, I could talk to him right now. He's an agent.
Okay. The seller is?
Yeah. 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 He's an
Awesome.
actual agent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talk to him.
So-
Get me that info that I just texted you over,
Okay. Hold
and
on.
then it's in your.
No, you're good. You're good. I was gonna say, not hold on. I'm telling myself to hold on because I need to type this up. So I'm gonna say, hey Alex, I have a tendency to talk out loud, think out loud.
No, it's okay. Let's do this.
So you gotta, yeah.
So I texted you over everything I needed. If you can get me that info, let's talk Monday or whenever you have that info for me. Then I can like see if 500 would work, and then let's make an offer. How's that sound?
You want to make an offer, and you want me to represent you on the buyer side?
Yes, sir.
Oh wow. Okay, and we'll just write up a buyer's agency agreement just for like the duration of this contract, right? Till the escrow, so like 45 days or something.
Sure. Whichever way. I mean, is it sorry, is your fee already included in his listing agreement, or is it one of those ones where I have to pay your commission?
No, he would, if I bring you to the table, he'll be paying my commission.
Okay, yeah, I just need to know that for the offer, right? If in case
Yeah,
I can't
yeah.
I just needed to calculate that if that was a thing.
No
Yeah,
worries.
send me whatever you need to do to make it happen. I need that info that I texted you to, get stuff moving, and yeah, maybe we can make something work.
Oh yeah, man. Let's touch base on wait. Can you send me your email real quick, brother?
Yeah, I realize you
And
don't
you
have my
wanna send me-
business card. Let me send you my business
no,
card so it has everything.
Okay, gotcha. And were you the one that sent me a pre-approval letter last week or no? Was that somebody else?
I think I did.
Oh.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I see it.
Okay, Jonah Corchin. Hey, man.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no problem. Let me. Good to talk to you too, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Let's talk soon.
So if you do, once I get you information, are you gonna do like an individual contract on each, or are you gonna do like a offer and then?
We'll do individual contracts on each
see what
one.
I'm saying?
Yeah, we'll do an individual contract on each one.
Mhm.
Yep.
Wow, that's cool, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, let's
Why
make it
not?
happen.
All right, brother. Let's touch base. I'll get you all that information and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, man. Talk to you later.
All right, brother. Take care. Bye.
Do you want to talk about that one, or should I just keep going?
There's two quick things that I just want to call out for all the people in the chat, just so that like if they're not used to these types of situations, they kind of know why you did a couple of things. So one great thing that Jonah did is as soon as that guy said, "Oh, okay, yeah, we can do some sort of like buyer broker agreement just for the term of the escrow," right? So Jonah's like, "Okay," and then all of a sudden he's like, "Wait a second." Right, so like a little thing that popped up in his brain, right? Because you should do this whenever someone talks about buyer broker agreement. And he goes, "Okay, so just to confirm, is there already a listing agreement in place? Is the seller paying your commission?" Right? He's just confirming that for like numbers wise and things like that. He doesn't want to accidentally end up having to pay someone's commission when he's not intending to. He's just trying to get the understanding of the situation because it's going to affect his offer, right? And so whenever someone says like BBA, that should just be like a quick like, okay, hold on. That's like a flag. I just need to dig into that a little bit more and understand the situation, right? So just that you guys want to get into that habit. You hear agreement with a buyer agent, you just be like, okay, let me dig into that, right? So that's what he did there. Now the other thing too, right? The agent's like, okay, yeah, do we want to do like one contract for all of these, or do we want to do individual contracts? Okay, and Jonah says individual contracts for each one. Now, Jonah, do you want to explain a little bit why you went that route?
It makes it way easier to wholesale. So if that's all on one contract, I have to wholesale all of them for it to go through. If they're all individual contracts, then let's say one or two of them fall through, I can still make money off of the other houses contractually.
Yep. Yeah. Beautiful. Yep. And the other thing too, right, is like if they're all in one contract, then they're all contingent on each other to close. So if one of them can't close, none of them can close, right? Which is like the worst. So individual contracts, always the way to go when you guys have that option. So just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, since that might have been the first call that we've done during this 3-day where that was important, but that's something you guys are going to want to keep in mind.
Yep. Just ran columns. I submitted that.
Also, Mark says, "I don't trust this guy." And Cody goes, "If Mark doesn't trust him, then I don't trust him either."
That's so funny. That is very funny. Let's see if I put this one in here. Okay, I need to be submitting these leads to them. Originals. Oh yeah. Well, this is an issue. I think ARV is 220 and they want 215.
This call will under 10 grand to do whatever, because everything else has basically been done.
It's a little bit tight based on that, right? I mean, like I'm just taking. Oh yeah, this one though. Wait. Oh, I'm screwing up. I'm screwing up.
How do you know you're screwing up?
I didn't. I thought I didn't put this little thing so that this is so that Eric responds. So oh, come on now. Okay. It's on the market for 220 and then it sold for 185. That's rough. So gonna have to call this guy.
Hello.
Hey, my man. This is Jonah.
Yeah, how you doing, sir?
Doing good. I wanted to double check for North Elizabeth. So what has happened to the place since you bought it in December? I want to make sure. I feel like I didn't take very good notes when we were talking. Like what have you done since you closed on in December? I want to make sure I got it.
So I've had a new service panel put in. I've had new outlets put inside. All the plumbing's been checked by a plumber and everything's working. I took out the old boiler system and radiators. I'm in the throes of putting in a new two new HVAC systems. The majority of the interior of the house has been painted except for the downstairs kitchen. It's still the same colors that it was. There's been new flooring in the kitchen and the bathroom upstairs. The kitchen and the bathroom have been renovated with tile and granite paint, whatever, to make them new, make them updated. Let's see. The yard's been cleaned up and the back wooden fence has been secured with new 12-foot poles, cedar poles. And it needs carpet or flooring in the rest of the interior.
Did you take out the carpet and flooring that was there?
Yep. It's got hardwood floors, but they're not contiguous. They're not continuous to refurbish. They got some panels. They got some portions of it that aren't in good enough condition to refurbish them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about it.
Okay, cool. I just want to double check that. I realized I just wanted like a full, like, okay, what has happened? What has changed?
Yep.
You don't have any updated photos, do you? Since you've done all the work?
No. I mean, I could get them, but I don't.
Okay. Getting them would be helpful, for sure. I'm gonna send that to my partner, and then yeah, I'll probably get back to you tomorrow or the day after. But I realized I didn't have a very good idea of what's been done and what hasn't been done.
I'll send you some photos if I have them.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks, John. Have a good weekend.
You too. Bye. Okay. I mean, I still think it's a deal. I don't know when this sold. If I have a comp that sold after he bought it, that would be helpful. This one's weird. It's like on the market, but it says it sold. It probably didn't sell. Or some weird stuff is going on there. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, we'll see what he thinks of that. I've had more than that. I've had like 4. Oh, he does have photos. Okay. Let's keep going.
Well, guys, I'm pretty sure we just sold a deal in North Carolina.
Nice.
Yeah, quick. It was the one, Jonah, while you were out, right? I was telling people this situation where we had a supplier basically like, hey, can you help me? Another wholesaler was like, hey, can you help me sell this deal? You can net me 230. And I was like, okay, great. So I just added on a quick 5 because it was non-exclusive. We shop it out. We got a couple guys saying like, yeah, we'll take it at 235. I go back to him and he's like, okay, full transparency. I actually have this deal under contract at 260. It's like, that's what the underlying contract is for. And I'm like, well, why did you tell me I could net you 230 then? And like, what are we doing? And he's like, that's just where I think it's going to sell. And I'm like, bro.
Yeah.
So then we're like, hey, can you get a price drop? And so today he just let us know that he got a price drop to 240 so that we could net him 245. And we got the buyer up to 250.
Nice.
So yeah, we're sending out contracts right now. So boom, baby.
Boom, boom, shakalaka. Good job. Bada bing, bada boom. Super easy. You know how it is. Okay, did he send me the details? You're supposed to send me the details. Here we go. I'm gonna save this email. So. I might do privy on this one. Because I think it has a basement probably. We're crossing the road there, which I don't like. So let's see.
Jonah, do you want to share your screen so we can see what you're looking at?
Oh, I am so sorry. So this one is a 5.4, 3,000 square feet. Ours 3,188 square feet. So maybe 1.4. That one sold a while ago. This one sold a while ago. All of these sold a while ago. 1.4. 0.48. That's a few extra bats. A bit of a bigger lot. Or we have a pretty big lot. This one's really interesting. Oh, it's 4,000 square feet. Did it say that? That's 3,410. Okay, so apparently there's like a lot more square footage there. What is this one? I might do a little bit of a different. Because I'm curious. Six beds, somewhat 2 stories. What's ours look like? 4 beds, 1978. This is 1992. That's a pretty big difference build-wise. 1994. This is more comparable. It was sold a while ago. This is also more comparable. I'm thinking like 1.45, probably. Oh wait, that's are we? Is this an angle? Yeah, it is. This one I like because I think they want 850 for it, is what he said. These are also bigger lots. They sold really recently. Like that would be crazy, but it's like a one-off comp, so I don't know. That is a lot more recent than a lot of these. This one's 1990. That one's nice, but not quite as nice. You know? I mean, I don't know. I feel like a lot of these sold like in May of last year. This is newer build also. I feel like 1.4 at least. I think it's a pretty solid deal. I mean, 4 times 0.65. Yeah, and they want 850 for it. This one might be a slam dunk. Let's see. I like this one a lot. This would be like a 60K deal. This one feels like a slam dunk.
Boom. You should just submit the offer.
Yeah, I think I am. I love Erica. I think this one I'm just like pretty sure on.
A message at the tone, and I will return. Message at the tone, and I will return your call.
You know what's great about this one too? You know what's awesome? So dual representation is illegal in Colorado, right? This is like an estate situation where there's like 5 heirs, and the guy came to me and was like, honestly, I can only represent one of you guys. I think it's going to be miserable trying to get a listing agreement out of those guys. So I'd rather represent an investor like you who's ready to go, move forward, and then I'll just be working in your interests, right, to get this done. I'm in contact with the sellers. I'm basically the ones who know them. So I don't have to worry as much with the games that I usually have to play. If the sellers just don't act wonky and they actually wanted 850, I got to double check that. Then this is going to just be easy peasy lemon squeezy, right? So hopefully, I hope he gives a call back today just so that we can like close one live, because this is the one. This is what we've been working towards, right? A quick, 60K in the bank, get her done, because at 65% of ARV, that's a 60K deal. So, and it's a full cosmetic. It is a huge house, right? We're talking like 3,000 square feet. So we're probably talking like a 200 to 250K rehab. But like it's, let's say ARV is 1.4. I think it could be as high as 1.45. I'm just doing some math. What profit would they want to make? Yeah, like I think I could at minimum be sold at 885, and I bet we could get like 910 for it. So I really hope he calls me back so that we close one live for you guys, because I think that's a killer one. And also text Eric and be like, I'm just gonna text my dispo. So really hope that guy Grant calls me back. Yep, that might be him. Yep.
Dolby, press any key to connect the call.
Hey, my man.
John, how you doing?
Doing good. Yeah. Just double checking I got it right. 5516 South Havana Court is the subject property?
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay. Awesome.
I think the email that I sent you should have the address of it at the top.
Yeah, it is. I was just like, that I'm like 95%. It is. Like, I mean, it's the subject. I was like, just double checking.
Yeah, I don't have it.
So
That sounds right.
I really like it at 850. What is like the next step? Do we just submit? I know you were getting photos today, but I kind of got the idea, and obviously photos will help, but can we just submit and make it happen at 850, or what do you think is the next best move?
I think we can absolutely submit at 850 and see what happens. You know, there's 5 people in the family, and their next door neighbor is a real estate agent. And now they're talking to her as well. So there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen.
Okay. Was the 850? Did they say that number, or what happened?
That was the number that he expressed when I first went over to look at the house, which was about 2 weeks ago. That was one of the numbers that he threw out at me.
Okay. Okay.
But he's not the only person. So I don't want to mislead you and say, oh yeah, you write a nice offer at 850, they're going to sign it.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the reason I started marketing the house, all the sort of states were in the air, is because these guys seem to be having there seem to be a lot of decision makers, and they seem to have a difficult time making quick decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I asked him to sign a listing agreement, you know, he was like, I got to talk to my brother, I got to talk to my sister, you know, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, fine, I'll just start submitting offers. I'll give you guys something to talk about, you know.
Yeah.
So
So
the 850 number was his number, not mine.
Gotcha. Well, let's do this, because what I don't want to happen is we submit 850 and then I get countered immediately, right?
Okay.
Can we, is there any way to talk to him and just be like, hey, I have an investor. I think he's at 850. I'm pretty sure he's there. Can you talk to your family and be like, if we get an offer at 850, is everyone in agreement that would make it happen? Because he could make it happen where we close in 17 days. We, you know, do this where I pay all the closing costs. Like I'm paying your commission at that. And I think we can like make something work, you know? So like it would be like 850 straight to them, right? Yeah.
I think we could put it in an informal letter of intent, and like in the form of an email.
Sure.
And just say, you know, here's what we have in mind.
Okay.
And the guy I spoke to probably would respond well to it. I can't speak for the other members. But, you know, that's my frustration is what led me here. So, you know, I think we'll learn something from the process, and hopefully it's something good, you know.
Okay. Awesome. Cool. So yeah, okay, let me do this. I'll email over like what I'd be offering, I guess, and maybe that counts as a LOI. I'll include my POF, all that good stuff. And then, yeah, maybe we can get it and make it happen, you know?
Yeah, sounds good to me. I wish I had something more concrete to tell you, but that's where we're at.
Okay, it's okay. Let's just work to get it done, because yeah, 850, even paying your commissions, I still think that's a pretty solid deal.
Yeah, when I talked to him about the numbers, that was with him paying my commission. So, he wasn't scared about paying the commission.
Okay. Is there any way to get it cheaper then? You think that's possible?
I think there's a pretty good chance that one of the 5 family members probably is harder to deal with than the guy I met. And I don't know, I don't know that much. He was keeping his cards pretty close to his vest. I mean, he wasn't, some dogs are real communicative and they tell you a lot. I was there trying to get him to a final listing agreement.
Gotcha.
And, he was all full of excuses kind of thing.
Well, if it's possible, if it's possible to make it where, I mean, it would be awesome for me if we could make it where if we just keep it where he's paying the commissions, right? Obviously, that would make it even better deal for me.
Well, we don't have to say anything about the commission. If you want to just
say 850,
hey, see how he responds at 850, and trying to work out the minor details as we go.
Yeah, let's do that. Because I signed the
850. There's no point in talking about the detail.
Yeah, I signed the buyer broker, so I just didn't know. But yeah, I signed the buyer broker, so I just assumed I was. But yeah, I mean, obviously that'd be an even better deal for me if we can make it where he's paying the commissions, right? So,
yeah, I mean, you signed a buyer brokerage, which basically says I'm supposed to do the best I can for you. So
yeah,
if I can get somebody else to pay my fee, I'm going to.
Awesome.
Because I don't have fiduciary with them, obviously. I don't have anything with them other than, it's just a conversation or two.
So yeah.
I've been talking to him on the phone and text him, and then his dad died. So, I went on hold.
Okay.
So,
let's do
when
that.
I started telling him I wanted to, set showings and make offers, he's been a little more receptive lately. So, we'll see how it goes.
Let's do this. Let's just do a letter of intent, 850. We won't mention commissions for now.
Okay.
Right. Let's start there, and yeah, hopefully we can make this happen. Because yeah, that's a solid price, and if he's paying the commissions, it's an even better price. So I love it.
Yeah. Well, the neighborhood's awesome. There's a lot of upside potential for the homes in there for sure.
Awesome. Cool. Okay, let me. Your email is grantdolby@gmail.com. That's the email I got.
Correct.
Awesome. I'll email it over right now. I'll include a POF, make it look as official as I can. Yeah, let's get it.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Awesome, right? So I want to talk about that one. We learned my lesson from the last one, right? Why is it saying there's duplicates? That means somewhere in the system it thinks I've already done this. So yeah, what you think? I think that was a really good one. I'm really hoping we can get that. I only offered the buyer side because I was like, oh shit, I signed a buyer broker agreement. It probably says I'm supposed to pay his commission in there. It's the only reason.
Yeah, a few good things to talk about there. So, so you guys may have noticed, right? Like the way that Jonah was talking to this agent on the negotiations was different than the way that he's talking to some other agents like about the negotiations, right? Like it was a little bit more transparent. He's talking about how he likes it more. He's like game planning certain things. And that's because remember, this agent is representing Jonah in the transaction. So if you have an agent representing you, the conversation will be a little bit different, right? You may have to coach them a little bit more on like how you want the negotiations to go, which is what like Jonah ended up doing. Which is what Jonah ended up doing this time. It's like, hey, let's get some additional details. Who gave you the 850 number? Okay, was it like, did you come up with that? Was that them? Okay, they came up with that. Can you go ask them if we're able to get that 850 number if everybody is good to go at that? So there's a little bit more game planning and stuff there. A little different than your typical negotiation because in this one he's not negotiating against the agent. He's working with the agent because this agent happens to be representing him. But there's still only one agent in this transaction.
Right. Which is more relaxed, right? No matter what. Somebody already created like a duplicate contact in here. Hold on. Who already has this email? Let's delete this contact. Okay, go back to Grant. So yeah, unfortunately I can't get it like right now, but yeah, I'm hoping we can do the best there. So yeah, we're gonna submit an LOI real quick. And yeah, that'll be pretty awesome. You said leave that out for now. All right, awesome. So cool. Hopefully that one would be awesome. That'd be sick. I wish it was like at that place where it's going to be under contract in the next 2 hours, but it just kind of needs more time. A little bit more time, probably. So hopefully we can make that work. We'll see what happens. This was the kid. Remember that kid who's like, screw it, like I'm going to go to foreclosure.
Jonah, do you want to share your screen again so we can see who you're talking to?
I'm sorry. This was the guy. I don't know if you remember, Luke. The guy who's like, the guy's just like, yeah, I'm just going to let it go to foreclosure. Screw it. You know, that was this guy.
Yes, I do remember that. Yeah, interesting. That was an agent who was talking to that guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, that again, right? That's a great example of why sometimes it's not fun to talk to direct to seller people, because then you have to be the one doing that, like navigating that situation, as opposed to just having an agent do it. And the agent, I remember the agent did say he had rapport with that guy, because I think it was the agent who sold him that house in the first place, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, there's, who knows? If someone's going to talk him out of making a dumb decision and just ruining his credit for 7 years, it's probably going to be that agent, hopefully. So.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see what happens. Okay. We're following up on an offer here. This was a long shot, but let's see what happened with it.
Hi,
Hey, Wendy.
Jonah.
How are you?
I'm well. It's hard to get a hold of this agent. She's really a nice and good agent, but I left her a message, but I haven't heard back. I told her I wanted to talk about it. So, I just haven't heard back. I mean, she's usually a couple days. I don't know why, but I kind of know that about her. So, I will probably won't be till Monday or so. So I will definitely let you know though.
Okay. Appreciate you.
Okay, doke. Yeah.
Know of
and
any
I'll try
others
and
or
look
just
for
this
some
one?
other. I'll see. I'll just write it down. I had a busy day today, but I will try and I'll write down right now that I need to look for Jonah.
Wendy, you're amazing. Let's talk soon.
Okay. Have a good weekend. Talk to you
Bye.
soon. Bye.
Okay. Somebody called me back. Okay, this person called me. Let's see what she wants. I think this is an intro call.
Hello.
Hey, Kirsten, this is Jonah. I'm calling you
Jonah.
back.
Oh.
I know we've been trying to connect. Appreciate you calling me
Yeah,
back.
I texted you and I didn't know if you got my text that I wasn't available for a call this afternoon. So, and I didn't get one, so I kind of thought you did. Anyway, what? I guess I just need to know what your investment company is about and
Sure.
what exactly you were told or what, you know.
Sure. So I'm a real estate investor. I work all over Colorado, Denver, Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, Pueblo. I think you have one in Pueblo West, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So a little bit about me. I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder situation, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was just curious to see if you knew of any like that right now.
Well, the house in Pueblo West, actually, I've had it listed for a while. And I don't know, it all depends. It all comes down to what the investor would be willing to give.
Okay, so what's the address?
The address is Los Charles. I was just showing houses, and so now I have like a million addresses in my head.
No worries.
It is. Just a second. 971 South Los Charros. And it's in Pueblo West.
Okay. (971) South Los Charros Drive, Pueblo West, 5-bed, 3-bath, 30,780 square feet. Does that all seem right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And it's okay. So interesting. So it's still on the. Is it still on the market?
Well, I just canceled the contract yesterday.
Okay.
Because she had found this other investor that was supposed to buy it, and then he backed out.
Gotcha.
So that's why I canceled it, and that's where we're at right now.
So it was they bought it for $441 in like about 2 years ago, and they couldn't sell it at even $515. So did they like just have no equity? Is that what was going on?
They want, what they really want is they want the equity to buy another house, and that's where they're going with it.
But they don't have it.
They don't have. What do you mean? They don't have it.
They don't have enough.
They don't
because
have
like
the
it wouldn't sell. No, they can't get the money they need from the house. That's what I'm not saying, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know how much they needed?
She wants. I think they owe a little less than $420, and she wants like 60 to 70. I think she'd go 60, but
okay.
She thinks The problem is that she thinks it's worth more than it is. Bottom line.
Right, right. What was the reason they were selling in the first place so soon?
They moved from California here, and they got here, and they don't like Colorado. Well,
Okay.
they moved to Pueblo West, so I don't know. I don't know.
Weird. What a strange thing. Okay.
They did put in new flooring all throughout the house, and what else have they done to it? I think that's pretty much it.
Okay. Do you happen to know, because here's my idea, right? It looks pretty nice, and I don't know if you ever got offers like this, but it seems like what would make sense for this one potentially, although they do want a lot of money, is potentially a subject to. Have you ever heard of an offer like that before?
Yeah.
What were they saying to that type of offer?
Well, they needed a chunk of money.
Right.
That was their big thing, was they wanted a chunk of money.
Right. What do you know what interest rate the loan had? Did you know anything about the underlying loan?
It's high. It's like over 6.
Ah, that's rough.
Mhm.
That makes
I
it
know.
hard.
Yep.
Okay. That one I don't know if I can do anything with. It's just in really nice condition,
Okay.
and there no equities I can do stuff with if it's a low interest rate, but if it's a high interest rate like that, I can't do much.
Yeah.
But either way, do you know of any others or just that one?
That's the only one that I have that's a fixer-upper. It's not a fixer-upper per se, but I think if you put in a little bit, of money, I think you could get more out of it.
Right, right. Well, let's do this. I'm gonna send you my business card. Save my info. I'll save yours. And it's Kirsten, right?
I'm sorry, say that again. I was switching.
Your name is Kirsten?
Yes.
Yeah, not Kristen, Kirsten.
Kirsten, yes.
Okay, just double checking. So I sent you my business card. Save my info. I'll save yours. And yeah, I don't think this one worked out, but let's try to get a deal.
Okay. And you're just basically looking for fixer-uppers
Fixer-uppers.
or low pre-foreclosure type things.
Mm-hmm. And ones like this with no equity, like this would work really well if it was a low interest rate, but it's a high interest rate, so that's hard.
I know.
Yeah. So.
And that's what we've been running into. So.
Yeah. Send you my business card.
All right. Well, thank you so much for talking to me.
Thank you, Kirsten.
And,
Talk soon.
I will keep your number, and if I have anything, I'll give you a call.
Awesome. Talk to you later. So yeah, that's the thing with sub 2 deals, guys. You need them to be, if there's no equity, you can make them work, but they need to be a low interest rate, otherwise it won't work.
All right, Jonah. The buyer says sight unseen. If you can't see it, he's 100% at 290. So I'm seeing if we can get him up higher, or if we just want to, and we can talk about this later. But if we want to just try to schedule a showing to get him in there, so that way
let's just get him in there. Why he doesn't have to do it? There's no need to do it sight unseen. Why not just get him in there? Be like, let's do. What did you say originally? Send it to him at 320. Just be like, let's do 320. I can get you in there. That'd make life a lot easier in general. So yeah, let's just I'd rather do that personally. you know? Because what we could do is if we know we have it at 320, then I could just be like, can we make 290 work or something like that? I don't know.
Right, for sure.
And then do like and then I could do like a non-contingent if this is like a good buyer of yours, right? And then we make 30K instead of 10K, or probably not much K. Have you done deals with this guy before?
No, this would be our first deal with this particular guy. Yeah.
Do you know of any other? How many people do you have interested?
We probably have like 2 or 3 people who would be interested.
Let's just get them all in there and see who will give us 320, right? And just let them know that like, hey, like this one we're doing off market. We don't 100%. We might want to say it's under contract because otherwise they might talk to the agent.
I know, right? Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, or I could just try to get it at 290, right? It sounds like it's going to be really hard to do that, but
yeah, to me, it sounded like the agent was almost too scared to go present a 290 offer because of this ominous 310 that they supposedly have. So I wonder if we all probably the first step is just convincing the agent to just be like, hey, why don't you just go try it and see what they say?
Well, what I could do too is I could be like, hey, so here's where I'm at. I could do 290 non-contingent, get it done immediately, close in like 17 days, right? Worst comes to worst, we assign this to this guy for 0 money, right?
That's true.
Best comes to best, we just have him see it, right?
That's true.
I think we should do that. I'll call it right now.
That's a good idea.
Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Your call has been forwarded.
Okay. Okay, let's keep going.
Well, just if she calls you back, just let me know, right? Because we do have that solid game plan. Also, Jonah, real quick, I went and tracked down Austin. I burst into one of his meetings and was like, "Yo, do you want to do this office tour? Is it cool if I can do it?" And he's like, "Yeah, if you want to do it, go for it." So if you want to, at any point, we can take a small break, give your voice a break, and we can just walk around this office.
Yeah.
And
let's do it. I'm down to chill for a second. Yeah, I could talk to my team and do some stuff while you're doing that.
All right, people. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna still be here. I'm gonna turn off my camera temporarily so I can walk over to our front door and do like the big reveal.
Okay. Do you want me to be here, or are you just gonna leave it blank for a second?
I mean, if you want to, yeah. I mean, I was just to leave everyone blind for a sec, I guess, or everyone can look at your beautiful face though too. That's fine.
Awesome. Well, yeah. I'll hang out for a little bit longer. Yeah. Pretty good day. I think there's a lot of good stuff in the works. I really hope I get that. I really like that 60K deal. That would be sick if like we can get all those sellers to agree. And I really like how the agent is just representing me and not the sellers. That would be awesome. That would be pretty fucking cool to make happen, So
all right, okay, you guys ready? Okay, so this is the I don't know when this Wi-Fi will disappear. So if I hop off, sorry. But this is the coffee bean across the street, right? So you see the coffee bean, that's you hit the office. Okay. So then you're gonna come around. Boom, here we go. And here's the first part. There's our front desk with Sarah. Yep, there we go. There's our front desk there, right? Okay, so we're walking. All right, looks nice. Hopefully you guys can see this okay. Sarah will let me know how janky this is. Okay, but we have this long ominous hallway. Okay, we're gonna go over here real quick. So this, I know, yeah. So this is gonna be the one of our studios. So we've talked about if you're one of the Flip and Simple students, you know that we've been working on getting an additional studio. So that way, when we do our calls, like our comping calls or our teaching calls, we can do it kind of almost like a I don't know, like a more production style value. We could even have students come in and check out and do the calls live with us. So it's gonna be super cool. That's currently being built out. Also, we've been talking about due to popular demand of us doing like in-person trainings. This is going to be our training room that is currently being built out. So in this training room, we can fit like, I don't know, 70, 80 chairs. Hopefully you guys can see that. And then this right here, is being built out. So we're gonna have like a giant like screen on there that we can do. And then there's gonna be a stage over there, place for like materials and stuff like that. Super dope. So I am pumped about that. And also too, this also is currently being used too, because if you guys remember, Austin, not only is he like one of the bigger wholesalers in the nation, he also, I don't know how to do office tours, guys, but he also, so he's like one of the top wholesalers in the nation. He also has the #1 real estate team for traditional real estate in Arizona. So like real estate agents, they're not always in the office, right? Because they're doing things like they're doing showings or going out for listing agreements, or so they're out and about more often. Or so they're not like always going to be in the office. But when they do come in for like trainings and stuff like that, this room is just packed all the way to the back with chairs and agents and things like that. I don't know if we're supposed to poke in here, but we're gonna. So this is Austin's new office that's being set up. Very cool, very cool. This is the petting zoo. I'm just kidding. There's a dog in there though. This is where the media team is, and this is like you guys know that Austin pumps out like a bunch of content. So this is the team that makes that happen. Those guys are just like 24/7 doing videos, editing, etc., etc., etc. One of our conference rooms. This here is where our agents are when they're in. Right now they're out and about, like doing showings, that sort of stuff. This is the room that I was currently in for this. We're going to keep going. We have another conference room here. We're about to pass Austin. Make sure you wave as we pass. I don't think he realizes what we're doing. Oh, that's Mo. She's super awesome. So we got some executive offices over here, right? So if there's Thomas Martinez, you can see him. There's a Thomas Martinez in his natural environment in the wild. Over here on this side, this is where you guys are going to see some of the wholesalers. Oh, that's awkward. It's like, I don't know. All right. And then we got, this is, let's see if there's anybody in here right now. So let me show you guys our current. There is somebody in there. We're just going to go real quick.
How much you want to get paid from that, right? So
that's our current studio. That's Nathan, by the way. Nathan is like the #1 at guy in the office, like always high performing. Also, these are some bagels in the kitchen because we have a nice kitchen. I'm just going to take one of these for the road. Some of our awesome other wholesalers. Let me show you guys real quick. Some leaderboards. This is Brendan here. I'm doing an office tour real quick for our live stream. So you can see here. Yeah. So we got Nathan. Look at this guy, right? He's just crushing it. So this is one of our leaderboards, right, for this year. Nathan 7, 9, 15, just getting better and better. And then so that's who the leader is for the month. And then if you guys want to see like current like inventory and stuff, units done for some of the top performers, that's on the wholesale side. And then if we keep going, this is, oh my goodness, I guess we didn't do the agent one yet. Awkward. But this is our agent one for last year. Sean crushed it, Lily crushed it, some really solid stuff. So anyways, now that you guys joined me on the office tour and I successfully got a bagel, we can get back to it. All right, well, I wonder if Jonah's going to come back at some point. If not, I guess we'll just continue on. So there we go. Hope you pay that dog a good salary. Well, so here's the thing, right? Is those guys are like commission, you know? So it's like the more deals they do, the more money they make. But I will tell you, Nathan makes a good amount. He crushes it. He does. He makes good money. Where's the sword on Thomas as well? That's so funny. So funny enough, we do like a white when the holidays come around, we do like a white elephant gift, and where it's just you like bring a present and stuff like that. So the last 2 times that we've done it, I have brought some fun stuff. And Thomas, the one I brought last time was like a gladius, like a Roman sword, that you see like in the Colosseums and stuff. And Thomas did get that. I don't know where he keeps it, but he has one somewhere. So there you go.
Did you explain the sword in Austin's office too?
So Austin doesn't have a sword in his office, but he has like, I don't know what it is, like a sacrificial dagger or something. I don't know. Right? I got it when I was in China. We were at like a Buddhist temple, and they had this like weird looking thing, and I acquired it, and then I almost got it taken away when I was getting onto one of the trains and things like that, but ended up keeping it. And right now it's that was another thing that I just snuck into Austin's office and wanted to see how long it would take him to notice. And he did several live streams with this like little dagger thing just in the background. Didn't even notice.
The green wall was behind my old reception desk. So I don't know if Luke explained, but we did a giant add-on. So what the room Austin was sitting in, that used to be like the front desk. So everything before that was an add-on. So that's where I used to be. So the green wall got taken down. And now when Luke showed where like the dog is right now, like the media office, the green wall got moved into there. So it's not behind me anymore. We are putting like a cool accent tile wall behind me. So eventually I will have something cool behind me, but right now it's just boring. So
yeah. It's crazy when we have everybody in here. Like if we're doing like a training or something like that, sometimes people are out and about or scattered in different rooms or out at lunch or whatever. But yeah, because Austin's agent team, I want to say he has somewhere between like 130 and 150 agents. So when those guys are all here for trainings, 152.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, crazy. And then for wholesalers, I don't know if we know the exact size of the team, but I want to say it's like there's like 7 or 8 dispo people, and there's probably like, I don't know, maybe like 10 acquisitions people.
That sounds right. A lot of people leave early on Fridays to go do like networking and showings and stuff. So Fridays are a little quieter here.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So let's go through. We have a few questions for Q&A while we wait for Jonah to get back. Also, Sarah, do you want to just message Jonah and let him know that he's free to come back whenever he wants?
Yeah, I can right now.
We don't want to kick him out for forever. All right. Oh yeah, we already asked this question. Someone asked, I have no clue what's going on right now. It's funny. Hilarious. This is a Jonah specific one, so we might just save it. Okay, this is a question. Okay, this is good. Okay, so one of the questions is, actually we already talked about this a little bit. Do you offer close to list price and MLS deals? Right. It all goes back to it all goes back to just comping the property and seeing what the value is and seeing where it's listed. Right. However, let me add this that I may not have said the first time around. You are going to want to check the days on market. Okay. So like, for example, let's just take a fictitious property that doesn't exist. Okay. We're going to call this property, let me see here. This is, again, we're just pulling out like some random, let's call it like Belle Dart Street in Houston. Okay. Totally random property. Right. Now let's say this property happens to be listed for 125. Okay. Just as a random example. Okay. And let's say it's been listed for 2 weeks. So if we get that property, for example, at like 119 and we try to sell it at 125, well, then when we send it out, like a bunch of buyers are going to look at that and go like, hey, I see that it's been listed for the last 2 weeks and nobody bought it at 125. If you're trying to sell it to me at 125, that's probably not a deal. So that's the other thing that you're going to want to pay attention to is just the days on market. Okay. Now that doesn't mean that the deal can't get moved. It just means that it'll be a little bit harder to be moved. So, and then you may just have to emotionally and mentally prepare yourself to like, okay, I may have to go get a price drop. So yeah, there's that, right? So just also check days on market, right? Like let's say it's been, and 2 weeks is not like the end of the world either. Like 2 weeks, like and let's say it's been on market for like a month or 2 months or something like that. If you're trying to shop it near or at or above list price and it's been listed for a long time, like that's going to negatively impact the buyer's view of it, because they'll be like, well, if it was a deal, then it should have already moved at that price. But because it hasn't moved at that price, it must not be a deal at that price because it's been listed for so long. So that's just another thing that you'll want to take a look at, is like, how long has it been on the market? All right, Jonah, any,
how was the tour?
I don't know, guys. What did you think? Did you have fun on the tour? Any other questions or anything like that? Hopefully it was okay. That was my first office tour, so I don't know. I got a bagel. So it's okay.
Love it. What are we doing? Q&A? You want me to make calls?
No, we have a few more questions if you want to go over them.
Sure.
So, and this one is Jonah specific. All right, Jonah, how would you recommend utilizing your first VA / how do you set it up?
Okay, so this depends who you are, right? What's your business, right? Let's say you're doing agent acquisition. Let's say you're doing exactly what I'm doing, where I'm like mainly acquisitions. If you have a visionary personality, I'd highly recommend an administrative VA. Someone who's pulling the lists, setting up, maybe not setting up calls for you, but setting up the campaigns for you, so then you can do that, right? Someone who is booking flights for you, someone who is just doing really random stuff for you. That's what it should be, right? That's what I think it should be, in my opinion.
There we go. Yeah, love it. And potentially they can do things like format.
Depends on your business. Like you might be good at that stuff. And if that's true, then probably your business model, I'd hope if you're not as good of a salesperson, do dispo, don't do AC. In my opinion, you should be just networking with the wholesalers. If you suck at, or if you're not a visionary, if you're not a salesy type of person, you should be doing dispo. And in that case, your first hire should be someone who makes relationships with wholesalers. Hire what you're bad at is really what it should be, or what you don't like doing, but is necessary. Actually, hire what's low. Hire out tasks that are not worth your time is really what I think. Is really what I mean.
Yeah, that's great. Love it. Love it. Love it. Yeah, because at the end of the day, right? In a wholesale transaction, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of different like sections or parts to that. And some of those parts are going to be easier or harder than others. Right. So like for us, for example, it can take a little bit of time to like get all your pictures into a Dropbox and then create a deal text, especially if you're doing like, you know, like Austin's company, right? Where he has, I don't know, 10 acquisitions reps, and they're potentially, maybe in a week, they might sort through, I don't know, 300 properties, and maybe they need Dropboxes for all those. If you have someone who's like full, like if you have one of your acquisitions reps, like Nathan, if Nathan had to make 300 Dropbox links, like that would be a huge waste of his time, because Nathan is so good at acquiring deals. We want him spending his time on what's going to bring the company the highest value. So it's like making a Dropbox link. That's like low value, right? It's still valuable, still needs to be done, right? People still need convenient ways to look at pictures, right? Especially because like whenever you send something to an iPhone that isn't from an iPhone, they like degrade the quality of the photos. So it's like you need to like be sending that through Dropbox. Like don't just send people like random photos. So it's like that's valuable, but it's like way more valuable if Nathan's like out building relationships and acquiring deals and securing things like that. So yeah, I love that. When you scrape for agents or scrap for agents, maybe that's scrape, is there a correlation between the agent's ratings and the time you spend on the phone with them on your intro call?
Their ratings? What does he mean by that? I don't even know what that means.
So if you go to like realtor.com, for example, sometimes they'll have ratings like stars, like, oh, this person was rated.
Oh, I never look at those. I have no idea what their rating is. You guys don't you guys see when I start joining the call, it's just already a set appointment for me. I have no clue what their rating is on realtor.com.
Yep. Yeah. Same thing with me. I don't really take the rating into consideration, but yeah, the interesting question. I never really thought about that before. This is a good one, I guess. Across the board, Sundays don't count during the inspection period or option period, right? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
No, it definitely counts.
Yep,
Definitely
sorry,
counts
Katie.
unless you put like inspection period only business days. And
Yes.
then Saturday and Sunday don't count. But that's not common on a realtor deal.
Yes, correct. So you just have to confirm
calendar days.
On your inspection period, does it specifically say business days? If it says business days, then correct. The Sunday would not count. If it says business days, if it does not say business days, then typically the assumption in every state that I know of is that it's just calendar days. In which case, Saturdays count, Sundays count, random Memorial days count. That all that counts. So hopefully that helps, because yeah, Sundays would definitely be counting in your option period. And so that's the other thing too, right? Is if you don't put business days, you might just want to confirm. Like, let's say you're like, oh yeah, I'm pushing for a 7-day inspection period or option period, depending on which state you're in. They may call it an option period if you're in Texas, for example. Like, let's say you just always push for 7 days, or you always push for 10 days. You might just want to double check on that deal and make sure that day doesn't fall on like a Sunday, for example, because you don't want to be like, on like a Saturday or Sunday, trying to be canceling that deal because you ran out of time on your inspection period, right? You really want your inspection period to end on a business day when title is open, when banks are open, things like that. Once an agent gets a listing agreement signed, do they have to list it on the market?
No, they don't have to. They aren't required to. Typically they will, unless there's a reason why they wouldn't, right? Typically an agent's first response is, yeah, I'm going to list on the market. Really depends on the situation, though. Sometimes it makes more sense for the seller to just sell it off market, so it totally depends on the situation.
There may be, so this is not necessarily like a legal thing, but there may be certain brokerages that are like, yo, if you're going to be an agent in our brokerage, these are the rules our brokerage follows. And if you get a listing, you have to go put it on the MLS. So that there could be like brokerage specific rules for that. So someone's broker might require something like that, but it's not necessarily universal to everyone.
Right.
Also, I guess I could add on to that too, because like when you become a real estate agent, so it's interesting because you're going to join a couple different, if you become a real estate agent, you have to join a couple of different groups, right? So you become a real estate agent, you then have to join a brokerage, and that broker will set certain guidelines and specifics for you. Then if you want access to the MLS, typically there's like an association that's part of that MLS. And when you join that association, there's also like rules and stuff that could apply. And they're like, hey, if you want to be a part of this association, you have to do that. Then if you want to be part of the National Association of Realtors, then there's like another like code of ethics and other things like that. So it's like there's like a bunch of different like organizations that you can join as an agent. And all of those typically will have some form of like ethics that you're supposed to follow, and like other guidelines and things like that. And if you violate those, then they might try to fine you or kick you out of the group or something like that. So yeah. And I believe that is all of our questions for right now, Jonah. So if you want to make a few more calls.
Sure. Let's do it. I'm aware of people who double. I'm not a fan of people who blah, blah, blah. Oh, you're okay.
This person says they don't like the fact that you double dialed them.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what to do other than just be like, well, I'm sorry.
Did you say I'm not a fan of people who don't pick up the phone? I'm joking. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be flippant and whimsical when you're talking to agents.
That won't be good. No, you don't like. So I'm doing here with this text, or what I'm trying to do, I wish they were more motivated, but I'm trying to remind her, like, hey, it's not about you or me. What do these people need, right? Like, I'm doing this in order to help them. So I'm just having her kind of confirm that. She might just hate me now. I don't know. I don't really care that much. In the end, like, I'll lose 1 out of 1,000 agents on double dialing versus, like, if you guys have been paying any attention at all, how many extra agents I get to answer the phone by double dialing is immense, right? So.
Preston and Company Properties. I'm unavailable. Preston and Company Properties. I'm unavailable to take your call.
Always making stuff about the seller, right? That's what I like doing. If she doesn't respond Monday, then I'm going to give her the ghost text. But that's what I'm doing there. Just remember that. It's not about either of us. Oh boy. Hold on. Let's see if that's up to date. Yes, it is. Got a lot of leads, guys. Usually we're explaining everything to you. I talked to Wendy. Like 95% sure, so I might be doing that there. But usually I just be hitting this all day. So let's wait a second. I don't want it to lag out. Oh yeah, this was the one where they, I think.
Good morning, Jonah. This is Bill Fairchild, Coldwell Banker, calling you about the Lake Hollow property. Not surprisingly, they're not.
Yeah, they rejected it. I remember.
Williams and the Jamie Baker or team. is Jamie Baker or team.
Jonah, what time is it for you over there?
5.
5? Okay, yeah. So actually, I would not be that surprised if. Okay, so Friday nights are typically like your
Yeah.
slightly lower response ratio, at least in my opinion, right? It's because people are like,
oh, for sure,
they're out, you know.
People are doing stuff.
So that could definitely be a thing.
Yeah, for sure. It might be a thing, but you don't try it. You might as well try anyways. You never know.
That's true, right? You might as well try it. Doesn't hurt to try.
Oh yeah, this one, I was like, this one wasn't going to work out. I remember that. I got to just delete that as a lead. Trying to reminder, I hate when realtors do this. They just kind of forget like why we would be submitting an investor offer. They just kind of like completely forget the conversation we had. So like, I'm like, you remember the whole point was to see if they'd be interested to do it before, like early, and they just completely forget. Okay, so this is a direct to seller deal. He actually just got out of the hospital, so I'm kind of giving him some chill time right now. It's a sub 2 deal that I might buy in Colorado Springs, which would be cool. But he just hit his head, so things are on pause. Damn. How many more do we got? Got a lot of people, guys. We're gonna hit it. I'm gonna hit it in the last hour. Ideally, we would follow up with these people earlier. More than this.
Hey, this is Josh Moon. Leave me a message. I'll get back to you. Hey, this is Josh Moon. Leave me a message. I'll get back.
Hello.
System.
Maurice, but
Jonah, do you know what
I don't
else we
think
can
it'll be
do for our next challenge?
Tell me.
So since you said you do a lot of the dispositions on your California deals, because you said you have like what, 30, 40 buyers or something like that? So next time you have a California deal, we should do like a race, you know, where it's like you have the California deal, it's ready to go, and then we do a race to see who can sell it first. And if you sell it first, then to celebrate, you buy me a steak dinner. And then if I sell it first, then to celebrate, you buy me a steak dinner.
I love it. So no matter what, I buy you a steak dinner. Love
Right.
it.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
But we sell it.
Here's
we
the
sell
issue. The issue is I'm a vegetarian, so either way, it won't be like. I mean, I guess it's your steak dinner no matter what.
Right.
But
I mean, yeah.
So I love that. I'd be down. I mean, it'd be cool. We can get Tyler into it. He does a lot more dispo, to be honest. So we could also get Tyler in that one, and that'd be fun too.
Nice. Yeah, that could be fun.
Let's do this. I think I agree with you where we're going to get to the certain point where just people aren't responding. I'm going to do like these 4. If no one answers me, what I'm going to do is maybe we just do the Q&A and like end it a little early. What do you think? Because we might be having trouble.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's probably the go-to. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just try these last 4 though. Just because.
I missed your call. Please leave me a message. I missed your call. Please leave me a message and I will get back with you as soon as I can. Thanks. Have a great day.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where it's just like, just do these 3, see if anyone answers. If nobody answers, we'll call it because it is late on a Friday. Wait, what's that? Measure system.
Jonah.
Hey, Manuel. How are you?
Doing well, man. Hey, I'm caught in the middle of something. Can I give you a call back in like maybe 45 minutes to an hour?
Sure.
Okay. I'll call you between 5:45 and 6, okay?
Okay. I should be available. If I don't answer, let's connect tomorrow, all right?
No, fair enough, buddy. I appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it. Bye.
All right. Talk to you soon. Bye.
That's too bad. This is a really cool one. This is a really interesting seller financing deal where I could cash flow like $400 on this townhouse in Boulder. Oh well, that's life.
Mark says for that one lady who didn't like the double dial, we should probably do the triple dial instead.
Nice. That's a good idea. I definitely approve of that message. Hold on. I actually want to make his task for tomorrow. That'd be a good idea. But yeah, don't get afraid. Just because one person doesn't like it, don't just like get destroyed by that, you know? I really like this deal too, so I just want to talk to Strawberry and see where we're going.
Harry and Company and Origins at Old Town.
She didn't have an update yesterday, so I'm not going to double dial her. But yeah, I think everyone's just doing stuff. We are kind of late, so I feel like it'd just be me dialing all the time. So I feel like we do one last Q&A. I give out the prize for all those beautiful people who stayed on. We wrap up the Magic Challenge and keep it pushing.
Love it. Real quick, so out of curiosity, for you guys here in the chat, like, would you guys be interested in seeing like a version of this where instead of being more acquisition focused or more disposition focused? Is that something that would feel like would help you guys out? If so, let us know, throw that in the chat, or let us know later, because that's potentially something that we could work on. I know that Jonah and Austin had said that we could potentially do some form of challenge like this, potentially on a monthly basis, not where it's like 3 days straight, just because we also have things we have to do, but where we do like potentially like a day straight or something like that, and we could potentially do different types of challenges or things like that, right? So yeah, if you guys would like a dispo challenge, I think that would be really fun. Yeah, or if you guys also have ideas for potential challenges, because Jonah didn't seem too thrilled about my 7 Wonders challenge, then
I think it's sick. It's just I just know logistically that's not going to work out.
Challenge accepted, Jonah. I'm going to get a deal on all 7. I'm going to get a deal on each one of those pyramids too. There you go.
That'd be crazy. Just on the top of Giza, just on top of one of the pyramids.
Oh my gosh!
And I mean, you'd also have to be there at nighttime, because like it'd be like the daytime for America is nighttime in Egypt.
That's right. The deals never sleep.
Never sleep.
Yeah. Yep. So Mark, my idea for the 7 Wonders challenge is who can acquire a deal or do a deal at each of like the 7 wonders of the world, right? So like maybe you're doing like a deal like at the pyramids, you're doing a deal at the Great Wall of China, something like that. You probably have to invest in Starlink and like bring that around for internet. I don't know.
Crazy.
You do a deal at Machu Picchu, in Peru. Like it would be a good time. I want to try it. Okay. So if someone ever is like, Luke, do you want to make a TV show? What's the TV show you want to make? I'd be like, listen, guys, this is the premise. We're gonna fly around to these things.
It's pretty fun.
We're gonna try and get a deal done and at these locations. Anyways, that'll be. I guess that challenge will have to wait. Okay. All right. Let's get to the Q&A. All right. We have 3. Well, I guess like 2 questions. Really, because one of those we talked about already. I wanted to see if we could get Austin's opinion. Sadly, that guy has responsibilities and has been in meetings all day. So, all right. Let's do. What is the advantage or disadvantage for the agents if they list versus not listing on the market?
It's not about the agent, it's about the seller. What is best for the seller? For the agent, probably listing in the market is better for them, in the sense they'll get a higher price and more money. But certain situations, it's better for the seller to sell off market. They're going to get foreclosed into a week. They need someone to buy it off market. If it needs an insane amount of work, some realtors don't want to put it on the market because it looks gross, right? So it just depends on the realtor, and it just depends on the seller. Much more, why does the seller need to sell off market than why the realtor needs to do it off market? The only thing the realtor would get out of it is easy sale. They don't have to do anything, so they get to be lazy, right? While if they truly listed on the market, it'd be a lot more work.
Love it. Yeah. Yeah, that's totally it, right? That's totally it. Like it all comes down to, a lot of it has to do with like time too, right? Like if you put it on the market, typically the types of buyers you're looking for are going to be different. Not always. You can't get like cash buyers on the market and stuff like that. But like typically if you're listing it on the market, it's because the buyer pool you're looking for is more of like a retail buyer pool. And so like the time for that is going to be longer, right? Like if you're trying to get your highest and best offer, then yeah, the market might be the best place to get the highest and best offer, but then that's going to take longer and it's probably going to require more work on your part. And you'll probably have to do things like repairs, and you'll have to expect that they're going to have a conventional lender, and that lender is going to take 30 days minimum to get that loan done and approved and things like that. So it's just going to take longer, right? So it's like if something takes if it takes longer, then yeah, you should get paid more money because it's like it's a more obnoxious and annoying process. And so yeah, you should be like, yeah, it costs more, right? So if someone's willing to go through all this extra hoops, then yeah, they could potentially make more money. Or if they want the easy, quick, clean, I don't know how many other adjectives I can say to express the wholesale side, but like then obviously it's like you have, again, we talked about this yesterday a little bit. You pay for convenience and you pay for ease, and the seller pays for that in the form of a lower purchase price generally. So that's part of the big trade-off is what is the seller really wanting and really needing, right? Because if the seller, most motivations boil down to how much time someone has, right? So like pre-foreclosure, for example, really what that means is I don't have enough time, right? Like an urgent relocation, what that boils down to is I don't have enough time, right? So like a lot of the strongest motivations are time-based driven. So it's like, and then when you have someone who's not that motivated, right? Really what that means is I have a lot of time, Okay. This was from Mark. How is it realtors have off-market properties and they don't list them? So it goes under a brokerage, but they don't list them. Why?
Mark, have you been watching the entire challenge? That's what I've been doing the entire time. There's so many different reasons, right? If they're dealing with motivation, it's better for them to go off market. Sometimes the seller needs an easy sale. Sometimes the seller won't sign a listing agreement with the agent, so then they just sign it with me, and then we're doing it off market, right? It just totally depends on the scenario and what's best for the seller, right? A hoarder house, they don't want to put it on the market. Maybe they just want to sell it quickly. It completely depends on the person.
Yeah. All right. We're down to the last one. Okay. This is a question from me to you, Jonah. Okay. So this is the question. Okay. So over our last 2 videos, I don't know what the total amount is, right? But if you guys are watching, but most of the time we're sitting around like somewhere between like 16 and like 20, 25-ish people. And there's like some people who come in for half an hour and leave, and then come in for half an hour and leave. And then there's some people who go watch the replay after. But Austin has all the YouTube stats, but apparently for the first 2 videos, there's something like 700 different people came through for the challenge, right? I don't know how much is going to be in total for this. I'm supposing it's going to be around 1,000 or something like that. So which is pretty cool, but like, so we've roughly had like 700 people come take a look at it. What is it, Jonah? If you had to distill this whole experience, right? Our last, was that 24 hours, basically. We've been doing this almost for 24 hours. If you had to distill this whole 24-hour experience into just like a few golden drops of amazingness that you could give to these people to take away, like what do you want people to take away the most from this whole experience, I guess?
I hope one of the main things that you guys are noticing, there's a few golden nuggets. One is we're not deal creators, we're deal finders. I just find the deals, right? It's going to be a deal no matter what you're doing is just sifting through tons of leads until you find the one that's going to make you the money. You aren't creating it. So realize that your ability to sift through bad leads and just get to the good ones is going to make you be way quicker at getting a deal. Another thing is it's not about you nor the agent. It is about the seller. Remember that always. What is in the best interest of the seller? And remember to ask the agent that. And be like, okay, is this the best thing for the seller? How can we make this work, right? Those 2 things I think are really what I want you guys to take away. And lastly, It's a numbers game. So, and this goes with the first one. If your deal finding, if you don't have like something that makes it where you're able to get an insane amount of volume of leads, you won't close an insane amount of deals. It's as simple as that. It just won't happen. So whether it's Simple Send, if you don't want to like Simple Send, you're like, this is a crappy system, whatever, get some system, right? You have to do something in order to increase the volume of leads to a high amount. You don't have a ton of leads, you don't have a business. And all it is just getting enough leads and going through enough leads where you eventually hit the one where it's a smoking deal.
Boom, baby. For my 2 cents, what I want you guys to take away from this, or what I'm hoping you take away from this, aside from what Jonah said, which is all like very, very important, and also aside from the amazing value that Jonah has been dropping with things like his scripts and some of the other stuff that he dropped, like all that is amazing value, and I hope that you guys take full advantage of that, because again, right, like that was all stuff that Jonah created over hundreds of hours and thousands of calls where he was like, hey, this is what I found works and is working well. And he distilled all that into like a script, and you guys now have access to that. So that's just like one like amazing nugget that I hope that you guys are able to take away from that. The thing that I hope you guys take away, and again, this goes back to what I was saying, how we've had, maybe like somewhere between 16 and 20 people like stay for like a prolonged period out of the maybe 700 that have gone through these whole calls, right? So what I would say to you guys, the ones who are like staying and doing this, like one good job, right? Like you guys have taken a step forward in your personal progress, which is amazing, right? Like you guys are learning and that's amazing, right? But make sure that you guys aren't just learners in theory. I'd say make sure you're a learner in action, right? Like none of this really helps you in any way unless you go do something with it. So it's like, make sure you guys are taking some steps. Make sure you guys are moving forward in some way, right? Like the people who actually move forward, even if you take a step and it doesn't go the way you want, you fumble, you do this, you do that. There's so many people, there's literally hundreds of people who have stopped by and probably aren't going to take any action, right? Like don't be those guys. Like if you want to improve your situation, if you want to change your current situation, then you got to be the one to make that change and make it happen. So I hope that you guys just take something and do something. Really is really the thing that I hope you guys take away. And then just to add a tiny bit more onto that, if you got like when you guys are ready to get serious about wholesaling, then I would just say get like one of the best investments that you can make for yourself is a CRM, right? That's like the wholesaling tool. So some of you guys might be in a situation that you're like, oh man, wholesaling is like tough for me right now because I'm new to it and I don't have the money for a CRM, right? Jonah talked about like, hey, it's in the long run it'll cost you more money if you don't get one, but it's like as soon as you have some form of money that you can reinvest in yourself, like really think hard about investing in a CRM, because that's the thing that'll take your business from doing like a deal on a regular basis to like 4 or 5 deals on a regular basis. Like it'll level you up in a big way. So it's like the tool that I would recommend. Like once you can reinvest in yourself, like totally do it. And yeah, like Cody, that's fine. Like all part of the process. Cody's like, yeah, I may not have comped a property right. Bro, you're taking steps, you're taking action, you're getting properties under contract, and that's more than most people, right? And let's say you don't comp the property right, but you get under contract. We're going to shop that out and see if we can get some deal numbers, right? Maybe the numbers come in lower. If they come in lower, then you still have the opportunity for a price shop. But that's the thing, is you are creating an opportunity. And if no steps are taken, no opportunity is created. So it's like, at least you're creating something and doing something, and you're that much better for it in the long run. And sorry, that was really long-winded, but there we go. Jonah, do you want to talk about the amazing prize?
Okay, guys, you guys ready? Do you have a count? I wish I almost, you know what we're going to do? Ladies and gentlemen, the prize is a private Zoom with me and Austin, where we're gonna answer every single question you guys could ever have, break down your guys' businesses. We'll do it for like 2 hours or something like that. I'll convince him. I think he wanted a 1 hour. I'll convince him of a 2 hour. What you have to do in order to make this happen is I'm gonna need you guys to screenshot you at the beginning of the day and then you at the end of the day, right? Gotta have put on a thing there, and those are the people we're gonna do the Zoom with, and then send it to me on Instagram. And whoever is able to show that they've been on here the entire day, that's what we're gonna do, and that's the prize.
Boom, baby. All right.
You like the 30-second countdown, by the way?
Yeah, that was hilarious. That was so funny. For Cody, for you saying how, if you like, for example, just screenshot the comment section. So like the messages don't go that far.
Messages don't go back that for you guys. You guys can't see the beginning.
What?
We can see them. That sucks that you guys can't see them. Okay. Then what we're gonna do, just fuck it. What we're gonna do is whoever's on it right now, make a comment, screenshot your comment, and then send it to me. That's what we're just gonna do. And then that's what we're gonna do. Just the ones from right now. Screw the beginning. We're just doing the ones you're just on right now. You can hear it. You're seeing it live. You're gonna do a screenshot.
Boom.
So there we go.
All right.
Awesome.
There we go. Yeah. So if you're just here right now, you get it. Good job. Just screenshot yourself so we know. So Jonah knows you were here, and boom, baby, you're in.
Awesome. Cool, my man. Well, do we have anything left other than that?
I'm trying to think. I don't know, Jonah, is there anything else that you want to tell people about yourself, or anything that, I don't know, like if they want to hit you up for deals or this or that or the other, anything?
Set me up on Instagram. I want to talk to all of you. Like, it doesn't matter if we need to be doing deals. I want to get to know all of you guys, help you guys out. I'm here to help. Even if you're not in my markets, I want to know you guys. Just hit me up on Instagram. Follow me if you feel like it, or don't. Just message me. I just see your messages more if you follow. I think it goes to like my general inbox immediately. But yeah, like, just let's do it. Let's make a deal happen. I'm here to help out. I do this because I want to help you guys out, because I remember what it was like when I didn't have any deals at all, right? And that's what me and Luke love doing. So that's it. That's basically all I got. And then hopefully we'll do another one next month.
Love it. Well, yeah, I had a blast. Jonah, thanks. Also, if everyone could just say thanks, Jonah, give him, I don't know, like a little emoji, hands clapping, because Jonah definitely did a lot of the heavy lifting, and I just sat back and enjoyed. And yeah, I'm gonna submit my resume to as a wholesale commentator. You know, someone who just sits back and makes.
I love it. You do great. Also, if anyone lives in Colorado, I'm hiring act managers. So if you want to like plug into my system, I'm hiring acquisition managers right now. So if you're interested in that, DM me on Instagram. You have to live in Denver though. I'm hiring only people local. So let me know.
All right. Well, that was great. I appreciate you all. I had a great time being here. It was great having all you guys in chat. You guys are hilarious and awesome. And it was a blast for me. Jonah, super appreciate you. And I guess we'll see you guys all next time.
Wholesale Magic, baby. See you on the next one. We're out.